Good morning, everybody. This is the Tuesday, October 20th, 2015 Board of County Commissioners work session. And first up, I'll call a special meeting to order for abatement hearings.
I would make a motion to go into a special meeting for the purpose of hearing abatements.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor to go into special meeting for abatement hearings, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Let's see. Who's give you the floor? Give you the floor to explain the situation on this first one.
Okay, my name is Scotty Giddings, and I'm with the assessor's office. And the hearing is regarding two lots up in Horse Ranch subdivision up in Stonemass Village. One is a vacant lot, and the adjoining lot, owned by the same owners, the Fields Trust, has an improvement on it. And what they're requesting is that we change the classification of the vacant lot from vacant to residential. And their premise is that it is used in conjunction with the improved lot. There is a small little parking area sort of off Horse Ranch Road that they're saying is being used or could be used as a parking area. And there's a small trail off of the lot that kind of goes up the hillside back towards Brush Creek. And so they feel that the use in conjunction with the improved lot would make this a good reason for the lot to be changed from vacant to residential. I did go out and inspect the lot, took quite a few pictures, which are on the pamphlet that you all have. And it doesn't look to me like there is a lot of improvement on that vacant lot as far as there's no lawn area. It seems it's mostly scrub oak and sort of sagebrush and kind of natural vegetation. And so to me, it didn't seem that there was a huge amount of that lot that I would consider to be more of a residential use than just a vacant lot. They've owned the property. I think they purchased this vacant lot in 1996. They had a lot with the improvement on it. They bought in 1992 and built the house on, and so they've had the property for quite a while. And are just now coming to the request of changing the classification. So I don't know if you all have seen the pictures in the pamphlet that we sent. Okay.
Yeah, they're right here.
And there were some conversations about changing a part of it over to the residential use, but we didn't hear back from the petitioner as to a yay or a nay on that. So that's why we're at the hearing, I guess.
George?
So, Scotty, this is classified as a vacant lot currently, and so it could be sold separately as a vacant lot?
Yes, it could.
If it was sold, then it could be built on it?
Yes.
And then, do they have the ability to ask for a lot line adjustment if they wanted to incorporate that into their existing lot?
They could, and combine that. Has happened where they're up in Stonemass Village. They have combined two lots into one.
So
they could do that.
So if they wanted to pursue having this vacant lot reclassified as residential, one way for them to do that is to do a lot line adjustment and then make that part of their overall lot.
That would be correct.
And then if they did that, they would lose the ability to sell that as a separate.
That's correct. It would have to be approved too by the town of Stonemass Village.
Patty?
So we do have the opportunity to then portion off a part of that as far as assessing it.
Mhm.
So we could say, well, this part of the lot is obviously used one with the rocks. We can kind of see some changes from the pictures that you took.
Mhm.
It isn't just the scrub oak. That's one picture.
Right. The rocks up at
Yeah,
the top
yeah.
of the lot.
So
just
we
at the end.
could do a percentage of the lot as one? Okay.
We did.
Okay.
Rachel?
Scotty, from the pictures, it looked like there is a parking area and potentially a garage as part of the existing residence. I mean, you see the driveway from the aerial photo.
Right, and that is for the improved, the lot next to it, 75, 76.
I guess I'm wondering, does the actual residence house have sufficient parking that they don't really need or use the vacant lot on a daily basis?
I don't quite know how to answer that, because they would have sufficient parking for the residence itself, and, I think this is more in the line of, if they're having a gathering or something.
Yeah, yeah,
They
yeah,
need a
yeah.
little extra parking, because Horse Ranch Road is, it's wider than some up there in
But on
San Luis
a
Village.
day-to-day basis, for the residents of the house, there
That's my
already is
perception.
a driveway, and is there a garage associated with it?
Yes, with the house, yes.
Would they have the opportunity, if they did do a lot line adjustment, to sell part of that lot 75 to the neighboring house downhill, the 1227 address? Like if they were doing, it looks like the adjoining, the house down the hill runs right up against the lot line, and perhaps those people could benefit if they broke that lot 75 into two pieces, and the two adjoining landowners took portions of it and wrapped it into their...
Steve, I don't know that that's something staff can really comment on. This would have to go through the Snowmass Land Use Code.
Yeah.
A neighbor
Right.
would decide that they want to split that lot into two
But it would be a
pieces.
legal thing that,
It potentially could. but it's
potentially, well,
Snowmass's
that's what
land
I'm
use
just
code.
making sure,
Yeah.
that they could, that would be one avenue they could pursue.
If they wanted to sell their lot off and
And
no
I
longer have
realize
that
that
ability to
the
sell
town
it.
of Snowmass Village is the one that would have to decide that if they wanted to do any sort of an adjustment to the lot.
Yes, they could,
Yeah,
they could
it's
pursue
not our
that.
decision, it's the town of Snowmass
I mean, they could
Village.
decide to sell the lot to build a residence, and that's not our
Yeah.
issue either.
Has there been any calculation of the amount of square footage of where the lawn protrudes into the vacant lot?
We have not done a calculation of square footage, but we have done a what-if scenario of, well, if we give it 10%, because really, if you look at the picture, it's about 10% of the lot, the entirety, that is this lawn that belongs with the lot that has the improvement. We do basically a percentage. We don't measure out the square footage. We've done that in a couple situations where we do a percentage of changing it from the vacant to the residential, and then backing off that vacant part to the remaining percentage.
Okay. Rick, do you want to explain the viewpoint of your client?
Thank you. I'm Rick Neely. I represent the Fields Trust in this case. I actually have some additional photographs. I'm not sure of the protocol. I assume I give a set to Jeanette to mark for the record, and I have copies for the board and Scotty.
Thank you.
So what happened here, and why this petition for abatement was filed, and actually I think in your packet you have a petition for abatement for the year 2014. We actually filed petitions for the year 2014 and 15. But the same rationale, they're basically identical, and the same rationale applies. Back in 2012, the Colorado Court of Appeals entered a decision in Fifield v. Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, in which they recognized that statutorily, if you have common ownership of contiguous parcels and they're used as a unit, the land that would otherwise be considered vacant can be considered, should be considered as developed residential property for purposes of taxation. And in this instance, there's no dispute that the property is commonly owned, nor is there any dispute that there are improvements on the vacant lot outside of the building area of the home. The first photograph you have is from Pickens County website. It shows the two contiguous lots, and you can see that a substantial portion of the lawn area, retaining wall area, and landscaping is on the vacant lot. The next picture, I think, is pretty telling in terms of why these properties should be considered a unit, and that's that one of the principal reasons that my clients purchased the vacant lot next door was to preserve their view plane of Snowmass Mountain. The vacant lot is directly in the view plane from the house, looking across at the mountain, and that's an important amenity to the property, and it's an important value to the property. The next photograph shows the wall improvements and what is a trail area on the property. The next one shows the trail going up the hill on the vacant lot, which has been maintained by my clients to provide access up into the upper property. The next photo actually shows they have irrigation on the vacant lot. Even though it is maintained in a natural condition, they nonetheless irrigate it so that it stays green and stays healthy. Actually, the next two photos show that. You can see the black irrigation lines amongst the grass and amongst the scrub oak. One of the things that was suggested by the assessor's office is that there's no lawn area, or there's not an extensive lawn area on the vacant lot, but my clients could certainly go out and clear the scrub oak and the brush and create a manicured lawn area. They frankly prefer a more natural look. They do maintain the area, and if you look at the surrounding houses on the first photograph, that's basically how all of the houses out there maintain the areas surrounding their homes. There's an area where there is a certain amount of landscaping, a certain amount of lawn, and then they maintain the balance in a natural condition. When the Fifield case came out, the Court of Appeals looked at the statutes and recognized that the definition of residential land means a parcel or contiguous parcels of land under common ownership upon which residential improvements are located, and that is used as a unit in conjunction with the residential improvements located thereon. And this vacant lot is, in fact, used as a unit in conjunction with the residential improvements. The lawn extends out onto it, the landscaping extends out onto it, the boulder wall extends out onto it, they've constructed a trail that's out on it, they irrigate it, they use it to preserve their view plane. The Court of Appeals went on to state, based on the plain language of the statute, residential land may comprise land in a single parcel or land in parcels that are commonly owned and contiguous. Furthermore, reading the statute and the constitutional provision together, we conclude that residential land must, 1, contain a residential dwelling unit, which of course the first lot does, and 2, be used as a unit in conjunction with the residential improvements on the residential land. And I think this is one of those cases where that's clearly the situation. The landscaping improvements extend onto it. There's a parking area. Admittedly, it's not used all the time, but if there's a party, there's an opportunity to park there. I parked there when I went up to take the photographs. There's a trail located on the property for recreational purposes, and it's irrigated. My clients don't particularly want to go out and clear the area and plant a lawn there. I suppose that would be conclusive evidence that this is used in conjunction. I don't think that's the direction that this board really would want to go. It certainly isn't the direction that my clients want to go. But they could certainly create a much larger lawn and landscape it, and then I think it would be irrefutable that this is used in conjunction with the home as a unit. In any event, the impetus for filing the appeal was this relatively recent decision from the Court of Appeals, or for filing this petition for abatement. Clearly, there are uses on the vacant lot that are directly associated with the residential use, and I guess the question for this board is, can you accept our position that you can't really parcel out this vacant lot and say 20% of it is used or some other percentage of it is used. It's a single parcel of ground, and probably, other than the landscaping and the irrigation and the trail, one of the most important factors is the preservation of the view plane, which, as we all know, is an important amenity in the mountain community. So we think that there's good facts to support the petition for abatement. We think the law supports it. We ask you to support it. I'm happy to answer any questions.
So, hi, Rick. The same question I asked Scotty. So if the goal for your clients was for privacy, to protect the view plane, why don't they just go for a lot line adjustment and make that into one parcel?
Well, because it would significantly reduce the value of the property. If, they've owned these parcels for many, many years, and specifically for this reason, to protect their view plane and their use and their recreation on the adjoining parcel. They're going to at some point in time sell this. They would probably try to sell it as a larger estate parcel, but clearly removing a development right or doing a boundary line adjustment and impacting the size of the lot. Of course, we don't know if the town of Snowmass Village would agree to that. I'm certain they could probably vacate that boundary line, but it would have a significant negative financial impact, and that's not what the law requires. The law doesn't require that you combine your lots. Both the Constitution, the statutes, and the case law recognize that as long as the parcels are contiguous, as long as they're owned in conjunction or owned by the same entity, and that they're used as a unit, that they qualify as residential property, and we think that's where we are.
Rachel?
It sounds like you just took a long way to say they're saving the vacant lot for future sale.
Well, I don't know that they're saving the vacant. Well, I guess in one sense, Rachel, every property is available for future sale. It would probably be more desirable from a buyer, if they can afford it, to buy both lots together, because you have a larger area, you have more recreational use, you don't have to remove your landscaping and other improvements that are on the vacant lot, and you preserve the view plane. I can't predict for them what the future is going to bring, and I don't think they're trying to predict what the future is going to bring, but if you look at their ownership, they bought the house in '92, they bought the lot in '96, they've maintained it for almost 20 years now as a unit, and that was their intention, to preserve their view plane, to preserve the rural aspect of the property and have a larger area. Yes, they may very well sell it in the future.
The other thing, I guess, I want to make sure I'm clear that I don't consider the need to have grass defining a lawn, and that I'm supportive of xeriscaping and the type of limited improvements that some of the other neighbors have. That's something we're probably going to move more towards as a water poor state. But similar to perhaps what I think Patty may have alluded to it, I could see looking at a percentage that is in this actual conjunctive use, but I really can't see how the entire parcel is conjunctive use to a residential structure. And this is interesting. I don't know that we've done one where it's a turn on a point of law before, as much as disputes about the neighboring properties. And I am not an attorney, and I see the questions that are asked in the assessor's reference library, and are the contiguous parcels under common ownership? Yes. Are the parcels considered an integral part of the residence and actually used as a common unit with the residents? I don't know that that protection of the view plane is integral. Not if the intention is, or possibility is in the future that it be sold separately. That alone says this must not be integral to the property, because we can sell it off and the property itself won't be damaged. So that challenges me. Would the parcels in question likely be conveyed with the residents as a unit? And what we're hearing is no, it's possible, but it's not necessarily likely, because they're not merging those lots. And if they could sell them together, they might, but if they couldn't, they wouldn't. And so it's not pushing towards towards a yes, a hard yes. I mean, it's more of a maybe. And then the last is the primary purpose parcel associated to be for the support, enjoyment, and other non-commercial activity. I could think you could say yes to that, but, you know, you're supposed to say yes to all four to get this one. And so I have a hard time finding it really matches the criteria you're trying to match it up with.
Well, in response to that, I'm not necessarily, I mean, I think you can argue yes to all of those, but those aren't necessarily the standards that were set by the Court of Appeals in determining their case. They don't say, look at all these factors. What they say is, you look to see whether the parcels are contiguous and used as a unit in conjunction with the residential dwelling unit. And I think that's clearly what's going on here. And as I pointed out, I can't predict the future, but the statute doesn't require you to merge the lots, and you can always sell a separate lot. In any event, I understand what you're saying, Rachel.
Larry?
I was just going to speak briefly about the Byfield case, just because I was involved in that. One of the outcomes of the Byfield case, as Rick was mentioning, is that they determined that in order to have a residential classification, you don't necessarily have to have associated residential structures on the adjacent lot, such as, you know, a garage or whatever. And so when that decision came down, the conclusion of the court was that it was remanded back to the Board of Assessment Appeals, and therefore to the parties involved, to determine those portions or to what extent the property is being used in conjunction with the associated residence. And in that case, what we ended up doing is coming up with a prorated percentage where a portion of the overall property was retained a vacant land classification, and the balance of the land retained a residential classification. These kinds of appeals are really sort of a case-by-case situation, particularly since this decision came down from the Court of Appeals, in that they seem to determine or be saying that it's so this is in paragraph 14. It says accordingly.
What page, Larry?
I don't have a page.
That is 16.
Page 16.
And it's at the very bottom of the page. It says, we remand the case to the BA to determine what portions of Lot 1 and Lot 2 were used as a unit in conjunction with the residential improvement for tax years 2008 and are therefore entitled to a residential classification. So by that, we read that to believe that it would be reasonable to allow for portions of the lot to retain or to obtain a residential classification based on those parts of the lot that are being used in conjunction, you know, with the adjacent residence. And so in this case, I mean, I think it's fairly clear that the lawn, for example, extends over onto the vacant lot. There is, you know, perhaps some areas that are irrigated. The majority of the lot is natural vegetation, and I think it would be difficult to say that those portions really are used as an extension of the residential lot. But I think it would be reasonable to say that X percent could be deemed used in conjunction with the associated residence and come up with a split classification for the lot.
Did you make a recommendation in terms of what that percentage might be? Or do you have a recommendation?
We made originally a 10%.
Okay.
So 10% would be residential, and then the 90 would be vacant.
And I should say, too, that we have had a couple of other cases where we have applied the same mixed-use type classification.
I mean, I'm looking at it on the GIS, and it could be, you know, obviously very rough to say, what if we quartered this, or what if we put it in fifths? And so I could see something around 20%, perhaps, maybe 25.
I looked at it at
being
25.
allocated as residential. And that would be, you know, roughly drawing a quarters right across the top of the star. So I realize 10% might have been more accurate by a foot-to-foot allocation, but again, I do think of sage and those things as being appropriate in a xeriscape lawn. So I could make a recommendation towards 25%. I didn't want to cut it short if Rick had any other comments.
I don't have any other comments. You know, I'm just leave it up to the board.
I would, to me, it's obvious that the people are using the lot. They have the major trail running up through there. They use it for overflow parking off of Horse Ranch Road, and that, you know, that road is steep and windy, and there's not a whole lot of opportunities for people to park if they don't have a big driveway. So the fact that virtually the entirety of the lawn of the developed lot is in this lot, to me, is enough to say, you know, they needed this adjoining lot to, just in order to have their lawn for the house. And then they're using a substantial part of the rest of it for the trail and the parking, and with some, I mean, the pipes are there, whether they're actually irrigating, I don't know, but it is kind of a xeriscape thing. So I absolutely would be in favor of a substantial part, and I think that I would say more than a quarter. I personally would say 100% is used as a, you know, part of their bigger lot. And if we were going to split it up, I'd say give them at least 50% value. Rachel?
I guess for me, I don't consider the trail as being integral to the lot. And that may have been how they wanted to make that trail, but that doesn't mean there couldn't be another trail immediately behind their existing lot that you know, accesses the exact same land up above it. You know, that's the part I couldn't go along with. I can support, again, a 25% reduction, but, and I would make a motion that that our board finds that 25% of the lot area of lot, is it 75, shall be classified as residential.
I'll second it.
Okay, it's moved and seconded to have 25% of the lot considered to be residential. Any further discussion? I'm going to vote in negative. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thanks,
Thank
Rick.
See you soon.
Nice to see you bright and early.
Have a good day.
Bye.
Okay, the next case is, let me get to the page here. It's for a lot at the Zoline property, which I don't know the actual official name of that. Stage Road.
Stage Road.
PUD, yes.
So, if you could just introduce yourself for the TV audience, because people do watch these things.
I'm Steve Miller with the Assessor's Office, and the owners of Stage Road PUD Lot 2 believe that they should, for the requested abatement, they should have, in 2014, remained agricultural. And in reviewing, which we do periodically, the ag classifications, it was discovered that this Stage Road Lot 2 was erroneously left as agricultural. And so in 2014, we changed it to vacant with a $2.5 million value. And from previous hearings, there's a little teeny piece, if you see on your map, one corner that's covered by the agricultural easement. And in my opinion, that isn't enough to demonstrate its primary use as ag. So,
Is or is not?
is not.
Okay, couldn't hear you.
And the value of 2.5 was based on the sale of the adjacent lot that sold for 3.75, and the lot 2 that's in question is smaller and closer to Highway 82, so we felt that 2.5 was a reasonable value for that.
It's my understanding that now, because I walk this trail a lot, that lot is now developed.
Yes,
And
there's a
it's-
house being built.
Yeah, and so is the lot closest to Highway 82, the neighboring lot. That one's also been developed. I don't see this as ever really having been a big ag property, that parcel. Most of the ag or the cattle grazing was on the other side, more towards the Roaring Fork River, rather than anywhere towards Highway 82 or Maroon Creek. So I'm kind of leaning in the direction of agreeing with staff's decision to classify this as vacant and not agriculture. It does not directly abut that area that is still under agricultural use.
Well, quite a few of these lots are still ag, and until they're developed. And once they're developed, they'll be reclassified as
Are those-
partial ag and partial residential. Because the way this was platted, quite a few of them contain irrigated land and what was before grazing land.
Right, they're more into the interior of the lot rather than on the fringes of the parcel itself.
And, you know, Zolene's ran it as a whole ranch, so when they had it, that probably was at some point.
You
cows
may
ran
occasionally have
across
seen a
there.
cow walking through there,
Right,
but
yeah.
they stay on the other side.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with this subdivision.
Yeah, I bet you are.
And there was the larger grazing area created out of all the free market lots. They would have a certain amount as a building envelope
Yep.
and a little bit of lawn, and then they would be part of the common area to try to maintain the cattle operations. And the cattle would be there in the winter, and in the summer, they'd be up on Buttermilk Mountain grazing. But that unfortunately fell apart with the recession and
No
the
cattle there
family
now.
inheritances and, you know, forcing it all to be sold at once rather than very a lot at a time, as the original partners with the city on the annexation that created Burlingame had envisioned. And so there really hasn't been ag operations out there for a very long time. Now, I'm not sure if they're still haying it, and they're still irrigating and haying it. So, again, some people, some part were known that was going to be for an ag operation. But this incredibly teeny part is what was in that conservation easement. And I seem to recall the soils themselves made it very difficult to work with there. They're very porous, and they'd have to do heavy continual flood irrigation on any of that to kind of keep anything growing. But, and then given the assessor's, the statutory change that was made to say, you know, the house has to be integral to the ag operation for a house and a residential structure to be considered ag, I can't see how this lot is integral to the ag operation. And, you know, so I'm inclined to agree with the county as well, as the staff, the assessor's office.
I would agree with that also. Looking at the map, there's no irrigated land, even if there were still cattle grazing on a dry parcel without any irrigation, they
One
would eat
day.
everything up in one day. And obviously, I mean, it used to be part of a bigger ranch that was all used for ag, and that, it should have been classified as ag at that point, but now it looks more like it's a lot fronting onto the Maroon Creek Club with no agriculture on it. So I would agree with your suggestion. George, any comments on anything? I'd accept the
I'll make a motion to uphold staff's decision to classify this as vacant for the year 2014.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you very
thanks.
much. I would make a motion to come out of special meeting.
I'll second.
All in favor of coming out of special meeting, say aye.
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 Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay.
So Steve, we're running a little bit ahead of schedule, and your next meeting is a joint meeting with the River Board. We have a number of open discussion items. They're actually scheduled with folks coming in. I don't know if the board wants to take a break, or we can move ahead and, you know, maybe knock out
Future agendas?
future agendas.
Let's do
or-
future agendas.
And then take-
At some point in time, the Healthy Rivers people are going to be coming in, and at that point, it'd be good to take a break, and because it's going to be kind of a commotion in here getting them all set in. So let's do the future agendas and then take a break after that.
Well, and this will be short, and I just also note that there was not time scheduled for board open discussion today, so if there is any board open discussion items, this might be an appropriate time to do those. So, very, very brief from my perspective on future agendas. We are next week going to begin meeting at the Gant. Again, we are losing our meeting room for the elections and processing of mail ballots. So we'll be having our meetings over at the Gant just for the public. We will not be able to broadcast live from the Gant, but we are going to be recording the meetings, and we'll be getting them onto grassroots television as soon as possible. I think right now we're hoping they'll be up the same day. So just a note on that. With exception of the meeting the week of November of Thanksgiving, we are getting pretty full agendas at this point.
John, for the public's benefit, what street is it they go up to get to the Gant? That's always confusing to me. I just like follow I don't go by this.
It's always
so much.
confusing to me. I
Well,
can
let
never
me-
remember what the street names
I
are.
walk that one a lot.
Okay.
The best way for them is to go to Ute Avenue and park back, because the conference room is at the back of the Gant right there, and there's parking on the street. Or there's parking at the park that's up more towards the Aspen Club. That's the easiest way to get there. The other way, there's only interior parking for the Gant. You have to kind of walk through all the units to get to the conference room. So I'd recommend that people go up to the Ute Avenue, head towards the Aspen Club, and you'll see the conference room right there on the street, and find parking there, or park at the park just past the Aspen Alps tennis courts.
Thanks, Patty.
Yeah, I walk that one a lot.
Okay.
I've been walking a lot lately.
And I'll be getting off the bus, but I think I think the local bus has a
Crosstown
stop
shuttle,
really close.
but it's easier just to walk the couple blocks
Yeah,
back.
and I'm not
from
sure the
the-
crosstown shuttle's year-round or not.
Yeah, I don't know if it's running
I
right
know when
now.
the music festival and
Yeah.
everything is, they go, but I don't know the
But
schedule.
it wouldn't be too far of a walk from the bus stop.
It's just a couple blocks.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay.
So I have are we going to have a pre-meeting discussion for a meeting with Carrie Donovan? Are we going to discuss any agenda items, or I just noticed that she's going to be here on the 5th.
Yeah, we have not scheduled that, but that certainly, we could set aside
Yeah, I'd
some
like
time
to
for
just, so if
that.
we have any items the board might want to bring forward with the meeting with Carrie. I'm really glad that we're setting up time with her before the legislative session starts. And I did make reservations to surprise my mother, so hopefully she's not watching
Well,
from
not watching.
California. Yeah, so I'll be gone on the 24th. I'm going to go surprise her for Thanksgiving.
Okay. Very good. The only things I would just add, with more detail to come up again, is the Transportation Summit they're going to have in Glenwood Springs on November 19th, and that is the Clean Energy Collective is putting that together, but they're really reaching out to all the regional partners in transportation. I know the directors reached out to Club 20, to I-70 Coalition, other members, so that would be a very interesting one for some of us to potentially attend. And I was wondering if there was something else that was good to put on here, I can't remember.
And Rachel, did you want that noted on future agendas, or is that just a?
I just like
kind
it
of a-
noted on future agendas on
Okay.
the 19th. If we, I think it'd be
There might
important
be
to try
more
to
than three
attend.
that go. Let's
And
see.
I'm planning on attending. I don't know if anybody else wanted to. We don't have to put it on future agendas. But this Thursday, the 22nd, there's a watershed summit that the Rudeye Water and Power Authority is putting together. We'll probably hear a little bit about it during our meeting coming up. So that's all for me. I guess I should note for you guys that on Tuesday, the 27th of October, I will have just driven back from Denver the night before from a family wedding, and so there's a possibility I'll be late or part day on the 27th of this month, October,
Is
next week.
Michael gone that day too? Is he back?
I do not know. I don't know that. Depending on weather, road conditions,
Who
everything like
knows,
that.
right?
Rachel, what time does the Transportation Summit start?
I don't have that down yet.
I had
just
it.
have to save the date.
I mean, I have I had it written down as 4 o'clock, but maybe I didn't even put that in. Maybe my
something else.
phone just did that.
Yeah, no,
assigned a
I
time
think it's
to it.
more of a day activity.
More
but I'm
during
not sure.
earlier in the day.
I'll find out later as it's scheduled.
Because I had put that on my calendar to go to it, but I don't think I had the details.
Oh, one other,
Anything
I'm
else?
planning to attend the library site visit tomorrow.
Oh,
Noon,
okay.
right? I'm gonna leave
Yep.
my workforce meeting early
Okay.
at CMC so I can get back here and be over there, or over here. Where are we meeting?
I'm meeting at the Mill Street entrance of the
Okay.
library.
Perfect.
And I will not be there because I'm going to QQ tomorrow.
Okay.
So whatever.
So I think we have
I'm
three
going.
of you, and
Yep.
George, you're playing. Oh, I thought you were. Okay, so
Just Steve and I.
Just Steve and Patty. Okay.
We'll see more of the finished product later.
No, it'd be fun to see.
Okay.
Okay,
Did George have any?
George, did you have a
Open
discussion? item?
discussion, yeah, I get a call every year, right around this time, fall, when people are raking up their leaves in their city residence, and they try to bring their leaves down to the Rio Grande recycling, and there's no space available, and there's no one around on the weekend, and so that sort of continues to add the need for a conversation with the city in terms of how we're going to manage this lot, and if we're going to need to add additional dumpsters or additional pickups for the fall for people who want to leave leaves down there. I don't know if there's any other option except if they drive out to the landfill.
Right now, we don't have another option for leaf drop-off. I don't believe the city's doing any kind of pickup for leaves or
Like
brush or
basalt.
anything. That's certainly something. Kathy's going to be here later on today. We have a budget supplemental, actually, because of the increased amount of recycling that's been happening. And the fact that we haven't really been able to resolve these partnership questions that have come up about how we're managing that site. And so that may be an appropriate time too, just to mention that. In terms of physical space, of course, leaf drop-off and such, unless you've got equipment to grind right there, can take quite a bit of volume. And I don't know how that would work on that site right now, but something we could talk about.
But George, I remember asking, and this was somebody who asked me in the spring about it, and I remember talking to Kathy, I'm sure, and I thought that they did like a 2-week time frame of leaf drop-off, so we'll ask her that too. I thought they actually scheduled something. I know Basalt's doing that right now. They're doing a free drop-off over at Crown Mountain Park, I think. But yeah, I thought, so that's a really good question, because I know we've had more of people in my neighborhood just dropping them at our dumpster, and I don't know what we've been doing with them. Yeah.
I'll let Kathy and Brian know
That's a
that this
great-
question came up, and maybe we can
a good
answer
point.
that.
Great.
Yeah, see, it seems to me there should be a great big huge roll-off dumpster just for leaves
I
that
think
could
that's
be
what I
emptied.
thought they did.
That's what they used to
Frequently.
do.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, that'd be the only easy way without a whole lot of human labor to do it.
I think that's what they
There
did, like the
probably would
Christmas
be
tree one.
potentially some contamination. People would throw their trash in there rather than leaves, but, that,
I think we need to talk to the city and find out what they're doing as well, because these are
Yeah.
city residents in a way who are probably George, And in the past, they did have a large roll-off and had bars across the trap to try to, encourage people to dump just leaves and not trash. But then they would have a lot of contaminated loads, and I just can't remember how the city has left it or what they're doing now. It's been 8, 9 years since I really followed that, but that's a great one to look into and
Yeah, definitely.
see what those possibilities are.
I wanted to too, George, do you have any other?
No.
We got that letter from Mr. Throm about the road again. Did that, I mean, it was pretty extensive. I just want to make sure that somebody followed
Yeah,
up
so
on it.
we've got that into Public Works, and Mr. Throm has been a very good advocate for us in terms of looking for improvements on that road, and so we'll.
Okay, just want to make sure I can.
Yeah.
And the other thing too is we got another thing from the Extension Office about surveying the
Yeah.
need for, and did anybody, I've filled mine out, did anybody else, or I'll fill mine out, I haven't sent it, so I'll just mail in the
I
one
don't feel
filled
like
out.
I know enough about
I
what
work
they've
with
done
them.
or evaluate the
Yeah.
success
Yeah,
of what we've been investing
I'm
in.
And-
going to fill mine out, but I was gonna give it to Charlotte, and if you wanna give yours to Charlotte.
I just got mine in an envelope ready to
And
mail.
then
I want to
she
give mine to
could put
John
them-
to do, because I just
Combine them
really
and send them in
can't,
together or whatever.
Yeah, I'm just gonna mail mine.
And, yeah, I guess the board's going to be seeing, or maybe has seen, that Eagle County has canceled the IGA. We did a pilot.
joint.
Yeah, a pilot project with the cooperative extension where we had one day over here.
Yeah, yeah.
That they felt wasn't, it was intended as a pilot originally, and I think it's one that they're feeling was taking too much time from their extension agent. So right now, we will be losing that pilot too.
Because I know the weed board worked a lot with him. That's where we really met him. He did a great job over here. Should maybe,
That's unfortunate.
yeah.
Going back to Bob Throm's letter, to me, there are a couple of things that I just wanted to point out. When the county fixes that road up in the, doing the mag chloride and rolling it and all that in the spring, that road is actually smoother than the chip and seal part of the road.
How mag chloride
For
works
a
when you do it the right
substantial
way.
part of the summer, it remains really smooth. Eventually, it starts getting potholes in it and breaking down, and maybe our road crew just needs to go and rebuff parts of it later on in the summer. I know that one part is fairly narrow that he always puts the tape measure across, and maybe we can do something there to widen the shoulder or move the road over towards the irrigation ditch, which is right up on the hill right
That's
there.
pretty
It's
constrained,
a
yeah.
constrained site for sure, but perhaps we could make it a little wider at that point. But then also, Bob Throm compared it to Capitol Creek Road, the dirt part of Capitol Creek Road, saying there are no houses on the dirt part of Capitol Creek Road. Well, there are, I counted at least 10 houses on the dirt part of Capitol Creek Road. At least half of them are occupied full-time residents, and some of them are more vacation homes or ones, houses that are for sale at this point in time. But just so everybody's aware, that's not a good comparison, because the dirt part of Capitol Creek Road, the people aren't asking to have it chip and sealed. It just, you build a house out there, that's the way the road is, and that's part of why you want to be there, because it's more rural and backcountry kind of an experience. So I don't favor chip and sealing the rest of that, but perhaps more maintenance by the, just to go in and grade it, and maybe even mag chloride part of it later on or something to harden, just for hardening, might be in order.
It's hard to do that because you have to have perfect conditions for mag chloride. But as long as staff is looking into it, then I just want to make sure it was attended to. And obviously, it's being attended to.
There we go.
Okay, any other open discussion items from the board?
Not at this time.
Okay, let's do a recess until we get the Healthy Rivers in.
Great.
Okay, welcome back. We're having a joint meeting with the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board, and the two members of the Healthy Rivers and Streams are Lisa Tasker and Ruthie Brown are here. And then we have Lisa McDonald here he's a staff member who deals with that. And then we have Mark Fuller to do our first two presentations.
Right,
So Mark, I'll hand it over to you.
thank you.
I think I'll move.
Some of what I'm going to talk to you about, some of you have seen before, but I'm going to go through this fairly quickly and leave time for us to discuss any questions you may have. What I'm here to talk to you about this morning is the Roaring Fork Regional Water Efficiency Plan. This is a plan that was begun in 2012. It's a implementation action of the Roaring Fork Watershed Plan, which was completed in 2011. This plan began back when we were doing presentations on the Roaring Fork Watershed Plan, and one of the attendees at those presentations was Kevin Reedy with the Colorado Water Conservation Board, who came up and talked to us afterwards about a grant program that the CWCB has in place to promote regional water efficiency planning. And CORE out of Carbondale kind of took the lead on following up with that contact, and they put together a memorandum of understanding that they took around to the 5 major municipal water suppliers in the valley: Aspen, Basalt, Carbondale, Glenwood Springs, and the Snowmass Water and Sand District, and got those parties to sign on to this planning process and to commit to providing matching funds for the CWCB grant. So we went through a selection process, selected a consultant, and got the CWCB grant in the amount of $93,000 plus. We matched that with funding from those 5 participating entities, and over the course of the last 2.5 years have put this plan together, which is intended to bring some consistency to local water efficiency planning. And I'll just go through some of the major findings.
Mark, any other municipalities take advantage of that CWCB grant in the state?
Yeah, none of them have done so on the scale that we have. The City of Grand Junction and the Redlands Mesa Water District have done a regional plan for that part of the state. And the City of Steamboat Springs and a couple of local water districts up there have done a regional plan. But none of them have attempted to take in an entire watershed like we have. So in many ways we were sort of plowing new ground here, and there wasn't really a template for what we did here. So a lot of what we're doing is kind of pioneering, really. Let's see if I can move this thing along. Maybe not. This slide is a little misleading, so let me go to this one. This kind of illustrates water use in the valley in a very general way. The biggest slice of the pie off to the right there is what goes toward stream flow, fisheries.
Steve, can we hit the light a little bit?
Oh, no, we can't.
Oh, yeah, that's right, I'm sorry,
Because of the election.
it's an election room now, we're all being recorded for elections. Forgot about the lights, sorry.
I'll explain it to you. In any case, the big slice on the right there is basically water that other parties have rights to downstream of us. So that's what pretty much has to flow outside the valley into the Colorado at Glenwood Springs. The other slices of the pie are consumptive uses within the valley. We've got Trans Mountain diversion, 20% of that. Irrigated agriculture is about 15% of that. And the two little slices kind of up there at the top our domestic and municipal and evaporation and commercial industrial snowmaking. So you can see that the majority of water in the valley we don't really have much control over. And that domestic and municipal slice up at the top is what this plan is intended to address. And this takes that slice that we do have control over and boils it down a little further. As you can see, irrigated agriculture is by far the largest user of the water in the valley. That's an element that this plan doesn't really address, but we hope that we can bring in irrigated agriculture to this process at some point in the future. As you well know, that's a difficult area to talk about for a lot of reasons, and we decided not to even attempt to take it on in the context of this process. The biggest reason for that really is that the CWCB grant is only intended to address municipal and domestic supplies. So if we had spent a lot of time and money trying to get into conservation of irrigated agriculture, none of that would have been reimbursable expenditure. So we sort of left that out of the process. But as you can see, if we look at the area of water that we really have some control over, the domestic and municipal makes up about 16% of that. It's a fairly large portion where we can really make a difference. So the idea here was to reduce future municipal demands and to ideally and theoretically turn some of that saved water into stream flow. Part of the impetus for this plan was the drought of 2011, 2012, and before that other drought periods going back 10 or 15 years where we've had significant stream flow issues. So part of the long-term plan here is to find new ways to augment stream flows. And of course, one of those ways is to reduce demand in other areas and look for opportunities to transfer saved water into increased stream flows during times of drought. That's a long-term goal. It's not something we have a good handle on right now. And I don't want to give any impression that there's a one-to-one relationship between the water we save through this plan and an increase in stream flow. But it does give us a new opportunity to look further into that as a strategy and to try and free up water that would otherwise be taken up in consumptive use. So the plan consists of these 5 individual plans from those 5 providers that I mentioned, and then a regional plan that attempts to identify those areas of commonality between those 5 individual plans where we can all work together toward valley-wide goals. As I said, it is a part of the Roaring Fork Watershed Plan. One of the goals of that plan, implement municipal water efficiency programs on a regional scale and achieve higher and more effective benefits compared to implementing the same programs individually. Although as I mentioned, there's no real guidance document for doing this kind of plan. We did consider other documents, if you will, that are out there. We've got a guidebook for best practices for water conservation in Colorado. That's put out, I believe, by the CWCB. The University of Michigan did a study for us through their graduate program on implementing conservation programs in the valley. The American Waterworks Association puts out this water efficiency for in-stream flows. And there are other practices and programs out there that we attempted to take into consideration in this planning process. And just as one example of that, we're meeting in a couple of days to talk about implementation of this plan. And we're getting a presentation there from Amy Conklin, who is with the the Live Like You Love It program in the Front Range, which is a big regional water awareness and education program. And she's coming over with the explicit purpose of telling us how we can adopt and adapt that program to a regional outreach effort. So we're trying not to reinvent the wheel here. We're trying to find programs out there that are in place and successful that can be transplanted here. So this slide just talks about our approach. As I mentioned, the plan was developed under a MOU between the 5 providers, and it provides a menu of alternatives. And after we completed the plan a few months ago, we've taken it around to those 5 providers, and they've all endorsed it as being consistent with the expectations that they brought into the process. They haven't explicitly said we're going to implement all of these recommendations. We didn't realistically expect that. But we have gotten them all to buy into the notion that this is a useful plan that they can use as a guideline in the future, and one that they will continue to support as long as it's consistent with their individual goals and responsibilities. So these are some of the efficiency activities that are included in the plans. I won't go into these in detail, but the point is that these activities are consistent and common to all of the individual plans. So you can see that there's a lot of overlap. People are generally doing much the same thing. So in large part, this is a matter of improving communications among these various providers so that they do these things in a way that's consistent and efficient and mutually supportive. Potential regional programs, these are some of the recommendations. Coordinated outreach and communications. We talked about a business and homeowners association water efficiency challenge, whereby we would go to local businesses, for instance, and issue them a challenge to reduce their water use or improve the efficiency of their water use in a way that would get them a certification or an award or something that they could put up on TripAdvisor that would let people know that they're part of this program. Create a model landscape ordinance certification program aimed at landscape professionals. Installation of rain sensor devices on irrigation systems. Improvements to water resources management, mechanisms to protect water rights, enhance in-stream flows. These are a little more policy-oriented and maybe a little bit more long-term, but they're equally important to kind of the more tangible on-the-ground implementation activities. Savings and costs, the estimate that we've made of acre feet per year in savings is about 1,220. That's very ballpark. But to give you a sense of scale, that amounts to about 15%, 1.5% of the capacity of Root Eye Reservoir. It's not a huge amount of water, but in the scale of municipal and domestic use, it's probably about 10% of the valley-wide total. So that's a pretty substantial savings. Implementation and monitoring, again, these are some of the things that we're going to be talking about when we meet later this week. Funding, obviously putting these recommendations into place is going to take some new and additional resources. We've got people coming on Thursday from the CWCB, from the Healthy River and Streams Board, from the Colorado River District, from other agencies that may be able to provide us with some resources to put some of these implementation measures in place. And I think the most important thing is to keep some momentum going in the direction of implementation. So the idea of this meeting later this week is to identify people and agencies who can who are willing to take responsibility for moving forward with some of these implementation actions, including ourselves, the Root Eye Water and Power Authority, and some of the other major water managers in the valley, including the other participants, the other municipalities that we talked about. One of the things that we want to do that we haven't made a lot of progress on yet is to bring in the other water providers in the valley. As you know, there are water districts up and down the valley, Mid-Valley Metro, there's the Roaring Fork District down in the Aspen Glen area. These water districts, and even down to small subdivision homeowner association water systems, provide almost as much water in terms of drinking water and outdoor irrigation water as the municipalities do. So we need to make them part of this process too. Hopefully some of their representatives will be at this meeting later this week. If not, we'll be going out to them and making direct contact with them, making sure that they're aware of this program and seeing what they can do to contribute to meeting these goals. We do have some challenges. As a tourist and second homeowner community, it's not always easy to convey to our visitors the need to be conservative and efficient with our resource use. We've got open ditch systems. One of the biggest challenges we had in dealing particularly with the city of Aspen and the town of Carbondale was trying to get a handle on how much they use in their open ditch systems and how that water gets tracked and accounted for, and how much of it comes in at one end and how much of it goes out at another. That's an area that has traditionally been kind of off the books, if you will. Doesn't go through any valves. So that's an area where we need to do more work. We need to address the issue of water rights. If we're saving water, are we just making more water available to whoever's going to divert it downstream? The work that you guys have done in terms of working with the Colorado Water Trust and finding ways to translate saved water into stream flows is really going to be helpful in that regard. And we've got to overcome some misconceptions about being a headwaters county. Traditionally, we've got a lot of water because this is where all the water in the state begins. But that doesn't mean that we don't have a responsibility to use it wisely. In dealing with the Front Range, when we talk to them about conserving water, we need to be able to tell them that we're taking the same kind of steps that we want them to take in terms of wise resource use. So that's kind of the 25 words or less overview of what this plan is all about, and I'd be happy to answer questions.
Rachel?
Yeah, thank you, Mark, and thank Root Eye Water and Power and everybody for putting so much time into this effort. You know, and often these things become a little bit of a jumping off point for future and further intensified efforts. I think we all know and have seen the predictions that, you know, our river system as a whole, the Colorado system, will be, you know, running about 18 to 20% less water than it used to be because of climate change impacts, earlier runoff and changing patterns. So I guess what I was going to ask is, do you feel that this, if it's implemented, would make our valley comport with the values of high conservation that the 1177 groups are recommending to the state be adopted statewide?
Absolutely, absolutely. As I mentioned earlier, this is really a pioneering effort, and I'm expecting to make the same presentation to the Colorado Basin Roundtable in a month or so, with the idea of promoting the same kind of regional approach to conservation, at least all over the Colorado Basin, if not all over the western slope. We think it's sort of the wave of the future.
Yeah.
And the only way that we're going to get significant conservation is by doing it on a watershed basis and not on a piecemeal basis. So yeah, I think it will fit into that template very well.
Great, and I just would comment, I think that pulling this sort of effort together, and especially would appreciate and support the ideas of getting the other non-municipal water providers, to the table and to the discussion, is going to be just critically important, because once that network is really established, we have more of a unified front for dealing with the potential of the increased trans-mountain diversions coming forward, and how those are vetted and how those are contested. So, thank you.
George?
Mark, do you see, or does this group see an organizational structure, perhaps similar to the idea of a RAFTA or even CORE, where you've got elected officials sitting at the table representing their areas, but also understanding the common goal to work towards these, whether it be funding resources or educational opportunities or technical assistance and things like that?
Yeah. Well, I think Rudai Water and Power to some extent already fills that role. And the Rudai board has made a pretty strong commitment to following through with both this plan and the Roaring Fork Watershed Plan as a whole. We've had a lot of debate, both on the Rudai board and among the other agencies who've been involved in this process, about the best way to kind of manage this going forward. There's been a lot of resistance to creating yet another umbrella agency. So I think for the time being, it's going to be the Rudai Water and Power Authority who tries to push this forward and make sure that it maintains some momentum. And if there's a different structure or a more effective structure in the future, great. We're not sure what that might be at this point. We're open to suggestion, but I think the Water and Power Authority sees this as part of their long-term mission, really, to either continue to move toward implementation of these plans, or to move toward a newer and better structure to do the same thing.
Ruthie?
Yeah, Mark, I was just curious that if we are at the headwaters here in the Roaring Fork Valley and all these efficiencies, have you considered the impact on the water table?
That's one of the areas that where we've got relatively little data. One of the things that we struggled with is how to deal with the whole groundwater issue, because there's very little understanding of all of the relationships between surface water and groundwater valley-wide. And so, no, is the short answer. We don't know really what the impact of all of the implementation actions might be. It's clearly one of the things that is important when we're talking about the agricultural side of this, because return flows from irrigation is so important as both an environmental and a stream flow element. And it's kind of outside the scope of this particular study. So we don't have a good handle on that, to be frank.
A couple comments, Mark. I see this as could become a model for not only the Colorado River Basin, but for the whole state, because we're asking the Front Range to, cut back on the irrigation of bluegrass lawns and find alternatives and, take extreme water-saving measures. And if we can do the same here and show them how to do it, that would go a long ways to having our viewpoint be validated.
Yep.
When we're asking them to do the same thing.
Yep.
Because the worst thing would be to do like, you guys save water over here, but we have plenty of water over here, we're going to keep doing things the same way.
Yep.
That just shoots down our argument asking them to do the same.
Right.
So I think that this is really a critical piece of it, and I'm really supportive of the effort. Second comment, a couple weeks ago there was a presentation from the Yakima Valley people who came down to, it was mostly for Colorado Cattlemen's Association, but they were talking about the whole Yakima Valley, which has about 3 million acre-feet of water comes out of it every year. It's a pretty huge amount of water, but they fought over their water and did lawsuits and whatnot for 40 years before they finally sat down at the table and started talking about wise use of the water and, you know, coming up with agreements to share the water, and that included their municipalities and the Yakima Indian Nation and all the irrigation districts, and for the endangered fish in the river, which they have 2 species there that they're dealing with. So the municipal part for them was a critical part of that whole agreement. They're like, everybody there is working together to and sitting down at the table and talking about the issues and trying to come up with solutions. So having this is like one piece of the whole puzzle here in the Roaring Fork Valley for 3% of the water, but it still is a critical part of you know, the whole solution. And so if we can have the municipalities show what they can do, then translate that into savings on the agricultural side. And that's really been the effort in Snowmass Creek Valley, that Snowmass Water and Sanitation District has made huge steps in saving water already and finding the leaks and fixing them and all of that kind of thing. And so then that's almost a challenge to the irrigators on Snowmass Creek to become more efficient and save water also, just for the health of the stream. So I see this as a, you know, a really good starting point for getting inspiring all the groups really in the Roaring Fork Valley to do better and come up with innovative solutions.
That's certainly the hope. And I guess the good news here is that, you know, everybody's been pretty supportive of this. Some people have been skeptical of its effectiveness, but nobody has said this is a terrible idea, I'd rather go to court. So, you know, we've got a leg up already in terms of buy-in, which has really been encouraging.
Okay.
So what are the next steps?
Well, as I mentioned, we've got this meeting on Thursday to talk in, I hope, very practical terms about what elements of this we can implement and who can help do that. And beyond that, the next steps are, as I mentioned earlier, to make a more aggressive effort to bring in these other water providers and to bring in agricultural interests and see how they can benefit from the implementation actions that we've identified both here and in the Roaring Fork Watershed Plan, because until we bring in those other water users, we've only got a partial plan, really. So making sure that they're part of that discussion is going to be a critical next step.
Will you be introducing model land use codes for, you know, for consideration?
Yeah, that could be part of the implementation. I think we want to take it very carefully because whatever we propose has got to be, I don't want to say lowest common denominator, but it's got to be consistent with all of the providers' templates for land use regulation.
Yeah.
So that's going to take a while. I think some more focused implementation actions, like for instance a model landscaping ordinance that is fairly narrow in scope, but could have some pretty high profile effectiveness, could be the way to kind of tiptoe into the land use aspect of this.
Yeah, I think that would be important in many ways to keep developing the case. I was on one of the water tours with the Colorado Foundation for Water Education this June, the efficiency tour on the Front Range, and was excited to see a City of Aspen Water Department rep there. And during the lunch break, a conversation got going about the tiers at which rates are charged, the block rates for use. And of course, they're in Aurora paying for the Prairie Waters project and reuse and a lot of things like that. So when Lee said, oh, I think it's, $5.29 for 1,000 gallons or something like that, that everybody was like, what? That is so low. And, I thought that can't be right. I might not be having the numbers right now. And so I kind of looked it up on the web while we're sitting there, and there was a current Aspen Times article that said, yeah, that's got to be the rate going forward. And what was interesting to me was that was the rate that we had passed when I was with Helen Klanderud on council. And we had started the tier program of, the higher your use is, the more you pay for the water, and it hadn't been changed in 10 years. And the classic is carrot and stick approach to getting the right response. And so those type of things are really standing out there for all of us. Mm-hmm. And then again, the type of land use codes that could make a difference for future development. If you look at, I think it'd be valuable on this, if it's not in more than our kind of short report, to do a projection of the valley growth going forward with the state demographer. And this is about how the next 20,000 residents over the next 20 years, 25 years, whatever our growth rate is going to be in the valley, will use their water. Mm-hmm. And we either set it this way or we set it that way. It's the same as the South Platte, essentially.
Yeah. And certainly a piece of this is to motivate the municipal water providers to make the water that they have stretch further.
Yes.
Without increasing infrastructure and without increasing diversions.
Yeah.
The city of Aspen has done a pretty effective job at that, as has a lot of the Front Range communities, and it's time to kind of spread that gospel.
Yeah. Thank you.
Just to tag on to that, I think one of the challenges for our valley is, regardless in terms of what the municipalities do, without having the water suppliers there, we know where the future growth is going to be substantially, given some of the large projects there are on in application now, whether it be Ace Lane in Mid-Valley or the old Sanders property down in unincorporated Garfield County. I mean, we're talking about basically new towns being constructed within the Roaring Fork watershed.
Right.
And so, I mean, those are really the sort of the elephants in the room. And so how do we address those before they actually get going? So
yeah. Well, and part of that, as Rachel mentioned, has got to be incorporated into land use codes the same way it was for oil and gas development, and at the state level, making sure that development addresses its water needs effectively in the context of initial land use planning and reviews. Those developments have got to demonstrate that they not only have an adequate water supply, but that they're providing that supply in a way that does not undermine environmental values and agricultural operations, et cetera. And to the extent that those aren't in place, they need to be.
So I hope, I haven't seen the list, but I hope that we have representations there from Eagle County, from Garfield County in terms of policy makers.
They are both going to be there.
Yeah.
Very good. Well, thank
Okay,
you.
thanks,
for
Mark,
the work.
on that.
You're welcome.
We got a lot on the agenda for this meeting, so moving on to the Rudeye Reservoir Aquatic Nuisance Species Inspection Program funding question.
Yeah. The ANS program has been in place at Rudeye since 2011. And for the first, well, up until this year, it's been funded by contributions from the Colorado Department of Parks and Wildlife and the U.S. Forest Service, and to a small extent by the annual dues of the Rudeye Water and Power Authority. That program costs about $25,000 to $30,000 a year, and runs from Memorial Day to Labor Day. And in 2015, this year, the Forest Service could not contribute their annual donation of $15,000 toward that program. So this year, we got a series of grants from Eagle County, from Pitkin County, from the city of Aspen, from the ski company. And we're able to fund the program through those grants and the donation from the Department of Parks and Wildlife. But those grants were for 1 year only. They're not a source of ongoing operational funds. So we've done a lot of outreach and research trying to find what else is available out there. And it basically comes down to the point that if we're going to continue this program at Route I, we're going to have to pay for it ourselves. And in order to run the program at the level that we have for the last several years, we would need a contribution of at least $2,500 in addition to annual Route I dues from each of our members. And if we wanted to expand the program, we would need probably double that, depending on how much of that expansion we undertook. So that's basically what this question is all about. The program is intended to inspect all boats coming into Route I Reservoir for aquatic nuisance species. It's done so very effectively over the last several years. There is no infestation that we're aware of at this point in Route I. And we think it's important to continue the program. So.
George?
I mean, it's getting to be almost like we have to look at doing a line item from Healthy Rivers and Streams at some point. But rather than doing that, why wouldn't we look at a user fee?
Well, that's theoretically possible. It would be a question of who has authority to collect it. The boat ramps are managed by the Forest Service. And more to the point, they're managed by a Forest Service concessionaire. So it would be a matter of getting authority from the Forest Service for us to collect it, or them instructing their concessionaire to collect it. And then it would be a matter of doing, who does the books, et cetera, et cetera. I don't want to show any disrespect to the Forest Service, but going through that process with them would be difficult.
Well, maybe not necessarily, because we all know the challenge the Forest Service has with their lack of resources, and they're actually looking at coming up with different ways to address these issues on Forest Service lands and properties through partnerships. So if we look at the example of North Star Preserve, that's an issue that I think is going to be able to be addressed through the Forest Service giving authority to Pitkin County Open Space and Trails to manage that property. So I think the Forest Service is willing to look at ways to do this, knowing that they haven't got the resources, but it's important to address these issues.
Well, to the extent that we've talked to the Forest Service about it in the past, they have not been encouraging. But I think you make a really good point about them maybe showing some new flexibility given their lack of alternatives.
And it may be just inviting them to a RUAPA where you've got the elected officials there for that discussion.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Rachel?
Just to follow up on
Go
that.
ahead.
Thank you. Something that's related, I see that as worth pursuing and potentially a multi-year project. You may or may not get it off the ground the first go around with these folks. But in 2016, the FLREA, F-L-R-E-A Act is going to be up for renewal, and that's the Federal Lands Recreational Enhancement Act that allowed the Forest Service to keep 80% of the revenues from gate fees like maroon bells to stay on the ground and be spent on the ground. And I think there were specific areas included in that act originally. It was a little bit of a pilot program So there might be an opportunity to have the boat ramps at Rudai and the Rudai recreational area included in that act, should Congress ever move on anything again. So that's one opportunity. The Forest Service is stretched really thin, and it's unfortunate, it almost seems intentional to destroy their operations. The other, I think, I'm willing to continue to support the program. I do think it's important, but I think it should be accompanied with a letter of request to the Bureau of Reclamation for funding, again, because I know we've done it before. I'm not saying we haven't, but it's a reminder. It's their dam. We are spending the money to keep their dam safe from, these invasive species, which then cause tremendous amounts of, repair, maintenance, scuba work. The reason we're kind of on the edge of this is because they're saying, well, we're not sure of the evidence that they really can take and grow in high mountain reservoirs such as this. But we've seen their presence being noted in higher and higher reservoirs all the time. I went to D.C. one year and spoke with the Department of Interior about the issue, and they said, well, we spend all of our money doing research about how to kill them, how to detect them, how to do this. So we don't fund the clean boat operations anywhere in the country, and we're not going to. But they have an ability to charge back the contract water users. And that's been, what I think we need to just keep stressing is, you deliver the water at this rate to these people. This is part of dam maintenance. And, without those costs going up significantly in the future, because if it does get infested with these and we start having these maintenance problems, we're not going to pick that up. That's when the valley would walk away and say, hey, now it's your problem, Bureau of Reclamation. It's your dam. You keep the water flowing if you're going to sell it to all these people. And then that cost would be transferred. And so this preventative maintenance is the easy, ounce of prevention worth the pound of cure. So I do think it's well worth trying to deliver on the message again to the Bureau of Reclamation that, by the way, you can charge for the water that you're delivering to cover these costs as a preventative maintenance opportunity.
Yep.
Go with that.
Good idea, thank you.
I have a question about the numbers. Knowing that when I was here 5 years ago, it was really this, this enormous impact that was growing and growing and growing of these invasive species. What are we seeing? What are we seeing the trend? I mean, 142 boats that were, were decontaminated that needed to be over all those years. Are we seeing an increase in that? Is it leveling off? Do you have any breakdown of those numbers?
It's up and down, but it's fairly level for the, the number of decontaminations has stayed fairly consistent within 8 or 10 boats per year. The difference and the alarming thing that we've seen in the last several years is, as Rachel noted, there have been more infestations in the western part of the country, including areas like Lake Powell and Lake Mead, which are very popular with local boaters.
Right.
So
more at risk.
Yeah, the vectors, if you will, have increased around us, even though the number of at-risk boats that come in and out of Rudai has stayed fairly level.
Okay, great. I just needed to know if that 142 boats was 100 the first year and we spread out the 42 over the last, or if it's got a balance.
The total number of boats in Rudai fluctuates a lot depending on the weather. The good news about the program is that in the course of the last 4 or 5 years since we've been doing this, we've educated so many boaters, and the majority of boaters in Rudai are locals.
Right.
And they're people who come every summer, multiple times every summer, and they know the drill. So the total number of boats that come in and have no idea what we're doing or what we're talking about has gradually dropped off, and that's been encouraging.
Because you see the guy sitting at Twin Lakes, sits in his little cabin, his little shack there, day in and day out every time you go down there, and he's sitting there, and that's what he does. And he loves it actually when people come in, because it gives him something to do and people to talk to, and he does a lot of education. I've watched him. So
same way up at Rudai.
Yeah.
How does that get funded?
Twin Lakes?
Yes.
Through the Division of Parks and Wildlife funds the majority of it. I believe the Fryark, or not the Fryark, the Southeastern Water District funds part of it. But the Department of Parks and Wildlife has a funding program for these inspections that depends on the timing of the program, which is why I brought up earlier the possibility of expanding the program. If we had a program that was all season long, instead of just Memorial Day to Labor Day, and was there every day, and was there from sunrise to sunset every day, we would be able to get more funding help from the Department of Parks and Wildlife. As it is, we've got kind of a partial program because it's all we've been able to afford. So they don't give us the same proportional amount of funding as they would if we had a bigger program. We'd still need supplemental funds to run the program, but at a place like Twin Lakes where they've got a program that's there every day, all day, they can throw more money at it. The other issue for Parks and Wildlife is the at-risk factor. And Twin Lakes is, for a number of reasons, at a little higher level of risk than Root Eye, mostly because it's more accessible to more people with boats. Root Eye gets less usage, and that means that they get a different increment of funding.
Okay, Lisa, and then Ruthie.
Yeah, I do, yeah, with that discussion, I do want to say, again, I mean, we all know this, but it only takes one vote. Yeah, I mean, you know, so,
It's like thistles.
risk factor or not. But yeah, I would like to, I would like to see, with Rachel's comment, the funding with contracted water users. How exactly would that, how would you go about doing that? Is that through the Bureau of Rec or?
Yeah.
Okay, because yeah, I mean, I was in a subdivision that had contracted water. I don't live there anymore, from Root Eye, and it was pretty inexpensive. So it seems to me like there's a real huge opportunity there, and these were things that were benefiting from Root Eye Reservoir. So
yeah, the response from the Bureau over the course of years has always been, as Rachel mentioned, you know, we do this other stuff, we don't do that. So the prospect of getting them to turn around on that in any context is I think, a slim chance.
really,
But the contract water is an opening that may not exist at other facilities that we may be able to exploit, so.
Well, it's that, or we might even be able to take it to our federal reps and ask them, you know, would they consider legislation that allowed that, or allowed or required that sort of pass through, you know, but it's just, I understand why we're doing it. I think we should do it until we can find a better, more appropriate home for it. And you mentioned in your, if I can, that there is some help from Colorado Parks and Wildlife already with the steam cleaner and those sort of things. What I'm wondering is there a variation between 1 and 3 so that perhaps you would do the entire boating season but only on weekends, the 1st of May and through the month of May, and then start the full 7-day-a-week, you know, in July, August, September, and then go back to weekends only.
Any expansion of the program would be a good thing.
Yeah.
But the only expansion that would make a difference to Parks and Wildlife would be if it were.
And how much of a difference would that make to them? I guess what I'm saying would, if we expended another 25,000, does that only get us 5,000 from them?
Yeah,
or
I would have to, I don't know.
We don't know.
Answer that question. They wouldn't cover the entire cost
Sure.
of any expansion we did.
Yeah.
There would be some incremental increase.
And are we currently doing the hours they require from dawn to dusk?
On the days we're there, yes.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
Ruthie?
Have you considered grant opportunities through FERC, through their 242 hydro incentivized grant?
We have looked at that, and it didn't seem to fall within their parameters, but it's worth another look.
Yeah.
Rachel?
Yeah, I agree with that, and I guess it would be, I don't know what your outreach has been, your sequence of how other Root Eye Water and Power Authority partners you've talked to in terms of what they would or could do for a contribution, but, finding out, trying to find out from Colorado Parks and Wildlife, what would the match be if we
Right.
were doing it this time period, so we can come back to people with a real number, because this looks like the numbers as if we do it all ourselves, no matter
Right.
what.
Right.
And so the number 3 is a little bit misleading, because we don't know what the potential grant would be there.
Yeah, and to answer the first part of that question, the city of Aspen has agreed to a $5,000 contribution for next year,
Okay,
and the town of Snowmass has agreed to a $2,500 contribution for next year. I have not heard back from the other members yet.
okay. Yeah, again, I can go somewhere, and I would like to hear from the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board, but it'd be really key to know if we do put in more, what would the Colorado Parks and Wildlife cover? It might make a big difference for all of us. But otherwise, I'd like to do something to do a little more than we're doing now, but within the realm of possibility of all the members paying,
Right. Well, and
I could see at least doing the $4,000 program.
I'm not here expecting to get
Decisions, yeah.
a number
Okay.
at this point. This is,
Just some nods.
informational,
Yeah.
so.
The other thing that'd be interesting, at least to me, would be keep track of when is and what is the highest elevation waters they have found them in so far.
Yeah, it's an interesting scientific issue. They found larval species, larval forms of the invasive species at Blue Mesa, which is essentially the same or a little higher than Root Eye.
Okay.
They have not found adults. And there's a question about temperature.
So that water's cold.
But I just got the latest assessment of Root Eye in terms of vulnerability. And they don't find that it's outside the realm of possibility. And in fact, there are some elements like the mineral content of Root Eye that are favorable toward development of invasive species. But they also don't know a lot about the biology and how fast these organisms can evolve to adapt to new conditions. They reproduce in such numbers and so quickly that their evolutionary timetable is accelerated compared to us. So, anything that they find about their biology could be irrelevant in 10 or 15 years. So, it's going to be an open question for a long time, I think.
And the other thing I heard from a presentation, it was a few years back, but it was something along the lines of they'll start at the very bottom of the reservoir and kind of work their ways up. And so by the time you're getting some sort of definitive reading on adults, they're pretty well embedded
It's too late.
in the
That's
bottom.
absolutely true, yeah.
It's too bad we can't find a beneficial use for them, like,
They
Yeah.
taste
like
terrible.
chocolate-covered bark beetles, which they actually did over in Frisco.
Yeah, I don't think that'll work.
So I would favor the approach that we put forward, Rachel, to increase our funding, but continue looking for other sources of funding. I think the root cause of everything falls on the United States Congress, which is not prioritizing their spending in the right places, I don't think, and that's a bigger issue than this. For those who are interested, this is in our box upstairs, all different studies on the Root Eye Reservoir and the invasive zebra and quagga mussels and different things.
Steve, just a point of reference, the boards both approved a $10,000 grant for this last time, so.
Last year?
For this year,
In
2015.
Oh, for
and
15.
We paid in.
That's good reference
You guys
point,
have been
appreciate
great.
that.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Appreciate
Thank you very
it.
much.
Okay, moving on, we have Mary Lackner from the BITS department talking about the GIS update.
Yeah, and I'd like to sort of give a quick overview of the program. It was in 2013, I think, that Greg Poshman and myself and several other people on the Rivers Board too started talking about, you know, we would like to have some sort of more visual presence perhaps on the web or through using GIS. And so just to reiterate, we put out an RFP. I don't know if you guys remember this, but we did put out a request for proposals, actually asking, you know, consultants to come forward and tell us what they would do for us as far as a mapping project was concerned. And our idea for what it was obviously too big and too broad, because the project proposals that came back to us were extreme as far as expense and very different as far as what each consultant said that they could provide for us. So what ended up happening is we sort of shelved it for a while. Then we got another board member, Dave Nixa. He became interested in this. So he and I said, okay, great, then we'll pick this project back up. And what we ended up doing was having a small workshop that Mary attended, Morgan attended from Central America, or where was it again? I can't for some reason.
In Costa Rica.
In Costa Rica via Skype. And we had several people from across the entire valley who are GIS experts basically attend this conference and help us sort of do some brainstorming on what the Healthy Rivers Board might do using GIS. Mm-hmm. So from there, Mary ended up doing a needs assessment, and this was just this past winter into spring, and she interviewed every single board member on the Healthy Rivers Board, and we all gave our ideas. And so that is included in the agenda here, her results from that. And now, where they've landed, the two of them are going to tell you where we've sort of landed and the progress that's being made. And they basically have two things that they're really focused on doing, which is creating a data resource catalog. And then they're also going to be talking about story maps, using GIS to do story maps. So I'm going to let them take it away from here. But what we also, of course, what we would like to do is you ask your board, you know, if this is making sense to you, if you have any other ideas of how this, any of this information might be better suited for your needs in interacting with the Healthy Rivers Board. And so we'll let these guys take it away from here.
I think Lisa did a good background introduction of kind of what GIS stuff we have done for the board, and then Morgan Boyles is the consultant that was hired to actually be doing a lot of the work, and I'll let him go ahead and explain what the resource catalog is and a little bit of what the idea of what this story map might accomplish.
Great. So basically the goal of this project is a really preliminary step that was largely focused on data research and collection. So first, just collecting all of these different GIS layers and GIS resources that relate to water, not just within the county, but also within the state, and even some from national resources. But there are a lot of great pieces of information about water in the West and water in Colorado. However, they're often scattered in different departments, different agencies, and so bringing all those together into a catalog, which is just a very detailed Excel document that will be useful to future contractors, county staff, and the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board, and perhaps other boards as well, as they can go to it to quickly access where they can find water-related information. So that was the first step. The second step is taking the most pertinent information from that catalog, the most pertinent information for the board that may aid in their decision-making process, and creating an interactive map online so that focused on the county, so that, for example, if they're in a meeting and talking about the diversion structures, you can click on one of those and then see how much water Twin Lakes is taking through the tunnel right at that moment. Or you can, one really great layer that Mary was working on putting together is all of the water rights that are associated with open spaces and trails properties, so that you can quickly access what water rights associated and how many CFS, et cetera, is related to it. You can also look at things like irrigation ditches and find the name of a specific ditch. And so the idea is that this will hopefully be an easily accessible resource for the board when they're making decisions and having discussions, but also when they're looking at the watershed scale of where they've done projects in the past, where they're hoping to do projects in the future. Next part of this is there's a great interest in education because some of these resources are quite detailed and perhaps might have information that should just remain within the county. And so one aspect is creating a educational piece of information for the community, and this will probably be focused on the projects that Healthy Rivers and Streams has funded in the past. And here's an example of a thing called a story map. This one is about steelhead in Southern California, and it is basically a web application that you can scroll through, and it will take you with a description on one side and then a map, an interactive map on the other, so that the user can be guided through, for example, guided through our watershed. So this example is showing historical steelhead populations and then present day steelhead populations. So there are plenty of projects that would be great to include in this type of story map interface to just explain to people what Healthy Rivers and Streams has been doing and what the pertinent water issues are in our county.
Do you know where that is? Aquarium of the Pacific?
I'm sorry?
Do you know where that is, the Aquarium of the Pacific?
I think it might be in San Diego.
I think so.
Is that?
Yeah, right next to me.
Yeah.
It's like Southern Cal.
I just happen to be going down there in a couple weeks.
Oh, great. Yeah.
That might be something cool to go see.
A little research here.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I mean all this information. Yeah, but all this information, just to be able to just click on this site and, it's amazing.
All right, Patty, you can go. It's on your own ticket, though, but
That's
we
my
expect
ticket.
a full report.
Yeah. I'm not bringing back any to eat, though, so I don't have to worry about that.
Great, and so the project is a discrete amount of time and will be wrapping up at the end of November. And so just wanted to give a presentation to the board to get feedback and insights about the creation of the catalog, and then also some of these online web map resources.
And one thing I do want to say too, we're really very excited to have Morgan on board. He grew up on the Roaring Fork River. I don't know if you all remember, but he probably gave, in my opinion, one of, or maybe the most thoughtful comment about North Star recently, written comment, and he's just very talented doing mapping, and so we're really lucky to have him be able to come on board for just a short period of time and do this project. Anyway.
Thank you.
It's in Long Beach.
Long Beach.
Long Beach.
Close to where.
Great.
I was wondering if there's a layer that would list the 302D impaired streams list from the state. I think listing our problem areas would be important, or even going back to some of the work we helped fund that Dee Malone had done about where we're seeing less of the appropriate insect species, or, you know, what are the problem areas? What are the areas that we see go below minimum stream flows in the drier summers, things like that. So, you know, I don't know if it's a single tab or how you make it so that it's the water issues within the watershed.
Great. Thank you all.
George?
You had a note here in terms of, a question is, what is the Roaring Fork Conservancy doing? You don't want to duplicate their mapping efforts, and also to connect with the Roaring Fork Conservancy Public Education. So how are we coordinating or working with the
Yeah,
Conservancy?
we've discussed that at length, in making sure that we're not going to be, you know, duplicating anything that they're doing. But I think what this really comes down to right now is a lot of it's going to be used in-house here for us. And like so far, the story mapping is really, as Morgan just mentioned, and I don't, you know, Mary might have some other ideas too, but a lot of it right now is focused on just our projects. It's going to be focused on just the projects that the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board has done. And certainly all along the way, we're going to make sure that we're not duplicating anything that they're doing. So, but thank you for saying that, because that's definitely been, you know, in the forefront of our mind all the way through the process.
I mean, are they looking towards you in terms of being able to provide information for them as well? I mean, it seems like we have such a
Possibly, yeah.
great collaboration, partnership with the Conservancy in whatever's happening in the valley.
Yeah, possibly.
I think that there's a fantastic relationship with the Conservancy, and especially a lot of the projects that Healthy Rivers has funded through the Conservancy. And I think that the bulk of this project has really been grouping a lot of technical information together into one place. And so we're very fortunate in our watershed to have a real wealth of data and information. There are some holes in that information, I think, and there's certain river reaches that haven't been studied and those types of things, but the real focus of this project was to bring all that into one place, so that, for example, when the board might go to the Pickens County GIS department and say, we would like a map of this, they can, you know, pull up, okay, Crystal River watershed, and look at all of the related reports and maps that are associated with that.
One thing that I think could be useful in trying to solve some of the holes in the different rivers, if we could map where the return flows from different ditches come back into the river. So it's not something that's like on the water right where it's diverted, but actually the exact point where the flow reaches back into the river. And that could be useful in helping to solve some of the holes in the Crystal or Capitol Creek or the Roaring Fork or Cattle Creek, or all the different places where there's diminished water flows because of irrigation. Rachel?
Yeah, no, I know we're taking a really very, very good project already and saying, hey, can you add a few more bells and whistles, you know? But considering it's a long-term project and a long-term use, I can see trying to look for things like that. But your comment made me think about the previous hydrological studies the county had commissioned for each drainage within the basin, that ID'd which ones were deep aquifers, which one were aquifers most likely, actually they're all shallow, most likely fed by irrigation waters and things like that, what were the sources. And I think if it's possible to integrate that information into this mapping, that would be useful as well.
Yeah, don't we have Ken Colm?
Yeah.
We have the Ken Colm studies in the catalog, and his groundwater research.
So that is a
assessments.
layer within the
Yes.
project. Okay, great. Thank you.
And I think that Steve, I think like the return flow issues, this is an organic process, and it will obviously, move with us into the future, hopefully, with our needs. But I think it's one of those things where we have a lot of these really great ideas, but we're sort of trying to, implement what would really be easy to access right now as far as information to go into the catalog. And then on an ads needs basis, like if we start looking at some project where we need to know what return flows are in a certain area, we would then maybe add that in and go out and try and find that data. And we are sort of talking on the board about potentially some staff, so maybe some of these great ideas that we're having, we might actually have some people on the ground eventually to go out and research some of this and actually, maybe put that into some of our GIS layers. So anyway, if that kind of answers, good idea.
That makes sense. And I agree with you, Rachel. This is awesome what we got so far, and I look forward to going surfing literally on the water.
So I'm putting it
So-
like in my computer so I can just click on this and start playing around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good stuff.
Great.
Mary, do you want to add anything about the story map possibilities? And I think that the story map potential is pretty big, I think.
Yeah, and we did put together a map for the board, the Healthy Rivers Board, that shows where all the funded projects are. And it's nice, it's just, points on a map, but it's not very exciting, it's not very compelling. And it just seems like it needs a different narrative to go with it, other than just here's all these points on the map and this is how much was spent on a various project. So to really be able to group those projects in a theme, such as maybe water diversion or water quality or water rights, by theme going through and give it more of a narrative and give it more of media, photos, historic photos, this kind of thing, and it kind of engages a user, but also gives you a map, is kind of the idea that Morgan and I have been talking about, and that you can go to different chapters to get on like different themes that the board is working on. And this can be one, you can make it more technical for people who really want to dive in and say, okay, really what are the mapping issues here, showing me all the diversion structures, integrating what Morgan was just showing you about, okay, this is how much is being diverted at these various points right now. That's someone who wants a little more technical information than just, okay, what is diverted? So it covers education, it covers, and it gives you a broad range of just detail. So we can take different chapters as different themes and topics and really make it something interesting that people are going to want to use and go back to and refer, as opposed to kind of like a static map. Here's a pretty picture on the wall, and kind of we did projects here. So that's kind of the idea of pursuing the story map concept.
I was thinking a potential story could be would show the Twin Lakes diversion and collection system. It would show the Salvation Ditch and the Wheeler Ditch, and show the reduced flows by Aspen, and show what's being done to try to put more water in there. So it'd be like a really local thing where people could take a virtual tour of the whole thing and understand it right away.
Yeah, and the nice thing is the integration of your maps and reports and videos, and you can bring all of that together, and maybe diversion is one story map in itself. There's a lot of ways this can go, depending on what that narrative is that you want to convey. But we do want to put something together, and we do think it's going to, and let's get feedback and see how it goes, and then we can carry, go from that.
Rachel?
I think that's great. I think it's a great project, and I would just encourage you to use the resources available throughout the county whether it's, working with Janet with Open Space and Trails, who, connects the land to the water and has great journalistic experience and research skills over at the Historical Society, as well as Pat Bingham, our public information officer, who's very good at getting the story out effectively and smoothly and without getting too wordy, which I always do. So, thank you.
Okay. Well, thanks very much. Appreciate all the work you're doing.
Thanks, yeah, and we're really fortunate to have Mary, obviously. I just want to put a plug in. I mean, we really are just sort of managing this whole
Good combo
project.
right here.
That's great.
All right.
Thanks, Morgan.
So next on our agenda is the water park update by Basalt. And Laura, are you giving the report on that?
I don't know.
We're all looking at Lisa over there. John.
Or John or who?
Geez, everybody's so shy.
Jump in there.
Well, let's see. First, the Albany property was acquired a few weeks ago. So that is the last real estate hole to be filled going forward with the project. It was acquired under terms approved by both boards, recommended by the Healthy River Streams Board and authorized by the BOCC. No glitches in the closing, and everything was pretty smooth and amicable, well wrapped up. We had a fairly lengthy meeting with the Army Corps and several members of the Colorado Parks and Wildlife down at the site to discuss sequencing and construction work and how that would be initiated and completed. We were also there with the consultants that the county has used to develop the plan and the progress. And at that point in time, the town of Basalt's review was already ongoing and not quite completed for their permitting process, which they kind of invented as they went along. It's not something that they've seen before, and so they went through a process, something analogous, I guess, on their books. So the town was likewise eager to get going and liked the idea of being able at least to do channel work this year. As it turns out, though, CPW is in a bit of a bind. When they initially looked at this reach of the river a number of years ago now, when the project was first initiated, that segment of the river was relatively pounded and there wasn't really a lot of fish action. Any fish that were in the river at that point were basically transiting through, either going up or down. And there wasn't any breeding activity going on or spawning, and no establishment of reds or anything like that. We've had a few wet years and that's changed. The standard profile for Parks and Wildlife is to have a different sequence of access into the river, which is a little bit earlier. And it was kind of a tough call for those guys. I didn't want to put them in a tough spot either, any more than they wanted to put us in a tough spot. But given the current situation of the river and their request to not disturb any spawning activity, we basically, acquiesced to their recommendation and request to not do any work in the channel this year. Although that will require us to go back to the Army Corps to extend the permit. The two member representatives from the Corps that were present at this meeting were very supportive of the effort, understood where everybody was at, and are anxious to help us and help the project along. Of course, you never know what you're going to know when you get the permit in your hand, but nonetheless, that's where everybody is. The advantage that it presents is rather than going in and constructing the wave itself and then having to worry about emergency service access or other aspects to provide for what would be the utilization of the wave as soon as it's in the river in advance of any streamside improvements, is that now the wave will be constructed at the end of the summer in 2016. That gives us plenty of time to go through an entire analysis for the streamside improvements and do the whole thing in one fell swoop. And with any luck at all, have the entire project initiated and concluded within 2016, which is a pretty good thing. So the comment from Basalt's mayor which I totally agreed with and was thinking the same thing, would be to have a series of meetings, at least 3 of them, that would be, you know, in the vicinity. Probably, you know, either as a venue of the town hall or the library or something down there, whereby we would have public open houses to entertain suggestions and evaluate various alternatives to what this park will look like when it's all said and done. And that's really traffic patterns, parking, streamside improvements, utilization by the public for not only rafters, kayakers, paddleboard enthusiasts, but also fishermen, as well as other people just getting down to access the river and hanging out. So we're hoping to begin that process this winter before the end of the calendar year, and then conclude it at least with 3 programmed meetings of that ilk before we get out of the spring of next year, and then still have time to further discuss it in an open venue if 3 meetings aren't enough and there's still discussion out there. What it'll also do is it'll allow for further discussion, integration of this particular aspect of river improvements into what may come down the pipe, so to speak, for the remainder of the river as it goes through the town to Salt. The town, however, is, as everybody knows just from looking at the papers, is not very far along in coming to an understanding or a desire as to what that rest of the river should look like. So even with a 1-year bump in our schedule, this is still going to be well in advance of anything else that's going on in the river downstream. So the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board has discussed further participation with SALT in the construction of what very well might be a second wave down below the confluence of the Pan, where stream flows are higher, such that this particular wave would be of a more moderate size and more suitable, say, perhaps for beginners or for instruction or for kids, unless the river's really rocking, and then have a little bit more advanced wave downstream. It's difficult to really imagine where that might go, simply because the town is very much up in the air as far as how that's going to look from a final planning kind of perspective. But as this project goes forward and the further discussions of how that's going to look, take place, one of the many things that can be discussed as well is the participation of Healthy Rivers and Streams, county resources, and any future park plans downstream, but also the division of responsibilities, so to speak, for improvements at this location. Not only will there be the in-water work, of course, as we discussed, but also streamside improvements to make this very much a recreation-oriented, an active recreation-oriented location, but also accommodations for traffic patterns and parking, things of that nature. And what has not happened, and what needs to happen in spite of everybody's positive vibe for the project and the town and the county wanting to get going with this thing, is how we're going to divide up those economic responsibilities. So over the course of the winter and into the spring, hopefully we'll have that discussion as well. And then commensurate with that, what we're anticipating is a joint application to GOCO to explore resources. It doesn't look like there's really any other funding grant resources out there other than GOCO for a project like this, but it's certainly worthwhile pursuing it, and pursuing it with some gusto, because it would integrate well into GOCO's plans, and if we could somehow coordinate a mountain bike rack into the project, we'll probably score a little bit higher too. So that's where the park stands.
George?
So we have scheduled next week a joint meeting with BOCCWorksession2015. It's going to be focused around the Concord. We can use that sort of as a kickoff for one of these meetings, perhaps bring the consultant in to do a broad view presentation like they gave us years ago, just to sort of see what the potential, what the opportunities could be as a starting point, and then move that into more of a series of public meetings, but you have some sort of template or background for the community to understand, here are all the possibilities, and then what do you want to see?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was
You understand
thinking.
what I'm saying, John? You're a little confused.
Yeah, I'm just thinking through, and sorry to, I'm processing back here behind John's back, so. Yeah, I'm just thinking through the kind of responsibility, because I think as the Healthy Rivers and Streams board and staff has moved forward well with the improvements for the kayak park and the in-stream improvements to preserve the risset. And as we're talking about further and further downstream. And so, you know, it strikes me that Open Space and Trails has a recreational planning process for this stretch of the river all the way down to Willets Bridge. So going from basically where we're doing this project down to Willets Bridge, scheduled for 2019. And we're starting a set of public processes to kind of talk about the improvements at our kayak park as well as potential improvements a little bit farther downstream. And I'm wondering if it would not be worth a discussion. I think what you're talking about, George, in terms of explaining our project and what's moving forward, but I'm wondering if it doesn't make more sense for us to be having a discussion with Open Space and Trails about accelerating that project from 2019 to next year, so that we capture that recreational planning process on this stretch of river, and then, you know, we incorporate what we're doing with the kayak park, you know, now through Healthy Rivers and Streams into that process, and we address these both in-stream and out-of-stream kind of questions and who would be responsible for those improvements.
Yeah, I guess I'm seeing this more of a piecemeal, because the immediate time frame would be our kayak park, which the town just passed a resolution supporting it with some criteria in terms of what would need to be done. But I don't think we could have Open Space get involved in that longer picture until Town of Basalt comes to a decision in terms of what they want to do with that fry pan trailer park land. And I think once they were able to make that decision, then I think it's sort of a natural way to bring Open Space in. But we're sort of getting ahead because of the Town of Basalt, it seems like.
Well, I think that'd be a discussion. I think the stretch right along the river is actually set. It's owned by Open Space, Basalt Open Space. Right. And so, yeah, I think in terms of recreational amenities, that decision has been made, and so that's why I thought the timing might be good for a bigger discussion, because what I see happening is, as we take this incremental approach, what I keep hearing from Basalt is that who's going to take care of the out-of-stream improvements, and how is that going to happen, and how does this connect to the downstream improvements, which starts to move. You know, those are purely recreational improvements, I think. I don't know if they connect to the RISC, and I haven't had a chance to visit about that. But it strikes me that where Basalt is coming from, I think, is how do we deal with the out-of-stream improvements? How do we deal with the recreational amenities downstream to connect to our park? Our interest has primarily been, how do we make the in-river improvements to preserve the flows and the risset? Those are two pretty different goals and interests, but I think they could be tied together by accelerating that broader plan.
Ruthie?
Yes, so just to really clarify that Healthy Rivers and Streams originally initiated this project because of the rissets, not because of the park. And the park was an extra benefit from it. And that's obviously our area of interest, is stream enhancement, not running a park. But you know, we would really like to stress the collaboration with Eagle County, as well as Basalt, as well as even Garfield County. So that gets more into use, recreational use, versus actually stream enhancement.
And that's what I see happening. And when I think about who should be responsible on the recreational side, open space and trails is a more natural entity to take that responsibility. Obviously, that would have to be a discussion with the Board of Commissioners in open space. But I think we need to be prepared when we go down to Basalt, that I think their vision and interests are different than what our interests are, and we need to find some way to accommodate those two discussions.
Rachel?
Yeah, thank you. I think there is a path forward that's kind of somewhere in between the two. I don't want to see it piecemeal, and on the same time, I don't want it to get so big that it's a 2.5-year process, you know, or something like that. So I can see really kind of trying to map out the bigger project area, as it were, with these stream side and the connectivity and the issues. And then create focus areas within that planning effort. And so some of those will advance more quickly than others. But as long as we know that they are on a path to a certain type of resolution and a certain type of discussions. I think that you mentioned GOCO, but for me, whatever process is laid out needs to be parallel the timeline for their grant applications, so that we are either finishing work and having a finished product in time for this grant application period or the next one, you know, whatever that is. But I want to make sure that we line up with those, and then therefore work backwards and line up the meetings and whatever subcommittees are necessary. I think it'd be important for us to maybe check the balance of that kind of limited fund we have that is Parks and Recreation exaction fee. I think we've used it up in Elk Park in the Crystal. Now we may be down to 0 in that. We may not. I don't know. But that is a fund that would be potentially accessible for this. And, you know, I agree with what you're saying, Ruthie, and yet there's still a little variation on that theme. You know, the RISIT can't stand alone by itself without having safe access to the river, parking considered, and those sort of other amenities. The RISIT was, you know, and actually if we go back before the Healthy Rivers and Stream Fund passed, I think Open Space and Trails had started working on some of the funding of that and design work. I mean, maybe I'm a little wrong, but I think there was some small effort.
There was a contribution initially. That was before the Healthy Rivers and Stream Fund tax was approved.
That's what kind of what I was thinking about. So I see it as a continuing partnership between the two parties, and so not. I'm not saying it's all on Healthy Rivers and Stream funding, but also it's not all on Open Space and Trails funding, because they traditionally don't do too much, you know, park stuff. They have up in Redstone. I think that's one of the only ones. The rest is more passive open space and things like that. So I think it's got to take everyone stepping a little bit outside their box a little to affect the project and make it something that we're all proud of and accomplishes those multiple goals. At least from my point of view, the water, the RISID, that water right going forward is paramount. But at the same time, and you know, really looking at this from 2007 till now, how much time has passed, a lot of it was about some economic development opportunities for Basalt, and we were looking throughout our larger all-county operations as to what helps create economic sustainability in our communities as well. And so I think it's going to be important that it comes out as a finished product that all of Pickens County, all of Basalt can be proud of. And maybe even those elements are not put in place in 1 year. John kind of mentioned, you know, getting it done in one swoop. Well, to me, sometimes it's putting the foundations and the right layout, and a little bit like having a house, and you say, well, I'm going to finish the basement, you know, later, but the plumbing is in there and the pieces are in there. So we may add enhancements to it over time as budgets allow. But another source that may be possible once they actually get to reauthorizing the Land and Water Conservation Fund would be to apply for a Land and Water Conservation Fund grant. Those are my thoughts.
You know, where county resources come from to be committed to the project wasn't so much of a concern, still isn't a concern for me. I mean, with open space assets can be used to build the whole thing, it doesn't really matter. Save the money in this fund for other things. So to me, it's more of the collaboration between the county and the town as the initial project.
Mm-hmm.
And as we go forward, it will invite other players like Ruthie mentioned. For sure, once we get below the confluence, Eagle has indicated, at least in the ether, without any firm commitment of an interest in participation. So, and anything that we do down lower won't involve necessarily going to water courts, simply because the flows are
Already there.
relatively stable just because of the releases from Rudite. However, I wouldn't want to wait to complete this initial phase of the
Oh,
river
yeah.
restoration, so to speak, for lack of a better term, simply because basalt is up in the air. And even though there has been some channel manipulation at the site of the old Hannaford Trailer Park, and an absence of any decisions as to what to do with the real estate involved, that it does bleed into how you utilize the river. The town might think, well, let's just do it here, whereas the river might think, we'll do it someplace else. So the river will dictate where improvements will have to go, independent of what happens ultimately on real estate improvements at the old Hannaford. That being said, the initial plan, of course, was to do the foundation work for this year, but now that we have an additional year to cycle through, there's no real reason not to have everything lined up.
I agree with that.
As far as bank side and everything else, and it allows for this expanded public participation and a greater discussion of what exactly does the community want to see this thing look like when it's all said and done. Because you can do it a lot of different ways.
Yeah, I'm in full agreement with
And-
what you're saying.
And I think that as time goes by, the discussion will inform what actions are appropriate. But I think that it's only logical to assume that as work is planned and gets closer to initiation on the most upstream aspect of what could be a pretty nice river park ultimately, that it will precipitate discussions further downstream. And like I said, the discussions at Healthy Urban Street at this point is a willingness to participate further and to make sure that the town is aware of that. But the comeback, obviously, is that the anticipation is that there will be a partnership at the improvements upstream, and that some of those will necessarily involve a town road, Two Rivers Road, and parking that would be afforded and required as part of all that. So there'll have to be some discussion as to a coordinated participation in the expense of development. As to George's comments, I was thinking back of the very same thing, that we go in on our first public meeting with the initial design option that was presented to the county when the park itself was initially laid out. Because, I mean, in all reality, the discussion between the county and the consultant as to where to put the way was done almost like that, because the river dictates where these things have to be, unless you're going to get in there and just rip the heck out of the river. And be prepared to continually do it to maintain something where the river might not want to be, or may want to move things around over time. So throwing all that out there, the previous design work, is just a good place to begin. Well, I like this, I like that, how about if we add this, how about if we build this into it, you know, and see where it goes. And I was always thinking that the initial public meeting would be more of that, eliciting as many comments as possible from the public when they see this original scoped out design, which is just a plan, a rendering, an artist's rendering of what it could look like. And then come back with subsequent meetings as to, well, this could work, or this really can't work, and then try to refine it through time. And kicking that off with the discussion with the town would certainly be fine, something we can do.
Yeah,
George, if you, go ahead and respond to that, and then Patty has her hand up too.
That's okay. My list is growing longer.
You know, I think it's good to perhaps start that meeting with a broad background in terms of potential and opportunities. but then really focus on the specific project. Because if we start to look at open space and look at that whole corridor, Basalt is in such a flux right now in terms of trying to figure out what they want to do, and it's such a divided community, although it's getting closer in terms of that additional land that could be utilized for access for the river park, that I think it will just complicate it and will just extend the conversations on for another year. So background is good, but I think we should be focusing on what has just been approved by the town of Basalt, because they have some conditions and concerns in terms of how that's going to work. But letting them know, this is just the beginning, and here's the possibilities as we work forward with all these other partners. That's what I'm suggesting.
Patty?
Yeah, I had the opportunity to sit with the chief of police in Basalt at the wildfire conference, and they was very concerned about the public safety issues, the road, the parking, the crosswalks, which are significantly laid out in the ordinance that was passed. So I think the timing is now perfect. They were afraid we'd put in the river improvements, and how long would we get to, people would be flooding their way to the river and not safe getting across the highway, etc. So I think that timing is going to be good. I am concerned about the cost, long-term, short-term, the actual improvements that are put in, long-term, the maintenance. I mean, there's going to be some significant issues there with 3 raised crosswalks and flashing lights and split rail fences that were outlined in the ordinance. So a possible opportunity for funding, Rachel brought up economic development. I don't know who to look at with this question, but Northwest Cog with the Economic Development District might be a great opportunity for us to look into to access funds directly related to the economic development for Basalt, because I think that is huge for this. So I think that's really important. I was concerned about the ordinance. It referenced May 1st with no year, so is that a good thing we've left a year out of there?
It was done that way intentionally.
I thought so. I'm going year what?
If the construction didn't begin now, then it makes
I like
sense.
that.
So that's
Okay.
why it was left open. And also, Patty, with the list of conditions, those conditions basically came from the fire district and the Salt Police Department,
Right.
trying to figure out, well, we don't want to have people drawn to some attractive nuisance and being in some sort of a situation where we can't provide any kind of essentially a rescue effort.
Right, that's why I think the timing now is much better,
Well,
with the
sure.
delay in the water infrastructure, to be able to do it at one time, because I think that alleviates a lot of the fears that I hear coming out of Basalt.
Well, and some of those are sort of cobbled together, sort of short-term profile. Well, we can do a stairs or a ramp access or something in the interim before we figure out what we want for final streamside improvements. So by doing this discussion over the next, well, not quite calendar year now, we won't have to go through those steps. And what will probably happen is just a change to those ordinance terms
Once we get further down
to reflect the final design.
Right, I think that makes great sense. I had brought this up at previous meetings and with discussions with Gary Tannenbaum about, I know we have a consultant for the in-stream improvements. Do we have, or do you think we need to have somebody to assist staff in holding these 3 public meetings? A consultant of sorts. I think unless staff's willing to take that on, I think with what we have going on in the county as a whole right now, I think it would be beneficial for us to look into that and even talk to Basalt about how to share the funding for that, to get somebody in who can help run those meetings with staff's involvement, with our involvement, and the Healthy Rivers and Stream Board involvement, but somebody who can take the lead so we don't burden staff again with another big project.
We've done that and had that conversation with the SALT staff.
I want to make sure that that is in there, because I think that's important to actually get things done and get them done smoothly.
We weren't quite sure if we needed to go ahead and do that initially, or maybe just see how it develops, but at least, we're talking along those lines.
Right, and I think that now, as this project is evolving with the 2 things running together, it might be really worth it, especially with the mayor's request to have these 3 public meetings. And I think those meetings need to be just dedicated to this issue and maybe not brought into our meeting, which is just in a couple weeks with Basalt. I don't know if we have time to get a whole public meeting together by then, but At least, I think that's a
No,
positive
not- it
direction.
wouldn't- I don't see.
Wouldn't
the-
count as one of the
the
three.
meeting
Yeah.
of- Yeah, would not count. We want to have something
Yeah.
that's advertised separately to elicit as much public participation as
Specific
possible.
to
but
that.
At least it's an opportunity to
Open the door.
and see what the elected officials think about
Yeah.
possible
I think that's a great idea. So, and it was kind of nice that the fish decided to spawn right now, and we can get this project running and more organized.
I had a couple of questions about water rights things. When Basalt does their water park down below the confluence, would it be worth their while to actually file for a water right just to help protect the flows from the frying pan, or not?
Perhaps, in my opinion,
It's a long
you
process.
don't need to worry about it so much. The impetus for filing for a water right associated with this RISD location is because that reach of the Roaring Fork, just above the confluence of the frying pan, takes a real pounding in any kind of a lower than average precipitation here. So the function of the kayak facility, the wave, will be to call water to that location and to protect and possibly enhance the stream flows at that spot. Beneath the confluence of the frying pan, flows are pretty healthy on the Roaring Fork, and it's a consequence because there's so much water in Rudai that is contracted for, and that cause releases from Rudai through the summer months into the fall. In fact, just recently really turned back. That protecting the flow isn't quite so paramount, I would say, or perhaps worth the investment of time and money to get that RISD water right, particularly considering all of the opposition that a RISD water right filing receives. Given that the water is there, it's being stored there, and it will always have to satisfy a contract demand for release, and it will flow by that point. I don't know if we really need to worry about.
Okay, and then the town can put structures in the river for their part without having a water right. They would just have to have like Army Corps permits and that sort of thing.
Exactly.
Okay. The other question is, are we running up against any time frame in terms of our reasonable diligence on our water right?
Nope, assuming that everything goes according to plan for now 2016, and even if we're delayed a couple of years for something that is completely unforeseen.
Okay. That's what I thought. We had plenty of time, but
I would just not want to go through a diligence application on the park because it will draw opposition. I would rather just be in the position of going in to perfect our existing water right, which will still draw opposition, but at least we'll be acting on the thing that was already decreed, and the path forward is
okay.
not
So
quite involved with so many problems.
once we get the RISD in, then we eventually have to go back to water court for making absolute our conditional right. Okay.
Moving along.
All right, any more questions or comments on the water park? Okay, next item is the Grizzly Reservoir situation.
I think that's probably just more of an informational update for you. And actually, we got an email yesterday that as of yesterday, the gate repair work was completed, and they've resumed back to normal operations. So I think Rachel was interested in kind of how the notification system was working.
It's great.
Yeah.
And it came about, we did it the next day. It was amazing because we talked about it at the time. Like, can we do it by tomorrow? And everybody was like, yeah, we could do it by tomorrow. So we need to make sure the rest of the board is signed up because it's actually working. And that's, I mean, it worked so fast. It's amazing. I do have a question about spawning. Remember we talked about it at the time when we were up there? We talked about, you weren't there. We talked about the release once the gate is fixed and the browns, I think, John, right? Brown trout are spawning now?
Right now.
Yeah,
At least
and the concern over sedimentation and the spawning timing. So it looks like they're gonna start releases again, and we're gonna have some sediment coming down. Yeah. I think we need to just make a call in to Scott Campbell and just make sure that they've been keeping that in mind, because the person from Division of Wildlife, Parks and Wildlife, the fish person wasn't there at that meeting. So I just want to make sure it got passed on, because that's a huge economic thing for us with our gold medal waters.
Yeah.
Rachel?
Yeah, and I'm really glad you were able to make that
It was
field
great.
trip. That's great. I was not able to, but
It
I'm
was
glad
great.
our board was there. And kind of just springboarding off of what you said, I think this notification is great, but I really think it's kind of a first step for us. And what I'd love to see us do is further discussions with Twin Lakes and talk about their broader cleaning protocol for when they clean the silt out, because you know, if the silt builds up again for 10 more years, and then they notify us, hey, we're going to let it out. I don't know that
We did discuss that, but we need to make sure we follow through.
Yeah,
on it.
I think it's more about understanding what is their maintenance protocol, and how will they deal with the silt building up over time. It can't just build up for 20 years until, you know, something happens again. They have to let it run out on our side. And when I spoke with the fellow on the phone about it, he said, well, sometimes we take the silt and can use it on the Forest Service roads, you know, up there in the campsites, but not all the time. But we have more than they can use. And I was like, well, that's still, what does that mean? You know, what does that mean? You know, especially since we know there's these higher levels of aluminum and some of these things in those silts. And so is that healthy to put on campsites and Forest Service roads or not? I don't know. And then again, how much built up, and when will it eventually need to be dredged? Or how would they do it? Is it just going to be releasing it, or is it going to be dredging it? And so I think we need to get a kind of a memorandum of understanding about the broader protocols on that reservoir. I don't know if there's other reservoirs within our area that we should look to the same sort of discussion to start happening as well. And what it also really pointed out to me is to continue to push for the Good Samaritan legislation that we've endorsed before. And when it was Tipton's office, I believe, and Bennett's office, they were both kind of trying to bring some bills in that were just focused on the San Juan Mountains. And of course, they have some really horrible things there. They're some of the most mineralized mountains in the country. But it was this event that showed us that, you know, we have acid mine drainage coming from the Ruby area heading into this reservoir, and it would be great to try to look at what could be done to maybe block that from happening or deal with that over the long term, because you just constantly have that ongoing. So those were my major thoughts. I really want to compliment our staff for being so active on it when it did happen, and again, people for taking, and this is clearly a good first step on good communications and good neighbor relations, but I think we need to kind of take it to the next step from here.
Ruthie?
Yeah, well, just that, you know, Grizzly can dredge under the native storage rights, and the dredging, they can then pull out that material that would otherwise be, obviously, what's just happened now, and that material could be tested and then, you know, accounted for in appropriate ways, and they should be held accountable to that.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's something to really discuss, how they do it and when they do it, because we've never really asked those questions before.
A lot of aluminum, and a lot of iron, but I don't know what and pH issues for the acid mine. There's pH issues in one area and totally different pH issues in another. So you kind of got that blend by the time it hits the reservoir. The pH issues kind of balancing itself out with the acid and the alkaline. So it was very interesting.
Yeah, and I had just heard a presentation on that again at the Rural Action Caucus where it was discussed. But apparently if the pH level is right, the minerals don't really dissolve.
Right.
And so they don't become toxic. But if the pH level is wrong, that's when you get the acid.
But they're getting a blend from the two different water sources. It was pretty interesting. Very interesting.
Lisa?
Yeah, I'm curious as to what exactly sort of happened sequentially after that release occurred, as far as getting meetings together or phone calls or City of Aspen or Hickman County. Can somebody just sort of recap that? I'm just curious how
It was a stunned reaction. That
Yeah,
nobody
I don't know if
knew.
Laura or Lisa would have a better
Nobody knew,
response.
was
Yeah.
made aware, and so that created a great conversation with, we're not going there again. We're gonna have a notification system, we're gonna have a plan. So we set up 2 levels of notification, one that comes to this level when it's kind of like what's happening today, and another one that it's an emergency under pick and alert. So anybody who signs, so the public would also be made aware, and so will our public information officer, Pat Bingham, so if we need to do a press release next time, so we aren't swamped with phone calls and people, looking at how the Animas River ended up in the Roaring Fork. That was a great question people were asking us. So trying to look at that, but I think with Rachel's right, we had talked about up at the site visit having some kind of short-term, long-term maintenance, so that it just, and the coordinated conversations, and there were a lot of people at the site visit, so there was a lot of input and a lot of agreement. Nobody said, no, we don't want to do that. It was all like, sorry, this had to happen for us to get to this point.
Right.
So.
And so how will that, like, say, you're sort of saying an MOU needs to occur, how do you see that?
Well, I would
moving
just,
forward?
I would see that perhaps between Picken County and those folks, but it could be with the city of Aspen and the 3-way party type of MOU. And I just am looking, what is the long term?
City
It's
was
one thing to
very-
be noticed when there's an emergency. How do we prevent the next emergencies? How do you reduce the sediment load on a regular basis so that should there be an emergency, it won't be 20 acre-feet again? That type of thing. It would have to be voluntary. It's just cooperative. There's nothing that would force either party to participate or sign. I mean, maybe it's a letter of agreement, not a MOU. But what I would like to just go beyond notification.
Could the Healthy Rivers Board help in any way, or write a letter, or?
Well, I think I would leave it to staff to start contacting those operators and say, thanks, and here we are, and, when can we have a meeting for the next step? And kind of just lay that out as a path forward.
Great, thanks for that.
And the timing's right for that.
Yeah, I mean, we requested that the state have a more expanded section or whatever within the state water plan to deal with maintenance and operations of existing reservoirs, because there's so much is about new water and new use, and then this happened right as final comments were coming in for the state water plan, and so we requested that, and also put that forward to Northwest COG and others to request, hey, there's got to be something here about our existing infrastructure and how it's maintained and what are the protocols. So who knows if we'll get that there, but that's supposed to be a living document as well that will grow over time.
Okay. We've run out of time on this, and the last 2 items I think are really important ones, and it would be really nice to have them with the whole Healthy Rivers and Streams Board present, because it's sort of the brainstorming and looking where you've been, the projects you've done, and brainstorming future things. So, and we obviously don't have time to do it justice right now, and so I suggest that be the number 1 items on our soon-to-be set up next joint meeting.
I want to add to that, Greg Postman's, when he resigned from the board, had some great comments, and I think we need to bring that into consideration and see how we can address those as part of moving forward with where this board wants to go, where we want to let you take us with you to go. So I think that's a good idea. I don't want to forget Greg's comments.
Yeah, I agree with that very much so. And I'd also asked, I think, Lisa, as the last time we were kind of getting ready for this meeting, that we do a little bit of a pro forma of potential expenditures and potential challenges that we'd have coming up, so that evaluating full or part-time dedicated staffing is something that we can see in the context of everything we'd like to be doing with this fund. And what they would be doing if they were full-time or part-time dedicated staff, just so we have a better grasp on where we'd be going in that conversation. But I agree.
Yep, good meeting.
Thank you for coming.
Thanks,
and
ladies.
I want to have that with the full board. That'd be good.
So, and actually thinking about it, Lisa, we could do a whole meeting just on those 2 things.
Yeah.
I think that's what we ought to do, is set up when we can, find a common time when you could get whole board here, and let's do it.
Do it.
Yeah.
Great,
Sounds good.
thanks.
Okay, thank you very much.
So do you want us to make a motion to go in a exec now?
Yes,
and then we'll
definitely.
grab lunch?
So we need a motion to, well, I'll call a special meeting. We need a motion to go into executive session for purposes of oil and gas, Colorado Revised Statutes 24-6-4024B.
So moved.
Actually, for the purpose of discussion of Thompson Divide updates under that particular statute.
Okay, Thompson Divide updates on,
Can we add personnel on that as well?
and would personnel be the same 4B?
Different.
I'm not sure, the discussion you're probably thinking of, George, is all part of
It is? Okay, that's
it,
fine.
to say the least.
Yeah, okay.
Is that a motion? Did you get a second?
Let's see, who made the motion?
I did.
And second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Thanks, grassroots.
Thank you.
We'll see you back.
I think it's a good opportunity for us to just come check in. We share with you some of the things we're working on, what's on our mind overall, and love to hear your feedback and anything you think we should make sure we're considering. So you're going to hear from me, going to hear from David Perry, our Chief Operating Officer. Also behind me here we have Auden Schendler, Vice President of Sustainability. You hear some comments from Auden, and David Corbin is also here, Vice President of Planning, to help answer questions that may come up. And then finally, newest member of the team, Michael Miracle, is here, our new Director of Community Engagement, and very happy to have him on board. And Auden will talk a little more about what Michael's doing. You know, first and foremost, the usual question, right? What's going on with the snow? Is it going to be a great year? I prefer to go with the most optimistic forecast generally, and that one came from AccuWeather, I think, day before yesterday, and they were calling for 200% of average in November, 200% of average in December, just average in January, and then above average spring. So sounds good to me. Let's go with that, right? You guys want to adopt a resolution and officially declare that the official forecast for Aspen, that'd be great. And then I'm just going to go through sort of a few other things that we're seeing and are on our minds, because I do think things have changed a bit, and especially in the sort of overall business landscape. Things were sort of steady for several years, I think since '08, and now we've seen some shifts. But first, a little more, so a couple of those things. One is the fact that air service is, as we're seeing nationally, even though oil prices are down, airfares are not exactly down, and it's definitely something we're paying close attention to here over the short term, and David's going to talk more about the excellent service we do enjoy now. But looking ahead, obviously you guys are aware of this and working hard on this. We are very concerned about the impending retirement of the CRJ aircraft, and very, very concerned about maintaining the commercial viability of the airfield and the airport of critical importance. So David will talk a little bit more about that. But looking out, clearly we need to reinvest in our infrastructure, in our tourism economy. Airport is one example of that. Obviously, a lot of talk about the lodging bed base and a few other things on the radar. What this leads me to talk about is the sort of state of competition has gotten stronger recently, and a big part of it is this chart. You can see the dollar was running pretty steadily 2007 up until this last year or so at this, call it, index of about 80, trading in that range, and now it's jumped up to about 100. So what we're seeing is the cost of a vacation for international visitors has gone up, and it's just made it a much more competitive environment for us. And we all know how important the international visitor is to this community, is to our business, and so it's something we're paying close attention to, having to get more aggressive on as we go abroad and try to encourage those guests to continue to visit Aspen Snowmass. Another issue that's we're paying close attention to is availability of a workforce. We all know how important guest service is, how important sort of it is for our employees to understand the community and be able to share that community and the unique attributes of this place with our guests. And you know, since '08 and the downturn, we enjoyed a fairly robust labor pool, and that has definitely tightened recently. And so
I'm
we're
doing
looking.
the best I can to help.
I was just gonna say, we need more Clapper families. Valley is working on the third generation employee, and that's important. No, it is. I mean, we need to make sure, part of this is just quality of living and making sure this is a livable place with high quality education, a place where somebody can sort of plant their roots and stick around. Obviously is about affordable housing, and I think there's opportunities, sort of the public-private partnership, and I know we've talked about some stuff over time, and hopefully we can advance some of those ideas together and continue to tackle this and make sure, again, we're a great place to live and work, but really of increasing importance once again. Climate and sustainability, critical, obviously, core to what we do and what makes this place special. And Auden's going to talk some more about this, and you're going to see this chart a couple more times. So I won't expand on it. I'll just say that those two lines are carbon in the atmosphere and temperature, and what you can see is they're tightly correlated. And the arrow at the top shows that CO2 levels are very high right now, and very likely that temperature is going to follow that jump. And those are really my points. You're going to hear from Auden next. I'm going to stick around, but if you have any questions before I hand it to him, feel free to ask. All right.
Well,
Go ahead, Steve.
you mentioned the 200% amount of snowfall that is predicted. With the temperatures higher, right now it's late October, and we're having rain at our house when other years could have been a lot of snow. What temperature do we need to get a good snowfall versus having it rain up on the ski slope?
You know, Auden's going to talk a little bit about how over the last 25 years, I believe, we've already seen a 2°C increase in average temperature. And so, you know, that creates more frost-free days. I think they've, doubled?
A month more frost-free days, basically, in 30 years.
So, you know, again, those are concerns. In terms of, you know, for it to snow, it typically in our atmosphere, it usually can be right around 30, 32, sometimes even a little higher than that because of our dry air. In terms of snowmaking, though, we really want the temperature about, you know, under about 24 degrees is really where we start to have really efficient snowmaking, right in that range, and high teens is perfect. So the snow line's creeping down. We're looking good. It's about halfway down the mountain now. I think the snow line last night was 10 and change, 10,000 and something, and so optimistic we're going to have a good opening, but yeah, those windows of cold temps are getting shorter and shorter.
So Steve, so we're gearing up to start snowmaking November 1st. Is that still correct? Is that the plan? Okay. We'll be keeping those temperatures down for you.
Yeah, we don't want to waste any cold temperatures.
We'll do an ordinance. We'll do another ordinance.
We'll get our staff working on that right away.
Okay, thank you.
We're in control.
You know, we're not spoiled around here. We want Indian summer right up until November 1st. And then we want cold and snow, you know, 2 weeks before we open. And then perfect weather for Christmas. I got a whole long list.
You got a whole list. Just let us know.
Okay. All right. Come on up,
Okay.
Thanks, Mike.
So Steve, the board chair gets a big pile of pastries and no one else gets anything?
They're all
They're out
inside.
there, help
Oh,
yourself
there.
on
All
it.
right, thank you.
We have a stash in the kitchenette for you.
Good, appreciate it. So I'm here, I'm preaching to the choir. You're all working on climate. You all have been very supportive on this issue. I'm here actually with a fundamentally optimistic viewpoint. You know, to your point, Patty, when do we start making snow? We actually are forcing snowmakers, and they're forcing themselves not to start until November 1 because we're waiting for cold temps. It's inefficient otherwise. So, you know, long-term models of Aspen say if anyone's going to be okay in a climate change world, we will be. So in the mid to short to midterm, I'm not worried about snow affecting our economy, but it's a problem we've got to solve over the long term. And what's exciting about what's happened in this community over the last 20 years, in large part due to the work of people in this room, is we've become this incredible model for others. And this was a slide I showed to the town of Snowmass last night. But each little piece is something that you would take a delegation on to tour. And this is true all over City of Aspen, Snowmass, and the Roaring Fork Valley. Elk Camp Restaurant, we're still working to certify that to lead either silver or gold. It's taken 3 years. It's been a bear of a process. But when it's done, it's going to be something you'll tour people around. The Snowmass Hydro Plant is a model for mountain community, low-impact hydro. And because of this, I told Snowmass last night, I was in my garage this weekend and I got an email from a guy at Rocky Mountain Institute in China. And he said, we're working with the delegation that's working on Olympics 2022. Would you mind hosting a group of Chinese in Aspen and showing them how to do a sustainable Olympics? Of course. So, but it's the work we've done, the work the county's done, the city, that has led to that status. So there's a role we play that I've always argued has been disproportionate in the world. This slide I don't need to recite. This is just stats on climate, and it's dismal on one hand, but frankly, I personally have never been more optimistic about the chance that we will solve climate change. And today, we wake up and see the Canadian government essentially rejects climate denial, changes their whole government. This is what will happen in the United States. You can't be a viable candidate for president and not acknowledge the problem and have a solution. So you combine what just happened in Canada with the Pope, who brought 1 billion people along, or at least made 1 billion people uncomfortable if they didn't agree with his position on climate, or God's position on climate. And then you add the fact that China's on board with Obama, the fact that the Clean Power Plan, which is American climate policy and which got China on board, has been supported not just by purple Colorado, but by Utah. Utah's governor said, even though they're suing, they also said that we're going to support this plan.
We're suing, but we agree.
So there's some remarkable progress happening. It's all going to come to a head in early December in Paris. And Obama and others are teeing that up for success. So the point here is we know how to fix the problem. We have the policy tools, we have the technology, and we can do it. So we have said at Aspen Skiing Company for years now, we've said, okay, if we were Aspen Skiing Company and we really cared about this problem, what would our biggest leverage be? It wouldn't be changing light bulbs and boilers and building green buildings. It would be thinking bigger. And so we say, what is our big lever? Well, it's these powerful and influential guests who visit. It's our employees, 3,500, 3,600 of them. And it's our position on the national and international stage. So this year we've launched a new program that it's pretty radical. You're going to see what it is in a little bit. But one of the things that has guided us is this card, which we came across in Maine Senator Angus King's office. We were talking to him about climate change, and he pulls a card out of his breast pocket that he gives to everybody. If you look it up, he's got these, and it was this graph, and he said, guys, this is the way to understand climate change. And it's so simple. This is 800,000 years of data, but the information goes back 3 million years now. And it's just CO2 and temperature. CO2 and temperature have always tracked. And now CO2 is above 400 parts per million. What does that mean? It means the Earth is going to get a lot hotter. It's already getting hotter. It's a degree hotter. Last year was the hottest on record. 2015 is going to be hotter than that. So the only question you will be asked if you present this slide to someone is, well, how come it isn't hotter already? And the answer is we're a water planet, and all the heat's going into the oceans, and our temperature sensors show that that's what's happening. So why is this graph? Why am I showing you this graph? Because it gives you the big picture. We've done some really cool projects at Aspen Skiing Company. That's our CRMS solar array, $1 million project. We changed the boilers at the Nell, and of course you know about our coal mine methane plant. That's great, but it's not enough. You got to think bigger. So we've been thinking bigger in a variety of ways, working with Protect Our Winters in particular. We ended up, and this goes under the category of weird and different but high leverage collaborations.
So we're just going to drink more beer.
Well, I'll get to that. Don't jump the gun. Protect Our Winters partnered with New Belgium and Ben & Jerry's on a salted caramel chocolate brownie brown ale beer and ice cream. This is getting your attention.
Where is it? I'm wondering.
Yeah. So it's in our office, but you'll be able to buy it soon.
I'm coming by.
But they, Ben & Jerry's also made the ice cream version, and some people criticize New Belgium for making a beer that tastes like an ice cream because it would make a kid want to drink beer, blah, blah, blah. Anyway.
As if they don't already.
I'm going to D.C. to celebrate this with Ben & Jerry's, but the notion here is that drinking a beer can be an act of citizenship. And it's a cool concept, and we want to expand that. That's the kind of way we're trying to think. This is Justice Snow's 2 weeks ago, another party celebrating the release of this beer, but it was a climate activist party, and we had a station where people wrote letters to Governor Hickenlooper saying, support the Clean Power Plan. He needs to be shored up on this, even though he's agreed to support it. But again, we talk in the community. We brought in a speaker about millennials. Look who's in the room.
I know, I'm looking at them.
These are our future customers, future managers, guests, and this is the future of the community too. So another way to reach out to our powerful guests would be to present them with information when they arrive, maybe in their hotel room, maybe on the bus. And so about 6 months ago now, we started meeting with all those different entities, CORE, the county, the city, ACES, and we got together and said, let's create this card. Cindy's here. She helped on it, and it truly was herding cats. I mean, it took a long time to come to consensus, but we developed this card. And one of the people who came up with the idea was Warren Klug. When Gina McCarthy from the EPA was in town, Warren said, you guys should have a card like this. And we created it, and you see on it, it says, call your congressperson, call Scott Tipton, because Scott Tipton is not hearing from constituents that they care about climate. We did the card, we brought it to Warren, and Warren said, whoa, that's a little aggressive. I'm not sure we can do this. And we said, hey, the time is now for action. We can't not be aggressive. And if you don't want to use it, that's fine. And Warren said, I'll use it. So this is super exciting. And what I said to Town of Snowmass last night, Cindy, was we'll make one with you guys. So this is for hotels, it's for individuals, it's for wherever you want to put it. And this is consistent with another idea, which is how do you start a conversation with the guest about climate? And again, we've never been just a ski resort. We've always been a place where you recreate and are exposed to ideas. That's the point of our art program. That's the point of the climate program. So we are putting the Protect Our Winters logo on every uniform. And this is a huge deal. It's weird. It's problematic for some people. It's going to force a conversation on climate change. And that's why we have this graph you'll see all over, because we're trying to educate our employees to be able to talk about it. Protect Our Winters, you know what they are. They're basically the social movement on climate from the snow sports industry. And to help educate guests and our employees, we're putting this graph on chairlifts. This is a draft of a sign so our captive audience will be able to read. And this is advanced climate science. And so every guest is going to be exposed to that. We have a sign at the top of Aspen Mountain that will feature this as well.
Auden, I'm glad to see Rayburn's Tree Farm doing really well there.
Yes, that too. That's the subtle subtext of this. The cards I handed out to you to help our employees understand the graph again. And we're pushing in other ways. We were part of an effort that got all the trade groups, all the major trade groups, including Ski Utah and Colorado Ski Country USA, which tend to be conservative, to send a letter to Obama saying, broker a tough deal in Paris. in addition to athletes and businesses and so forth. You know who signed this? Vail signed this, and they haven't been inclined to do this kind of thing before. So there's unity in the industry now on this. That's my climate spiel, but I wanted to conclude by saying we're involved in other parts of the community as well. These are schools down valley. This is appalling that this is the conditions that we're providing for our next generation. And so we're publicly supporting 3B in an interesting way, not just with cash, but we've had Matt Hamilton work on that campaign for the last 3 months. He's an employee in my department, but we said this is important, this is about sustainability. We'll second you to the school district to make this happen. So that we're also supporting the education initiative in Aspen, and hope that passes. Bond Together is what it's called.
That's a great campaign.
In conclusion, I want to introduce you to this gentleman here inside the Ultimate Taxi, Michael Miracle, who's sitting back here. And the vision of this position is that there are multiple issues in the community that are critically important that are full-time positions. You could spend all your time working on the airport, which is crucial to the future of the economy here. You could spend all your time working on housing. You could spend all your time working on education. You could work on transportation. So the idea is that Michael will be able to put in the time to learn about these issues, understand both sides, listen to the community, push our position out there with the caveat that we're open to conversation, and better get a handle on all these different issues. So that's the vision, and we look forward to getting him out there.
George?
I just got to react to one of your comments. When we talk about climate change and sustainability, when you said that Representative Tipton is not hearing from his constituents, I would say Representative Tipton is not listening to his constituents, and that's the challenge.
I would say I'm being polite, but I'm also, I was in his office as you have been, and I said, are you hearing from people on this? And I asked it of not Tipton, but a person in his office that I trust. And he said, no, we're not. I think it's true that representatives are not hearing as a priority issue that you ought to address climate change. They're hearing jobs, they're hearing a variety of different things. And I think it's a fair question, if you push on him, do you get anywhere?
Right, because I posed that question to him.
Yeah.
And I never got a response.
Right.
So anyway, that's just a comment.
Yeah.
It's a challenge for us.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Rachel.
well, you're talking about a committed member of the Freedom Caucus, which is part of why we don't have a budget yet this year for the U.S. But I would also agree that sometimes it takes more of a chorus before you break through the rest of the background noise. And so I appreciate that. What I was going to suggest is that as you look at this campaign going forward in future years, because they're never a one-year effort, to think a little more about the summer side of it as well, which is protect our water. And that, all the water recreation that we all enjoy depends on that snowpack just as much as the skiing activities. And so there's a real connection with the rafters and the frying pan and the anglers and everything like that. The predictions on climate change affecting the Colorado Basin system as a whole is, 18 to 20% less water. And we're already very water short. So that might be a summer companion piece or some way to work it in. I realize you can't dilute a message too much.
Well, just to that, we've added Pete McBride to the board of Protect Our Winters.
Nice.
The board is saying, hey, this isn't about winter, it's about climate.
Yeah.
So in the future, it's going to be first about the outdoor industry and not just winter sports, then about everything. And then you'll stop calling it Protect Our Winters and just call it POW in the same way that IBM is just IBM.
Yeah, yeah.
So that vision is being implemented, and you're right, it's winter is summer.
Yeah. And would you go ahead and take a minute and tell us all a little bit about your most recent appointment at the state level?
Yeah, the governor created an Office of Outdoor Tourism, and the idea was foster and expand tourism in outdoor tourism in Colorado, and also protect it. And so there's a board of about 25 outdoor industry people participating in that, and I was appointed to do that. And what I'm going to do is push on protecting this stuff, working on climate, but also recognizing that when you have 80,000 people going to Hanging Lake, that's an opportunity. We need more of these areas. When those people get outside, they're getting healthy, they're getting educated about the natural world, and they're de facto environmentalists. So it's a big opportunity, and we'll make the best of it. Sometimes it's hard in government, but
Yeah, well, I just want to congratulate you on that, and I know you'll be a great representative for those things.
thank you.
Are you putting these in the rafta buses?
You know,
those
the
upper
rafta, if we
billboards?
got anything in the rafta bus, it would be that flyer, and we haven't had that conversation yet. Our next step is, hey, will you put these in here?
Yeah, or their headliner ads. When you're sitting there riding on the bus, you know, people look through, and this would be maybe just the POW, just something to get that brand out there. So people, like you said, are seeing it everywhere they turn around. They're finally going to go, what in the heck is this?
Right.
What does this mean? And that conversation does get started.
All right,
Thanks, Autumn.
thank you.
And you're going to be selling that beer from the...
Talk to me offline about that.
I know where to find you.
Beer for dessert. It's always been okay with me. Hi, everybody. David Perry, Vice President, Chief Operating Officer. I'm here to talk about a few operational things, and then we'll turn it back over to Mike to handle the barrage of questions that you're all storing out. You know, both Mike and Auden have mentioned the airport, and a huge shout out to each of you here in this room, because your leadership on the airport is essential. You've been unified on it, and you're staying the course, even though now some of the conversations and comments are getting a little bit silly. You know, but you know, up on the map here is our commercial flight map for this coming year. It's better than ever. We have the 3 major carriers. You know, United obviously our mainstay, and with 8 destinations coming in Aspen County Airport, it's fantastic. American adding a Chicago service this year for the winter, which was great unto itself. We've been badgering American to add that for a couple of years, and then they finally agreed to do so, and that spurred United to add another Chicago flight. So we like that kind of competition. That's very positive. So a good commercial service, and of course, you know, this map is, you know all about this map, which is the the map of the plan for the EA underway for the airport master plan. And I just want to say that, you know, our company, along with Bill Tomsich and Tourism, Snowmass Tourism, as well as ACRA, are all working with the Fly Aspen Snowmass Group, working with John and with John Kinney to support your efforts on the airport in whatever way we can. So, you know, we all know this is about the future of regional jets and commercial service into this community. That is what it's all about. And, you know, making sure that the EA goes through and gets studied. And one of the things that came up in the study, of course, in which people don't necessarily understand, that less than 2% of the visitors here come on private aircraft or GA aircraft. Really, 99% come on our commercial service or drives. So, and the other thing that's really important as we go forward is understanding, you know, the EA over the next 2 years. Hopefully, we'll identify exactly which new regional jets are going to be flown by our carriers, and when they're going to come into service, so that, you know, the timing of the airfield improvements can not lag behind the availability of some of these commercial jets. So I know it's going to be, and John Kinney's been great. We've been talking to him and very aware of this situation. So I think we've got a good collaborative working group on airport, and thanks for your leadership on that. That's extremely important. Segueing over to some of the other things we're looking ahead of in the future at doing. This is a picture of what Snowmass starting in the summer of 17 might look like up on the mountain, up in the Elk Camp area. The top left is a zip line through a canopy tour. We found, fortunately, that the forest canopy on Snowmass around Elk Camp and below, some of the trees are big enough so that we can actually put platforms in the trees, which is great, unusual in Colorado, but we can do that. So we've got a great design for zip lines. We've got the challenge course in the upper right, different levels for little kids and big kids and adults, and a huge new climbing wall planned, and a German company, which is the leader in alpine coasters, also has designed a plan for us. So we're now going through the process with the Forest Service. The process, because there's a lot of applications in front of the Forest Service, White River and beyond right now, We were hoping to get going on some of this stuff next summer in 16, but it looks like it more likely to be 17. By the time we're going with all the work that the Forest Service is doing for approvals on this.
David, when I had seen the picture of the Alpine slide, I was wondering if that would be taken down in the summer, or the portions that go out into the ski runs, would that be taken down?
Actually, no.
I mean, in the wintertime, so the
It's a great
snowcats
question.
or the skiers aren't running into it or damaging it or whatever.
Yeah, that wouldn't be good. So the location of this is, if you go up to the elk camp, top of the gondola in the Meadows area, it'll be above there in the tree stand between the elk camp lift and Hanging Valley Wall. So just to give you an idea. So this is a forested area. So this coaster is going to be in a deeply forested area. So it's going to be like through the trees and, like a Star Wars, kind of thing. So it's really not anywhere close or adjacent to, an open ski trail. So that's the first thing. The other thing is that it will stay up. We're not going to dismantle it. And we could choose to operate it in the winter as well. So it might be operational in the winter if we decide that it makes sense to do so.
So it won't come down far enough so you end up in the pond. That'd be kind of a neat idea.
That'd be kind of fun. Let's hope it stays on the track.
Yeah. I'm talking planned with part of the track.
As we look ahead at mountain biking, and once again, I applaud the county's leadership on this because the Upper Roaring Fork Trails Plan, which is underway, being crafted right now, is a good collaborative effort where our team is participating in that as well. This is some of the on-mountain stuff, and so because we're a little bit slower with the other improvements on Snowmass, we want to now accelerate our building and development of our trail master plan on the mountain, our lift-serviced mountain bike trails. So we have flagged up to 10 trails, additional trails, new trails in the elk camp and area, and we want to get started as early as next summer on building those as fast as we can. So we think that building our on-mountain trails and making sure that they're complementary to the Upper Roaring Fork Trails Plan so that the different levels of riders are taken care of. You've got riders like John here, who's, if you ever ridden mountain bike with John uphill, I suggest you bring a bungee cord along so you can hook it on the back of his bike so he can haul you up because he's a monster. But, but we've got an improving Sky Mountain Park is fantastic. It's getting better utilization and, between all the other opportunities for mountain biking. So we're all in. We think that the Upper Roaring Fork Valley as a bike destination is something that we need to be aggressive in accomplishing. It's competitive out there, and we think that we've got the product, or will have the product in the next few years to compete very strongly. This map is hard to see, but the light blue lines are the existing mountain bike trails on Snowmass Mountain, lift serviced, and the red and yellow and blue trails, purple trails are the new ones that we want to do. So we're looking forward to that over the next period of time. We've had a busy construction season on the mountains as well. So there's some very recent photographs of the new High Alpine lift. So on the left there is sort of the concrete pedestal, basically that the lift terminal goes on. And then you'll see in the top right there, that's just a few days ago. So the upper terminal, very high altitude, very hard to get to, taking a excess of 50,000 pound terminal up there on a flatbed with D8 cats hauling it up a green cabin. It was quite an accomplishment.
Where does that let out in relation to the High Alpine lift now?
So it's
the Huff Puff
yeah.
Pass
So if
and
you
all that.
imagine going up the High Alpine lift, the one that we just taken out, it's to the right, and looker's right, and a little bit higher. So the reason it's a little bit higher is so that you'll have a nice grade down into upper green cabin, so you don't have to a long flat. And but it's also not so high that you don't have to climb a little bit to get into Hanging Valley Wall. So we want to keep that to be a gentle climb. And the capacity of this lift, by the way, even though it's a high-speed quad and goes faster, the capacity is similar to the old chair. So, but a great new ride and some new trails and radars. And in addition to that, you see some snowmaking pipe on the bottom right. So we've connected some of the dots in our snowmaking system. So from the east side to the west side of the mountain, to the central part of the mountain, actually, west to central, and across the trestle, and up Green Cabin, and up to the top of Alpine Springs. So that will help us in early seasons when if we don't have quite enough snow to open, we'll be able to open more terrain.
Will that use the pond, the airstrip pond, for the water supply, or what?
The Ziegler's Pond? Sorry, which?
Well, they.
Sheer Bliss.
Oh,
on
Sheer
the
Bliss.
Airstrip?
Yeah, Sheer Bliss Pond, there's a Sheer Bliss
Okay,
pond.
well, yeah, I'm using snowcat terminology.
Old terminology, yeah, that flat there, that's good.
Yeah.
Yes, it'll use that water, and then, of course, we're now can tap into Ziegler's, which is 70 million gallons.
Right.
So when we get the cold temperatures, we don't drain out Snowmass Creek, or we can exhaust that
So
pond
you
pretty
can pump
quickly.
from Ziegler's clear up to.
Right into our system.
Green Cabin.
And it goes into the whole system, yeah.
Okay.
So that's much improved our ability to turn the system on. We've invested a lot in energy efficient guns and controls, so that we can be more energy efficient and we can use the gallons of water more wisely. Next summer, Gwen's High Alpine Restaurant is set for a remodel. And basically, if you look on the right-hand two pictures is the existing conditions, and on the left are some renderings of what it will look like. If you've been up on Highlands recently and seen what we did at the Merry-Go-Round restaurant, it'll be a remodel of similar proportion to that. So basically gutting it inside. It will have some improvements outside. Some of the long sloping roofs will have some dormers and some better windows to see the spectacular views. It'll have restrooms on the same level as you enter, where the servery is. Yeah.
Sliding down the stairs.
You can still go downstairs if you really want to in your ski boots. You don't have to. So we're looking forward to that being built next summer. You know, on the competition front and the industry front, you know, one of the most successful moves that we've taken in the last few years is the Mountain Collective. So this product is selling very well, and of course this is for most people buying under $400. It gives you 2 free days at each of the resorts in the collective, and 50% off any other number of tickets. So if you go to one resort for a week, or you go to 2 of these resorts for 2 or 3 days each, this is the best pass you could buy in the industry. And it's iconic resorts, all independently operated, that have joined up with us. And we're pleased to see for this year, in addition to the great resorts already represented, Sun Valley's joined us, Taos, New Mexico, and Stowe, Vermont. Really the best resorts in their respective regions. And then we've got international affiliates that have offers from Thredbo in Australia, Valley Nevado in Chile, Chamonix, France has joined, and the Hakuba Valley, which is a consortium of 10 resorts in Japan, have all joined. So this is going over very, very well, and it's a great pass for destination skiers and riders. Really the best deal out there for the top resorts. Brought some marketing materials along that Christian Knapp, our Vice President of Marketing, and his team have put together. Brand new website that our technology department and the marketing department collaborated on. So if you haven't been on, then aspensnowmass.com since mid-September. We've launched the new site. It's a lot easier to maneuver around, visually really beautiful, and some great video stories as well. And the sort of the design of this is carried through into our second year of our Mind, Body, Spirit program for the marketing. So these are examples of some of our print ads that are going out in some of the publications. Really delving deeper into the story and what makes Aspen Snowmass so great, which is, as Auden mentioned, it's more than just recreating. It's also you know, the balance and the complete life of mind, body, and spirit. So it sets us apart, and it's resonating very well. And we're carrying this through to our video series as well. Last year, our video series had more than 750,000 views on the short videos we put out. And so we've done a new series for this year. We've launched a trailer, and they're on the website. These new episodes are on the website now, but I thought I'd share episode 4. This is one of the 4 episodes and the trailer that are on the website. You can go and see them anytime. And so we just do a quick play here. If I can get my,
We can't turn off the lights because it's election season, and so
We're all on camera.
We're all on camera.
No problem.
Make sure there's no
I do not
tampering
mean
with
to
the
do
room.
that. Sorry, trying to play it here.
I'm super fortunate. I grew up skiing in these mountains, and I.
Sorry here, I'm not sure what's going on.
Is that good music?
Been skiing.
Sound's working.
I'm not getting a picture.
I apologize. The UV, I brought it in here and tested it, but it's not working, so.
We'll have to go online and,
This one's featuring Auden Chandler and Pete McBride, so.
oh.
You'll like this one, so.
So will these be on television ads or what, where?
They're released online, Steve, so, you know, we put them out on our website, we release through social media and through our advertising to go to AspenSnowmats.com, and then you can find the videos there.
Okay.
So that's the best way to go. So I apologize for not having the preview ready for you. Looking ahead at some business forecast, you know, this is an occupancy chart, which a lot of you have seen before. This is a snapshot of the upcoming winter. You really want to look at that lower line and see the pink line that goes up and down above and below it. So the dark lines, each line represents a day of the winter season. The booking pace for occupancy year over year, so versus September 30th last year. If you see the dark line above the line, of course, that's positive to last year. If you see something dipping below the line, that's behind last year. And you'll see from this chart at the moment we're a little behind last year in booking pace. It's industry-wide. It's not just here. Our booking pace is actually similar to what it was 2 years ago. So we're seeing the winter resorts book up a little more slowly this year than last. A couple of the reasons Mike mentioned, the currency headwinds, you know, with a couple of our key markets, Australia and Brazil, you know, their currencies have dropped dramatically against the U.S. dollar in the last year and a bit. So we're seeing a bit of that, and also some large groups that have not booked. But when the snow prediction that Mike introduced earlier comes true, this will all fill in. I think no problem. So that's the end of my remarks. I'll turn it back to Mike, or any of you for any comments or questions.
Rachel.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, three. I'll try and be brief. I just got back from Boise, Idaho, with the Western Interstate Region of National Association of Counties, and they were talking about their rejuvenated Tamarack, I think is the name, resort in McCaw area, and how they had achieved the bronze certification for their mountain bike activities and their center, and how many international and nationwide guests it was bringing in. So I really applaud your efforts moving that forward. I've sat in a few of the presentations, and we have the infrastructure here, you know, and I'd love to see Buttermilk potentially becoming a rental center and, you know, a tourism center for those activities that can branch off to any of the resorts or roads. The second is back kind of to the airport, and I don't know how we really approach this because we're so small, but you know, similar to what difference you've had on climate, perhaps you really can get Colorado ski country involved in things, but the air traffic controller shortage is going to be as severe as the pilot shortage, and the air traffic have not been able to recruit their minimum class goals for the past 5 years. So they're re-examining whether it's the 6-day on, 1-day off schedule that's burning people out so quickly, the low wages, but they're predicting that the delays will be just horrendous within a few more years based on the sheer lack of people to do the air traffic controlling work. The pilot shortages have also been an issue. But the last thing is just working with United and their new subcontracts with Republic Airlines, is it? We've been hearing about real issues there. And I was going to bring this up later in our presentation today on the airport, but I think we need to send some joint letters to United to say this is just not the type of quality or service expectations our guests have. And if you are in Denver and DIA and boarding a plane and it has to circle around to Pueblo to come up and around the mountains instead of over them, or out to Steamboat, I mean, it's a little embarrassing. You talk with fellow county commissioners in Route County, and they're like, yeah, we had to take one of your planes the other day. They had an engine fire. It's the new Republic airline. And then we had the one that came back from depressurizing here. And I'm just not sure that they have made a good code-share decision there. And I don't want it to be something that we're so behind the curve. We're trying to talk to them in January about disappointing service in December. And so those are the issues I bring up. And we'd love to send it a letter. I would love Picken County to send a letter separately or jointly or whatever, but I think, and it wasn't that long ago that we had a nice sit down with United about some of the service issues, and so let's move that forward together if we can.
Great comments, Rachel, thank you. Agree completely on that, and on the Republic Airlines issue, feedback on their performance has been sent to them, so we've been working with John Kinney as well as with Bill Tomsich And we've been sending the feedback directly to the operators, both
Okay.
United Regional
Yeah.
Management, Lance in Denver, as well as right to Republic. So they are hearing from us, but the louder the voice, kind of the chorus you talked about earlier,
Yeah.
I think it can make a difference. You know, and it's not the only issue. You know, we don't need, with the air traffic shortage maybe coming up, you know, we don't need another reason for the airlines to be able to, you know, blame the delayed flights and the problems in their operations.
Yeah.
So, you know, really, I think, frankly, the performance in and out of this airport and some of the connecting airports to this airport have not been acceptable by, you know, some of the service levels. So I think we need to stay on top of them and be the squeaky wheel.
Yeah.
And we're happy to work with you on that and be collaborative, no question.
Thank you.
And to finish on the Ride Center, the IMBA Ride Center, the Tamarack, we're also an IMBA bronze level Ride Center. And hopefully we'll be silver level soon.
Very good.
Yeah. Thanks.
Patty?
I just wanted to mention something that didn't come up, and the amenities you have at the top of Aspen Mountain. We have so many visitors and guests that see the gondola right up there, the family amenities up there, the kids' things. It's fun, it's busy, and a lot of people do take advantage and go up there, and then they're awed when they get off and see the mountains and the vista. But also, just on another note, is the wedding venue. It's used, as you know, a lot, but that brings a lot of people into town who spend longer than just wedding day here in the community. They go to restaurants, they go shopping, they stay in our hotels. They really take advantage of being in this destination for weddings. And I think that's kind of, you know, a very subtle, huge amenity, though, for the community. And I appreciate the work you've done up there this last year. It's beautiful, and people really do appreciate it. I mean, you know, you come to Aspen to ride the gondola and have a wedding, and people are like, you did what? And it's
Pretty awesome.
It is very awesome. It's beautiful, and it's very much appreciated.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, it's, yeah, just segueing and wrapping up, we've got a long list of topics we could spend another hour. Summer is definitely an important focus of ours, and David talked about a good chunk of what we're doing at Snowmass, but Aspen is evidence of what we did last year. We're also investing in and trying to, it's interesting, it sort of organically grew up over the years, and David Corbin actually led a sort of a master planning process where we said, you know, we need to really sort of coordinate and formalize that whole experience up there. So you saw the spirit nests we put in.
That's very cool.
Yeah, and just better, you know, the planting and the pathways and the wildflowers, and really it's a huge landscape project, you know.
And it came in on time, or maybe even before it was supposed to.
Almost on budget.
I don't know about that, I just know they got it done.
Yeah. Well, it's a short season, right? You're trying
the mud
to,
and the snow
you know,
and the...
do your work up there, and especially
Yeah.
this year, the late spring. So, but we've got multiple phases of that, so you'll see that continue to improve over
Right.
time. And then longer term, we are looking at sort of overall the four mountains and how those work in the summer, and what the longer term vision is. So you'll see more thoughts there. And we brainstorm with John Peacock a bit too, and try to keep him updated on some of our aspirations. The other thing you didn't hear so much about was sort of millennials and youth, which you talked a lot about at ACRA. Important focus of ours. Again, we work a fair amount with John and the team on that, but we've got this changing demographic, right? This new generation of visitor, and the good news is the Aspen idea is right in their wheelhouse, right? They're looking for, you know, the complete experience and sort of the more meaningful vacation experience. But we, again, have our work to do. We've got to make sure we can connect them to the to the web. That's price of entry, right? We all know that we need to improve that, and I hope that this issue passes, right, on the ballot, and that we're able to move forward again with some partnerships to offer more and better service throughout the valley. But it also ties to, again, sort of social gathering places in the community, events and vitality, and contemporary lodging, you know, lodging that sort of speaks to their lifestyle. And so that's obviously, those are some issues we're talking about. But, and finally, in closing, you know, buttermilk, we were talking a lot about buttermilk the last couple of years. We didn't talk about it today, and we could have, again, spent a lot of time on that. Buttermilk is really transformed. That's part of our youth strategy, is you want a great place for kids and families to come and enjoy and engage in the community in the mountains. And Hideout has been a real success. Thanks to you guys for supporting that, helping to make that happen. And then finally, the parking lot, that's some of the most beautiful
really
things
nice.
ever. I think the longboard skateboarders love you. Speaking for them, applaud you and thank you for doing that. And And then finally, sorry, Rachel usually asks about Base Village. We're hopeful Base Village is moving forward, and that by this time next year you will see cranes and structure going up, and a Limelight Hotel well on its way to be opened in, what was that, fall of 17? And other things going on there, and Base Village finally getting completed.
George?
Just another locals consideration. You offer a great array of local ski passes, from the Classic Pass to the Flex Pass to the full season pass. But I'd like you to consider the 2-day-a-week pass. I see is somewhat of a red herring as a means to upgrade from a 1-day to the full season, because the differential is really not there, and if you can't really take advantage of the 2-day, you're kind of stuck. And I'd like you to consider perhaps replacing that 2-day-a-week with like a 20-day punch, which is a much more flexible and allows someone to really utilize more days on the mountain. So something for you to think about for next season.
Thank you. Think about that.
Real quick,
Patty?
as far as buttermilk, I'm just really happy that you won't be coming back again for that temporary use. Was it that one year that was, what, 10,
Yeah, you missed all
12?
that.
I know, I missed it, and I so look forward to having you guys come back on that one. It's a beautiful facility. It works well. It's great.
And same, we've got more to do there, and we'll do that
Yeah.
over time.
Great.
John?
See, I know we're running out of time, but I just want to acknowledge from the staff's perspective, we have a lot of strategic initiatives that the board has given us direction on and prioritized for us, and it's really everywhere I turn on them, we find that we're collaborating with SKICO, and you've been just a fantastic partner, whether it be in the Valley Health Alliance, trying to figure out better ways in healthcare, trying to figure out broadband. Some are more successful than others. Housing, the efforts that we've been partnering on, the message on environment and climate change, infrastructure like the parking lot and the airport, just big questions. And you guys have been a very reliable and good partner, and just wanted to publicly thank you for that. And all
Thank
that.
you.
Very welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, John, and you stole the words right out of my
Sorry.
mouth. That's my sentiments exactly. We're having great partnership in a lot of things, and that's, it feels really good. And thanks for participating on the other side for those.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if I could take just a minute more to put something else on your kind of larger radar. Last year, we were able to get the National Association of Counties to adopt a position to support the reauthorization of the FLRAA Act, and that's the Federal Lands Recreational Enhancement Act. That is up for authorization in 2016, and that is what allows them to keep 80% of the revenues from, say, a spot like the Maroon Bells. And it's just going to be so important to the Forest Service budgets going forward. We also, in that, ask that they be allowed to keep some little bit more of the existing ski permit area lease revenues, so they can use that for the work that they're doing with permitting the summer activities. So they're seeing such an uptick in summer activities that need permitting, and they haven't had any more resources. As much as anything, they've had them cut back. So that would be something to keep on. I know you guys have good contacts and work with the delegation a lot, and certainly we are very supportive of the reauthorization of the Land and Water Conservation Fund, which failed to make this last budget cut, and we're all hopeful that it'll come forward. But that fund had been responsible for over $220 million worth of spending in Colorado, and it's certainly something we'd like to look forward to. So love your partnership on seeing those two items pass.
Sorry, what's that organization again? You're
Well, I'm with NACO, the National Association of Counties. I'm on their Public Land Steering Committee, and those were where we already have resolutions supporting those two items, but anything else to push our delegation helps.
Thanks, that's helpful.
Thanks, guys.
Email me the first one, FLRAA.
Okay.
The second one is on my radar. I'll be in DC tomorrow working on that, so I can bring that up.
Great, thank you.
Great.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Appreciate
thanks
it.
guys for taking the time to come see us.
Oh, yeah.
Can you just go to the restroom real quick?
Hi, Cindy. Oh, I have something for you.
Oh, you did? I thought I knew what the agenda was, but now I'm kind of like confused.
You're back.
Reviews we're going to conduct, and they're both for the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board. And first is George Johnson. Yep, right there, George. And we interviewed George recently when there was one of the seats was up, and now at this point, Greg Poshman resigned from the board, so there is a vacancy, and that's the position that George has applied for at this time. So, George, thank you for reapplying. I know you were a little bit discouraged when, because you have so many qualifications, and yet we overlooked you the last go-around, but I appreciate you applying again. So, what can you bring to the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board?
Well, I've got a bit of experience in water quality and water quantity issues. Here's my resume. Here's something I did when I worked for the Geneva Lake Environmental Agency, which is a premier lake management agency in the world, basically. I was a resource manager. I was responsible for monitoring biological, physical, and chemical properties of lakes and streams, quantity aspects of streams. Also in that job, I did lots of legislation, lots of assessment, lots of natural area management stuff, restoration projects, education, just about everything. Clean the bathrooms.
Always an important part of it.
Yeah. This is what I did recently for our subdivision. We got a grant. We have very shallow wells underlain by shale. So shale's this impervious stuff, and any contamination that is not filtered through the unsaturated soil to our high groundwater situation, where the only thing that happens there is mitigation or dilution. No mitigation occurs. So we were concerned about our groundwater. So I did this under a grant. The other thing that I do of not as much importance is I manage a ditch. So I have become very cognizant of water law, which is really quite intense and quite amazing. And it's kind of interesting to move from east of the Mississippi, where water is a natural resource like air, owned by the people, managed for the biota. You move west and water is a commodity. And it's quite an interesting change in thinking. So I've lived here for 15 years. I'm a volunteer hospice, and I volunteer for the Roaring Fork Conservancy. I was in the initial group of volunteers, and still volunteer for the last 13 years. And in the beginning, I was also a technical advisor for them.
George?
Thanks for reapplying, George.
Yes.
I don't believe we really overlooked you. I just think it was a question of the timing in terms of sort of board representation. But thanks for reapplying. We had a great joint meeting this morning with Healthy Rivers and Stream Board. And one of the things we didn't get to was looking at their past accomplishments since that board has been, was first conceived back in 2009. And there was a list from grant awards to projects completed to involvement in litigation. So very successful the last 5-6 years.
Yes.
I'm just kind of curious, where do you think the next few years should be the focus for the Healthy Rivers and Streams?
Well, your goal is quantity and quality. Some projects pop up inadvertently, some projects we know are on the books. Inadvertent things that you have to deal with are like the spill from the broken reservoir. We also have an upcoming interesting idea to do some, maybe some property purchase and some wetland remediation on Coal Creek. So I see those as kind of opportunistic things that I think are really good. But your long-term goals could be broadened and expanded besides what comes in front of you. I was kind of thinking today, I've been thinking about this. I see a lot of things in the rural community where people flood irrigate, and that's not exactly the best practice for water quality and water quantity. They would gladly put in irrigation systems, side road sprinklers, etc. But they don't have the money to do that. The SCS, it's now called the Natural
NRCS.
Resource Conservation Service, I believe. You know, they offer money. Maybe we could think about adding a stipend to that money, encouraging the landowners. You know, growing hay is not a very lucrative deal. These ranchers are poor but growing rich ultimately when they sell their land. I think there could be a lot done for education. I think that's where I could help too. A lot.
Oh, thank you.
Good idea.
So, George, you spend time at the airport working with at the booth there. I don't know, how flexible is your time there in relation to being able to come to meetings here?
I call my own shots and when I work. So all I have to do is sign myself out for days that I don't work. I only work 2 or 3 shifts a week anyways. So Dorothy Palmer, my boss, is very good at saying, I can't work this day. She doesn't put me on the shift, so my time is very flexible.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And George and I live along the same road, and the last time I saw George, he was out supervising the little track hoe doing the work on the Borum and White Ditch alongside the county road. He is very involved in the operation of the Borum White Ditch, which serves the little Elk Creek village. So.
Yeah, it's really kind of a fun job. You're your own boss. So. Water runs downhill, you just have to make it run down the right hill.
Good point.
There you go.
Okay, well, George, thanks once again for applying, and we probably within next week at one of our meetings, then we'll decide on your appointment and Ruthie's reappointment.
Well,
we don't decide right now because we we sleep on it a little, and then so we'll let you know.
Well, thank you. I've been involved in lots of committees and commissions, and so I understand and know the process.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Don't forget your binder right there.
Your book's there.
Oh, right on the table.
On the table.
Here you go, I put them there for you.
Thank you. We did have that information in our packet. It was really interesting, but I'm glad you brought the other one so we could see that too.
This was part of my master's degree. So it was an interesting deal.
Thank you.
Thank you, you guys.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much.
Okay, and next we have Ruthie, I was going to say Ruthie Hamilton, Ruthie Brown.
We haven't seen you in so long.
Enough, you guys.
So nice to see you again.
So,
Thank you for having me.
Ruthie, now my question is, what would you put some ideas down on your reapplication, but what are the important things that you would see for the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board moving forward? What kind of projects would you most like to see?
Well, I think you can sort of do that in two tiers. I think that right now we have a lot of projects on the board, so we need to finish those. Something like the park, the water park, and also the coal basin, getting an inventory of all the clean open space and healthy rivers, making sure that those overlap and see that we're attending to the presently owned water rights. North Star, I think North Star needs to be addressed as soon as possible. And continued litigation, which is never ending, making sure that our water rights are protected. Long term, the things I'd like to see us move in the direction of, I really would. I have, there's just so many projects and there's so many things to do that it's hard to really decipher which ones would be most priority. But because Grizzly is up in the forefront, and I'm going to throw this idea out as a really very aggressive idea of that why couldn't Grizzly be increased storage of the reservoir storage and that water used to potentially augment the flows of the Roaring Fork during low periods of flows. And yes, it's an aggressive idea, and yes, but it can be done. And the Roaring Fork is a stressed river. This section through town is very stressed, and we're looking for every possible means of helping implement that flows.
Especially if we got them to do regular maintenance and dredge, so they create more storage capacity. Kind of killed two birds with one big stone.
Exactly.
Good idea. Lisa's putting that down, I can see her right. That's a good idea.
I know that was talked about a little bit in our Basin Roundtable meetings, as when we were looking at different projects, but especially in light of the mess that just happened up there with the mud being released into the Roaring Fork, that really puts it like forefront in our minds, the operation of that. And I really like that. I really like that idea as a way to put some more water over here in the river during the late summer.
Yeah. I mean, making lemonade out of lemons. I mean, we're, exercising your native storage rights is really important. And right now, I'm involved in a project where we're moving water out of one reservoir, moving it five drainages away upstream, storing it there. We're taking that water out of that reservoir. We're moving it into a reservoir that's down near the New Mexico border, and then that water is being released as of actually next week, or actually 2 weeks, 10 days from now, into the Conejos River, and as stream enhancement, strictly stream enhancement, non-consumptive stream enhancement. The first time it's been done in the West, and actually probably in the country. It's a joint project between CPW, Fish and Wildlife, the Water Conservation District, i.e. the San Luis Valley Irrigation District, Trout Unlimited, and as well as the water commissioners and state engineers, everybody in the San Luis Valley. So it's this huge project that is being put on the books as a model. And I see that as a potential in areas like here. And storage is such a critical issue. And storage will continue to be critical. As climate change hits us, which is our #1 concern, storage is going to become even more key for what we potentially need to be thinking about for not this generation, but future generations and our water needs. So storage will be of a key element. And we have certainly a lot of storage facilities in the Waterford Valley that could be used more, as more proactively to augment stream flows.
Rachel?
Well, Ruthie, I'd just really like to thank you for your participation and your contribution. You've been a stalwart of this program, a supporter from the very beginning, and in so many ways in your other life that you have great information to bring forward and work on these issues. So really appreciate that. And happy to be reappointing you, although we haven't had our full discussion yet, just so you know.
I don't know why we're leaning here.
Yeah, I'm leaning that way. But the other thing is I'd really like to thank you for your support of the Great Divide movie film, which I finally had a chance to see this past weekend in the Mesa Water Center. They were doing a premiere and a panel discussion afterwards and reception. And I know from talking to a couple of the producers, they had wanted to show it in Aspen, but the Wheeler Opera House was being renovated at the time period, and they couldn't get it there. But I think it'd be a great little, potentially smaller project for the Healthy Rivers and Stream Board to see what we could do to get a showing at the Wheeler, and to try to do that sometime this winter when there's availability, and do a little promoting of it on our own behalf, and try and get more of the public there aware and educated on these issues. So we put into the tool, that's exactly what the tool is for, and I understand, I think from Lisa, that we get some of the DVDs from having been a sponsor and can work with education in the schools and showing in the schools, but let's bring in the greater public as well. That'd be great.
Absolutely.
Sure.
Yes, it's a great educational film.
Back off that, we should try to get that DVD over to Grassroots and let Grassroots show that.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the rights are in terms of how we can use it or not use it.
Right now, they're launching the whole campaign, so it'll be a while before it actually goes public. But along those lines, we at Healthy Rivers and Streams have been trying to sort of find means that don't cost a lot of money that we can make the Healthy Rivers and Streams more the public education, more about what we're about. And that would be a perfect opportunity to bring that to the Wheeler, use it as a come meet the Healthy Rivers and Streams. This is your fund. This is about your water. So it work out really well in a campaign like that.
Well, and generally the nonprofit rates to use the Wheeler are very affordable. Right. Especially for a one-time event, something like that there, and could probably pull together a lot of the other Valley water leaders, potentially Gail Schwartz or Pete McBride or others that have really been working so much on this. So that'd be great.
Thank you.
Get the city just to donate it to us would be nice.
No, every nonprofit wants to have it donated. That's why I say it's a very minimal fee to have the venue.
Great.
Right.
Any questions for us or comments you'd like to offer?
Rachel, just thank you for your endless work that you've done around water issues. The state of Colorado has really benefited from your incredible knowledge and your hard work. So I just want to thank you and all of you.
Turning up like a bad penny.
They welcome you with open arms, Rachel.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ruthie.
So thanks, Ruthie. And next we have a recycling contract supplemental budget request. So Connie and Kathy will be staff members on that.
Good job, Steve. We're right back on time.
Well, I knew we would catch up with.
Okay, Kathy Hall, the Solid Waste Manager. So we're bringing to you today a budget supplemental to cover the cost for our recycling contract with Waste Management through the end of 2015. So we're looking for $90,000 additional to make sure we have enough money to cover the remaining year. And kind of what we've seen and why there's been such an increase. Single stream, we've seen about a 30 to 35% increase in recycling, which is a great thing. It's easier to do, and we can collect more materials than we could before. So it's been a success. However, along with that success comes additional trips, pickups, hauls down to Denver. So in 2015, we budgeted $200,000 for 3 centers. That would be the Rio Grande and Aspen, the solid waste center out at the landfill, and twice monthly pickup in Redstone. So the original budget, we estimated Rio Grande would be about $80,000 to service for the year. However, looking at the costs, it's going to be about $190,000. So far exceeded what our original estimates were. So therefore, the $90,000 is really to cover that additional Rio Grande recycling.
So Kathy, if we had 100% recycling rate instead of a, you know, whatever level we're at now, some lesser percentage, then the budget would be, we'd be completely successful in diverting the recycling, but our costs would go up because it'd be more trips to haul all the stuff to waste management and at Willits and then over to Denver. So
Exactly. So I think we're looking at, within the city of Aspen, about a 20% recycling rate. So if we got to 100%, it'd quadruple. And recycling doesn't pay for itself. That is a highly supplemented program. So it's coming out of the funds collected at the landfill.
George?
I mentioned this morning, Kathy, for open discussion. I get a call about this time every year when leaves start to drop, and citizens are raking up their leaves and they want to bring it to the recycle center. And each year I get a complaint that at the Rio Grande Recycling Center, the bins are always full, or seem to be full. And so it seems like we need to come up with a solution, additional bins for the fall season, additional pickup. This was over a weekend, so there was no one to contact. How would you address this?
Well, yeah, that's a City of Aspen program. They contact us both in the spring and the fall. We have one leaf collection bin, has the grates on the top. So we make arrangements for them each season to drop it for about 6 weeks. We try and empty it on a Friday, pick it up first thing on a Monday. It's just a staffing issue. But City of Aspen pays for that. We could look into an additional bin down there. It's just a space issue. Just Saturday pickups would be tough because people are using it a lot, and to pull the bin out for a couple hours and put it back, you come back and there's big piles of leaves on the ground. So yeah, we can work with the City of Aspen to try and find space for a second bin.
Yeah, because for the most part, I'm going to assume that these are city residents who are utilizing the Rio Grande to dispose of their leaves. So the city's supporting that program, which is great. We probably just need a way to up that.
And I'll work with Liz O'Connell to see what we can do to solve that issue.
Thanks.
Rachel?
Yeah, a little bit along the lines of your comment, Steve, and I appreciate that you point out that we're still saving money over the old program by contracting for single stream, but it said that we used to do $350,000 to $400,000 a year, so that means we're now down to maybe saving $60 to $110 at the most. And as this recycling potentially increases, that savings is going to disappear entirely, or will be used to support that program. That has a couple of things to me. One is that it becomes ever more important that we really talk to the city about beginning to cost share with this, because it's just not something that is sustaining itself. Recycling isn't free, and so we're making these efforts to get more and more recycled, and then it's awkward to see this budget change. And I also would kind of have to ask, is the public as accepting or feel that the value proposition is there for them? Have we gotten to the point that these are emptied frequently enough that you're not coming down and there's the overflowing bins, or they're awkward to use in the winter when it's icy in that lot? And once we're back to kind of a break even with what we used to do, how do we quantify the value of the diversion? That would be something to try to start putting. We all say, oh, it's extending the life, it's extending the life. But we should try to have more of a quantification of what that value of extending the life is. Are we really seeing that much less waste buried and things like that? I think when the costs get this big, in future years, we're going to need to be able to see how we can monetize the principle or the value of extending the life. What are we getting for the $400,000 each year? And then I think it'd be valuable to start, every now and then, even periodically having a update on what are the resource values in terms of what is the market for the recyclables. Is it trending up for recycled cardboard? Is it trending down? Is it trending up for aluminum? Is it trending down? Those sort of things, so we can get a little bit of a price sensitivity. And there becomes a point for me, at least, that I'm interested in when do we start pushing the reduce side more. When you look at all the plastic bottles for water bottles that still exist or whatever that are out there, when do we get to the reducing the waste side with the public? And I know there's the zero waste effort and things like that, but I'd like to see what we can do to start moving those forward a little more quickly. This is something I'll support going forward. I mean, it's obvious we need to support this, but it makes me want to relook at almost all the other numbers and all the other projections that we've made. Because if we were doing this and didn't anticipate that 30% increase in recycling and these new costs, okay, well, where else have we not anticipated new cost from the effectiveness of the programs, the outreach of the programs, or the continuation? Like we've seen a great presentation on the recycled paint. Well, we're going to get a new supplemental that says, well, actually, the recycled paint program is going so well that you need to spend another $25,000 on it, or other programs within there. So it just made me question a little, okay, if we underestimated where this program would grow to with real costs, have we underestimated where other programs are going to go to with their real costs?
Penny?
Since I know we have the city also in the room with us, the city's the trash cans downtown in the mall have now been changed so it's single stream for recycling, which I think is great. But the visiting public doesn't understand what that means. So I have a feeling we're going to get a lot of stuff thrown into the trash rather than to recycling, because a lot of people will still think it's just bottles and cans. So, and the cities, the lines are very clean. It just says recycle. It's a green thing. It'd be nice if we could do one of those little things that shows you what single stream recycling means. The city could put one of those at the top so people would know their newspaper can go in there, not just their aluminum cans. I think that is going to be something. It's going to be a learning curve. Do you have an idea on that?
Yeah. I'm Liz O'Connell with the City of Aspen. Thanks for the question. The single stream has been a benefit in that regard to our downtown core. So we, as Patty's describing, we've switched over, and I'm working with the Parks Department right now to find a way to label those in a way that they feel good about, that also communicates to the public. But one of the reasons that we got led to that decision is those newspaper cans were getting contaminated with trash. We often had nothing but trash in
and
them.
I watched people dump stuff.
A zero newspaper thing, and so those were very distinctly labeled. They had pictograms on the top, said newspaper, and that wasn't enough. Not to say that we don't need to improve the signage, but what we found is those newspaper-only bins were not serving the needs. So
it should have been put in the single stream there, but it would just be great if you had like the labeling that you give to my neighborhood and it's on all our trash cans.
Yes,
so
and we are working on
that would be
finding
great.
something
Thank
that the
you,
Parks
Liz.
Department feels good about.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Yeah, that brings up in my mind the statement from the waste management guy who said that 10% of the stuff that they end up at their facility in Denver ends up in the landfill because they have 10% contamination rate of the stuff that they actually haul over there. And I think they try to sort out a whole lot down in Willits here just to reduce that contamination, but that's a never-ending problem because people just don't know. And even, I work on the green team at the Carbondale Mountain Fair every year. And every year we have these people who've done it for years and years, and we're like looking at some of the things and a meeting of minds trying to decide, is this compostable or is this have to go to the landfill, even though we have experience in it. So the average citizen is gonna be more clueless in that department, trying to decide which bin to throw that into. So there's gonna be contamination, no matter how good our efforts are. We just wanna try to minimize it. Yeah. Okay, well, looking at the supplemental request, you know, I'm willing to move forward and put more money into it because it means we're being successful. And at some point in time, we might have to revisit it if we end up being so successful that then we're losing money and we have to subsidize from other things. So we can look at that when we get there.
Yeah, this is an enterprise fund, so, you know, it's only monies within that fund. It is not a property tax supported activity, and we need to keep that in mind.
George.
Do we have an update on the status of Willits? I know that staff was down there a month or two ago doing a survey based on Waste Management's pro forma, thinking that they may have to raise rates or change hours, or what? Do we have any updated information?
We completed the survey. We surveyed 235 people about, and so we got a lot of good information about where it was coming from, breakdown by, you know, Basalt, Carbondale, Aspen, as well as county breakouts. So we have a lot of good information. Right now, we're trying to schedule a meeting with the town of Basalt to discuss that and move forward with how they want to proceed funding it, if they want to continue to fund it. So hopefully, we're hoping to have that meeting tomorrow afternoon. So then we'll be back with an update.
So my Waste Management is asking for, or?
Waste Management is asking for $3,800 a month to keep that center operating, and Basalt has covered that cost for the past 2 months. So they need to make a decision.
Is that up from what? The 38 is up from what?
Zero. Waste Management is fully covering that cost.
Oh, they were fully covered.
It was fully covered. Waste Management had, I believe, made a decision just based on their business model, that facility, you know, was costing too much. And so at that time, our staff, Basalt, you know, talked to Waste Management about what it would take to keep the facility open. That's where the $3,800 a month number came from. In the immediate, Basalt has been covering that cost with the idea, though, that we would be in a discussion with Waste Management and the county. Of course, we don't have a set model between our municipalities in terms of how we're supporting. And so, you know, if you look at Snowmass, we are subsidizing to some degree that operation, but Snowmass is covering a greater proportion of their costs than Aspen is at Rio Grande. And so that's what the meeting is tomorrow, to see, at least start talking about, is there an equitable model, and that may come back as a request via Basalt to this board.
So it seems like.
So another 40,000 is going to potentially add right on top of this
Now, though,
request.
when you look at that, though, I want to just respond to that a little bit, because it's sounding, I think, fairly critical. And you know, on one hand, we're dealing with 30% more materials. And when we did do the estimates, we actually did talk to the board about what happens in other communities is you tend to see this type of increase. Now, we also said that we're going to be conservative here because we think we have such a high diversion rate that we're not likely to see that 30% bump. So we did have that discussion at the time. We made the decision, apparently we are more like other communities in that regard than we thought. We thought our diversion rate was so high that it wouldn't have been responsible to estimate at that 30%. We were wrong on that front. And these costs are really about us being more successful in diverting more materials than we were before, and it's consistent with our values. So I really do think these are good costs, and you've got to look at the cost as a proportion of what you're diverting. If we had gone up 30% under the old model, our costs would have gone up also. but that old model wasn't producing the type of behaviors that was creating that diversion. So, yeah, it's going to be a discussion that if we want to have these facilities, these available throughout and it's a business model thing. We could just have them available at the landfill. Do we want them available for these communities? I suspect if we were to be able to negotiate different hours and open that facility in Basalt, unfortunately, we'll probably see even more recycled goods. So I just want to be clear that, you know, I don't, we did miss, but we had a discussion about this is what happens in other communities. We think we're going to be different. And we were wrong, I will acknowledge that.
With everything that happens in the Mid-Valley, I think we have to include our other partner, and that's Eagle County.
Mm-hmm.
Because Eagle County residents are using that probably as equal to Pickens County residents and residents of Basalt.
And I think we can definitely have that discussion. You may recall Eagle County was not as supportive of us going single stream at the time.
Right, but you know, times have changed, and if you've got numbers, I don't know, in that survey, did you ask if people were coming in from unincorporated Eagle County?
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah.
so do you have numbers that perhaps strengthen that argument?
Yeah, it's.
So I think we have to show that.
Well, kind of along those lines, John, when does our annual contract with Waste Management come up? Is it renegotiation or repricing, or how does that play into this?
We bid that a multi-year.
It's a 5-year contract.
And then when there's need, they tell us and we verify that and then pay the increase, and that was a pre-arranged rate of increase for service.
Yeah.
The original contract was based on so many bins, so many pickups a week, and then just with the use of particularly Rio Grande, we're almost during the busy season every day. Waste Management's there emptying all the bins.
Yeah.
It's a very measurable.
I know. I was thinking about this last night when I read through the memo and the packet, and it's so odd, and we do need to work on our relationships, obviously, with the city, but it's like, well, should we start charging $1 entry fee to go into the recycling center to drop your recycling? I mean, how do you do cost recovery on this? You know, and I don't know what that is.
And that's
but if you're filling up the full set dumpsters every single day, A, we're not reducing much, and B, I think it's an unsustainable model.
Well, the reduction piece is the next, and I think that's a completely different strategy than what we've incorporated with diversion, and so that's going to be an interesting discussion. I do think what the evidence shows or data shows, and maybe we're not so unlike other communities, you know, as we've learned, is that once you start to charge for that recycling, then the rates go way down again, the diversion rates. That's the challenge.
Well, they just dump it at the door.
I know, but I mean, I really want to get a better sense of this whole picture, because the city has the ordinance on the waste haulers, so that they're required to provide recycling. And I've asked before that we look at an ordinance similar to that in Pickens County as a county, and to have more concurrence between the two programs. And if that was the case, I'm not so sure we wouldn't see a reduction of use by county residents of those facilities. And if there's a point at which you know, it'd have to be tested, I don't know, but if there was a charge for the recycling, but it's free when you put it out with your trash every week, maybe people would start actually utilizing that more often than saying we have to take it down to the Rio Grande. I mean, it is about changing behaviors and getting new habits in place, but I just feel like there needs to be a real long-term look over which ways this is going to flow down.
And that's where the zero waste study should be hopefully giving us some of those ideas and strategies.
This discussion about the Willits thing made me realize something, because we use the Willits facility, because we're so used to separating our trash. We still separate, I mean the recycling, we still separate it. I take it, I put it in the different bins there. When I'm driving down there to do that, we are going to spend money in the city market in Elgibel or in Basalt. We're going to Carbondale to spend money, to Glenwood to spend money. That's where my sales tax money goes, is outside of Pitkin County. So, you know, Basalt's making money because I'm spending my money in Basalt. That could be a way to justify that Basalt should put some money into supporting Willits. I'm from Pitkin County. I spend my sales tax money, a lot of it to Basalt, and I use the Willits facility, which needs some money to support it now. So if we connect the dots and can have them realize they're getting some sales tax benefit from that. That'd be one argument anyhow.
Great. So move it forward, come back to us before the end of the year, right?
Okay.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Well, it's good to know these numbers for 2016 budget, that we'll build them in a little more aggressively.
Let's see, at this point, we are scheduled for a break until 3, which is 9 minutes from now. You guys want a break right now, or should we?
Break.
Let's do a break, and they'll take up at 3 o'clock and be right on the money on the agenda. Okay, welcome back to the Board of County Commissioners work session. And next we have a facilities update.
Thank you. Jody Smith, I'm the facility superintendent. Just a couple of quick updates on the new facility, which is the new sheriff's building and the plaza renovation, which is really one project. We are at schematic right now. We will be done with it schematic in within the next 2 weeks, I believe, and then we'll start reaching out to the building tenants and start that process of a little more outreach. So that's kind of where we're at with that. We've got our energy consultants, our sustainable consultants. We're in the contract negotiations right now with them. We've got our general contractor for the construction management services on board. So we've got a full team, and we'll be moving forward very quickly on that. The library project, not much to give on an update. We do have the north alley closed off. We're putting our sediment tank for our stormwater in the alley right now. We've got a nice big hole in there. They'll be ripping up the sidewalk. The city of Aspen for the Galena project will be ripping up that west side sidewalk on the courthouse. They're going to be ripping that entirely up within the next 2 weeks. So I'll keep you posted on that. I'll be sending out countywide emails, making sure that everybody understands the noise and what the alternate routes are on that. I met with the city not long ago about that. So that's where we're at with facilities.
Can I ask a question on
Yeah.
facilities? So Jody, I know that you've taken a tour, staff has taken a tour of RMI and looked at how they have an integrated system. So when you talk about getting the energy consultant online, and given that we have a budget, and what is our goal?
Our goal is for them to work with the design team and integrate and give us options of what we can do on this restrained site. I know we've talked about doing, there's been geothermal that's been talked about and solar been talked about. And we really need this consultant to look at and see what is really feasible. Also look at the mechanicals. Is there a way to work with the courthouse and the jail systems? Does it need to be standalone? There's just a lot of moving pieces, and we want to do the right thing for the county, for the taxpayer, for the community, to really look at the whole picture, whether it's water, heat, noise, all of that.
Yeah, and I think our hope is that it will also give you guys some alternatives to consider as we go through the actual design process.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine some of those alternatives will have budget implications as well as long-term savings as well as comfort implications. So we just need some expertise to better, one, understand what those options are, and then understand what the impacts and consequences of them are.
So as part of that, are we looking at off-site options in terms of utilizing renewable energy to offset any energy uses that we may see with the new buildings?
And I think that's all part of looking at it.
Okay.
We are on city power, so, that makes it a little more difficult.
Yeah, we found we're on this site a little bit more constrained, George, because right now the city's done such a good job, really, of converting so much, such a high percentage of the energy within, particularly electricity, within the city to renewable. And we don't have the same opportunity to do off-site energy contracting, like, whether it be the landfill or what have you, and feed into this grid. It's more of an opportunity with Holy Cross on our facilities, whether it be Public Works or landfill. Health and Human Services, I can't remember which grid they're on.
They're on Holy Cross.
They're on Holy Cross. So those three facilities have more off-site potential, I think, than this one does. So I suspect, and we'll still be looking at it, but I would suspect right now what we're mostly going to see is what are our conservation opportunities? What are our opportunities to be more efficient on this site? it should be pretty easy because we don't even have insulation on the walls right now in this building, right? So I think you're going to have a lot of tiers of options to look at. We don't have the expertise right now really in-house to really understand all of those options. So that's our hope. The offsite, if it is an option, the other thing to keep in mind is always a possibility whether it's implemented with the building or not, because it's really a purchasing agreement, it's a contracting agreement, it's not a physical improvement.
Yeah.
Rachel?
This kind of brings up something, it's not a big deal, and it'd be potentially for next year, but as we meet with our neighboring counties and other partners, in the past, I remember at least once we met with Holy Cross Electric, and we went down to their offices in Holy Cross. It was when Dorothea was on the board and talked about their plans and our plans, and that might be something to do in the coming year, and so we can understand their constraints as to how much wind they can buy versus the base load that they need to have the security on. And you think back to even this summer's trail and tree trimming and all those efforts, a little more collaboration and communication up front would probably be a valuable tool in developing additional relationships, and kind of ask them where they're going with their portfolio, since they're our major energy provider for so many locations and then for so many of our citizens. So that might be something that'd be worth setting up a traveling work session in 2016.
Okay.
With that, this ties in very nicely with, this is Josh Furman. He's with
Train.
And we've been working with Train for about 3 years on getting an energy dashboard. CORE has participated in the funding of that. You guys approved that project. It's been an ongoing kind of development, and we're finally over the hump, and we have we're live with this energy dashboard. So we wanted just to take a couple of minutes of your time, just give you a snapshot of what we're going to be pushing out. It's really exciting to finally have this out and have it working the way that we're going to want it. And there's so many opportunities for us to build on this as we go. It will give us measurements that we can actually bring to the board with reports in the future, and Josh will go over a few of those highlights. We're going to keep it pretty high level, but we will be pushing this out and making it a public dashboard on our website. We need to still work those details out, but that's always been our goal. So with that, I'll turn it over to Josh.
Hi.
Hi, Josh.
How are you doing? I'm an energy engineer with Train.
Hard to stop a train.
No, it's very difficult to stop a train. You saw the commercials?
Yeah, we hear it on the radio.
Oh. Well, yeah.
That's their logo sign.
It's a good one. It's the condensing units and dropping them in submersion water. It's awesome. So we also have an energy side as well as the control side and the equipment side. My job for the last year has been to develop the dashboards, the analysis of energy, whether it be real-time data or whether it be static historical data, or whether it be remote diagnostics of equipment. And so through the controls that we've implemented in those facilities, we're able to take that data, pass it up to a set of servers hosted by Amazon. That data is always there. It's a subscription as a service type of software. And hopefully you'll find that it's easy to look at, easy to understand after a while, and it can be tailored to whomever's looking at it, whether it's a financial person or a facilities manager, or in this case, since you will have consultant engineers, the data is always available for them. If they're not fully understanding what they're looking at, they can take that data, manipulate it however they want. It's your data. So it offers this platform in the upper left-hand corner. Let me see so up here. This is the introductory or the simple dashboard that you would see, the thing you'd be passing on to the website or onto a kiosk. It would be what people can relate to, the citizens can look at and start to understand. And all those are customizable. Those 8 objects up there, they can be customized, changed so they can display energy, demand, consumption, the gas, water, electric, steam, I guess anything you can imagine. there's really no end to what we can show. And because some people don't have the grasp of energy, you can also put in terms of like trees or cars on the road. We'll show you pictures of that later. It has energy analytics, it has tracking and reporting, so you can actually measure and verify all these things that we're saying we're going to save you money, are saving you money. And it has spectral analysis, which is great for the facility managers. They can quickly pick out when energy is being used during unoccupied periods, or during a facility that's coming online or spiking in the morning. There's a lot to look at. What you'll hear referred to as is energy performance. That's the name of the software. It's the visual analytics. It's the algorithms behind the scene. And it's an ongoing assessment. So you're actually taking this view of the building, you're making improvements, you're doing an audit, you're benchmarking those, and you're going back and doing an assessment again. But it's real-time 15-minute interval data.
And this will be able to use year against year or month against month, or so it's something that we'll be gathering for a very long time.
Yeah, so at the beginning we have it actually collecting data 3 months out, one season. We'll be able to build a baseline. That baseline gets better with every season and with every year. And it's a weather-adjusted baseline, so we'll be able to adjust for a hotter or colder year and make sure that you're actually saving money. And keep track of those, I'll show you later too, the improvements that you're making. So if you modify a facility, that baseline is not going to look the same anymore. You'll be able to adjust for that as well. So this is the actual temporary display of how the Pitkin County dashboard looks like right now. This is what Jody's able to see. This is what Glenn is able to see, and completely configurable, so you can change it. These are those relatable icons. So instead of pounds of CO2 per kWh, you can look at the equivalent tonnage of recycling, or oil consumed, or miles driven in a car, or wind turbines. So this is that baseline I was talking about. In the lower plot, you can actually see the savings being in green, the cumulative savings in that purple bar, and if there are any deficits or any energy waste, they would show up as red down there. The top plot is the weather-adjusted baseline. So you have, it's hard to see, but the blue line is the predicted based off of your baseline, your cumulative data year after year, month after month. Below that, in the red, is your actual energy use, and then the green plot is your weather. This is where you kind of, the rubber meets the road. You get to see the blue being the actual electricity used, the light blue, the dark blue being the budgeted. So that would be a line item entered by Jody, month-by-month basis. And then you have the predicted based on the weather-adjusted baseline. You can see how close you are to actually meeting. That's the large overview of it. There's a lot of other analytics, a lot of other plots behind it.
And so, just so I have an understanding, how did you hook all of our energy expenditures into it being an input into this? I mean, is it a telemetry system that includes the Health and Human Service building and this building and the jail? And so if there's a line on the natural gas, there's a line on the electricity? Is that?
Yeah, I deleted that slide at the very end, but it's so funny. So what we do, and we work with your IT, it all is based around your IT department being okay with us taking data from your sites, sending it to our servers. What we do is we have our controllers, they gather that data, whether it be, if it's a volume, like a gas or a water, you can take pulses, we can measure those pulses, correct, each pulse has an equivalent volume. We send that data out, we take the electric data, it could also be pulses, or it can come straight from a smart meter, where you have 15-minute interval data, kWh, the kW will be calculated from it there. We take that data and send it to our servers, the ones hosted by Amazon, and those points are then mapped to another set of servers, which is this software that you're seeing up here. It's where all the analytics are done. So this is actually accessible. It's not something that is confined to the network. It's not something confined to a VPN. Anyone with an account, whether that be a generic one for all the public, whether that be one for the financial, whether it be someone in the facilities who wants a lot more control, they can look at it anywhere. It's web-based. You can log into it anywhere and watch it. And that, do you want to know more of the technical, like the UDP and
No, no, I
TCP?
just, that's the general.
Okay.
Yeah, we put smart meters on the gas line so that we're gathering that.
The electric,
Yeah.
the gas has the pulse.
And has the pulse. So, and then we can, we're talking today about putting meters on the water. So we can really kind of just look at it in a different way and be able to measure.
So I know the library, as part of that project with the core grant, we were going to have a display in terms of, so people could understand how the energy was being used and savings. So would we have a similar model perhaps at Plaza One?
Our goal is then to just put it on this.
Just on that, but,
Yeah.
but
And it would,
couldn't we do a display, so someone coming into lobby
Could have a
area?
laptop.
Yeah, so you're talking about when somebody comes
Yeah.
into the building,
Yes.
having it on a monitor.
Right, similar
That's,
to what the library's going to have, right?
yeah, that's something that we could do, like in our building right now, like in this building, I don't know where the best place for that would be. But I think the answer is, yeah, we could
Yeah.
just stream it right from a
It's
website,
Yeah,
right?
we normally call it a kiosk,
Yeah.
and so that's to change the behavior of the people seeing it.
Right.
If they visualize that, they're more likely to turn off the light
Exactly.
switch or turn off their monitor.
Right.
So you put that in high traffic areas. This is served up as it's a web page. People can't manipulate it, but normally you'll have a display, a flat screen with a computer in an IT room. Get that to display. It's on that website. You can set the Windows task scheduler to have it come on and turn off during the day and night. Yeah, it's common, and you can also take each one of those little blocks and actually put it onto a web page, so you can have your energy saved thrown right onto your website as well.
and so really our goal is to incorporate and work with the design team for the new building, to integrate from the libraries, bring those over. We already have the metering on that. We talked this morning about going ahead and bringing that over, because we'd like to actually start capturing that energy use while we're under construction. So I mean, this is a big picture item. We even talked about we can bring Public Works into this, even though they're not on the train system. We can still monitor their energy. It's just something that we really want to have an opportunity to be more transparent with the community, what we're doing, and help us with our own actions.
So this data would reflect, did you say 15 minutes?
Correct.
So if we were to turn on all the lights in the building and then turn them all off and wait 15 minutes, we could see this come up on one of these dashboards?
Yes.
So
Yeah, you can,
energy use
it's
could
real
go.
it's real
You're not
time.
allowed to turn off the lights.
Right. You'd have to turn all the computers and
I'm
copiers.
just saying, yeah.
every
So we
light-
could see this go from this energy use to this, and people would go, what the heck did they do?
Automatically, you can do that. A lot of people actually set this up in schools as competitions. pit
Yeah, that's
classrooms
what I was
against-
thinking, the
but
kid-
that's
kid in me.
it takes sometimes, if you want to see that, you have to what's called sub-metering. So if you want to look at each circuit, you have to
Right.
that. But right now, how you guys have it, you have a meter on each building. If you were to turn on the lights, each light has a watt,
Right.
a wattage associated. You would see that wattage.
That's
And
pretty interesting. It's
every
pretty
15 minutes.
amazing, actually, that can feed into a computer system that you could put, on a wall so that people could come in. Because I know the kids love it at the library in Basalt. That was always cool for them to come in and watch the things change. And, at first they just watched them change, and then they realized, they learned what it meant when they changed and how they could really impact their energy use by paying attention.
Well, and I think the beautiful part of this, we were working on the back end, and I know we're running out of time.
We're
But
good.
The back end of this, we plugged in this morning. Of course, we had a live screen, and we could actually see, like, just for example, the Health and Human Services building was peaking very high, well, not very high, moderately high on the weekends, off of a baseline what it would be. But that's because the day center is there and the detox center. But so we have to kind of take that all into account. But the other part of this is having the ability to look at a building and see where we're peaking during the day, like at noon, because all the air conditioners are on, or all the. But we can then manage that differently and bring everything down at noon so that we're not peaking. Because, right, we pay off peak performance. So,
Right.
So we want to manage that. And so Josh and Train were committed to this long-term relationship and being able to start working on those trends and reduce our consumption and our use.
So instead of dimming the lights in the evening like they do in restaurants, we'll do it at noontime.
Make it a little uncomfortable.
Yeah, we'll have
comfortable for 15
romantic
minutes.
noontime.
Yeah, absolutely. Start a trend.
Yeah.
Thank you very
You
much.
never
Very
know.
interesting. Thanks for
Yeah,
the
thank you.
presentation.
That was
for having
really
us.
interesting. Thanks for bringing that forward.
Thank you for approving it.
Appreciate it.
See, Jody, things are getting done.
Jody, tomorrow, Patty and I are going on the library tour
Steve and I are going to do the tour.
And that's at noon, right?
at
Yep.
noon, yeah. I don't know if you'll be on it, but we'll be on it. Next, Gary's right on. He knows what we're doing next. Glacier Open Space Parking Area Review.
Yes. Do I know what I'm doing?
We're going to put a meter on you.
Not. Driver not accessible.
Hope that's the presentation you have.
I do. Let me get these two up for you. So, it has been a while since I've talked about Glacier. I'm Gary Tenenbaum with Picken County Open Space. And let me go back to the other one right
It's like a
now.
runway.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, it does kind of look like the airport runway. With the lights off, it looks a lot better, but we can't do that.
We can't turn the lights off.
So we're back to talk about Glacier, the trailhead, and how we connect to the Glacier open space. And so in the interim, over the summer, we worked with the public, the Roaring Fork Horse Council, to look at opportunities on how to use this newly purchased, as of October 1st, this newly purchased acre that we purchased from the Carricart family on the end of Hooksborough Road. And so we were able to come up with this design that accommodates horse trailers and accommodates 29 parking spots. And so we also worked with the neighbors, the Durocs and Frenches over here. They had concerns about screening. We worked with them on putting, we kind of depict here screening with, it's kind of a wet area. If you guys have been out there, it's a wetter area over there. So willows will be a really fast growing, and we get the ones that are pretty tall. And so, those would be a great screen for this. And so we worked with them, and they're happy to see it, and they want to see as many as we can plant out there. Willows are not that expensive, so we should be able to do a pretty good job of screening that. And the Carricarts asked, there's already, if you guys remember, if you're out there, there's already a good screen out there, and then we'll fill in a little bit more with some evergreen. And then, kind of right now, it's just kind of a hodgepodge of some old trees and, kind of a open area here. So we would create islands with vegetation on them, screen it from the road, and kind of have one-way traffic come through. So the trailers, all the horse trailers would be able to park here and along here and come out to the road here. So this would be, and then all the cars would come in and be able to park this way and that way. And we'll try to get one-way traffic out of here. It's set up so if people do come out of here, because the Carricart and the Duroxes have their barn back here, they can come out this way. It's safe. It's not going to be a problem, but we're going to try to get a lot of people to use this exit. And so overall, the parking area really complements RAFTA. We've had RAFTA comment on it. They really like the additional parking because they're full a lot of the time, and it's not just on weekends. They're full. There's only about 5 real spots here. There's one random spot here, and then there's 2 handicap spots because this is a handicap accessible. And so to keep this handicap not being taken by other people, which it is too often, having the parking back here will be a huge improvement. And so, and right now, Glacier, we've been monitoring use this year. We have not seen a ton of use because we don't have the new trails. And right now with the steep trails that are out there, it's not very clear on how to get out there. So, next year when we build the trails, I have a feeling use is going to start increasing. We are working with Roaring Fork Mountain Bike Association. the BLM, RFOV, even Garfield County to a point is getting involved, and Mid-Valley Trails is definitely getting involved on creating a complete loop through Glacier. And we'll have more information as that gets kind of solidified. But you know, the trail that comes out of Rock Bottom Ranch trespasses right now, the BLM is working with Roaring Fork Mountain Bike Association to reroute that trail this fall in the next few weeks. And it'll connect to an existing trail up there called the Buckhorn Traverse. That trail needs work too, and the BLM is assigning some youth corps to it. Mid-Valley Trails is helping pay for that reroute. And then to develop a trail on the BLM all the way, taking out some old roads that Rory doesn't use, that really no one uses anymore, and rerouting up to the new trail that will be built on Glacier. So, you know, that's really exciting. And then the next piece is the runway that you kind of see on here. It's the Rio Grande Trail. Here's the Rio Grande Trail. This is the parking lot over here, and Glacier open space is right here. This section of the Rio Grande Trail currently only has a hard surface on it, and that was one of the things that we heard at our site visit, is find a way to create a soft surface trail to connect to Glacier, and it would take the pressure off of trying to put parking somewhere on these lease areas. And with RAFTA and DHM, we've come up with an alignment that we think works really well. It would stay on, it would just cross the road right from where the horse trailers are right here, get on a soft track, a natural surface, you know, probably it'll be about 3 or 4 feet wide, stay on the area between the trail and the road. There's a beautiful, you could see some of the areas up on the pictures up top. It works really well coming through here. We do have to cross the hard surface here. There's kind of a pinch point when you get to Glacier open space. The RAFTA right-of-way changes significantly at that point, and the Glaciers, I don't know how they did it, but they did something with the railroad right-of-way in this section, and so we would need to come across. It gets really narrow, as you can see in this picture, so we can't really run a soft surface anymore along there, so we'd have to cross the hard surface. We'd cross this ditch right here. We need to improve this ditch anyway, so we'd put a culvert over this ditch, and it connects to Glacier open space, so it's not, it is the county's ditch to play with. It's not a main ditch, it's just to access this pasture here. And then actually the RAFTA right-of-way comes inside the fence for Glacier, and we'd work with our lease owner to keep a trail on this side of the fence, come around these really nice trees that you can see off in the distance, and come around these trees and then connect to the trail that's going to head up to Glacier, to the BLM and the Crown. And so, you know, Leslie's behind me, and we've been working with the Roaring Fork Course Council to not only design the new mountain bike and hiking trail on Glacier, but the Roaring Fork Course Council has kind of really started to design trails now, and they are working to help us design the equestrian path that'll take off on the steep part of the roads. And, you know, we'll have the separated trails going all the way to the Crown, and then once you get to the Crown, you know, there'll be easy separation. There's so many roads that equestrians can use throughout that area up there that you know, getting them signed and mapped, and that's going to be a challenge, but you know, it'll be great separation between the users, and you know, and coming around, you get to use if you do this new loop that's going to be created, it's about a 7-mile loop, and you know, the people that come and park right here will have a great 7-mile hiking, biking, running route. And the equestrians have, I mean, you know, there's dozens of miles up there that they could use and come back down and park right there. So we've designed the parking lot to handle, you know, a 6-horse trailer with a gooseneck. And so we got the turning radiuses in there that are all right. So we have released this for public review. We've received a couple responses so far, nothing major, mostly supportive. And we're going to go through public review through October into early November, and then, you know, start bringing it back for any redesign that we need to do. And we will be bringing it to I think, our joint meeting with the Open Space and Trails Board and the BOCC in December to kind of give a final discussion and kind of a heads, let's do this. And we'll be bringing it to RAFTA for their approval for the RAFTA board in January. And so far, their staff is very supportive. It totally supports their planning efforts that they have. They have corridor plans that say they should separate soft and hard surface. Picken County has done it. RAFTA has not. This is a great example of the first half mile of RAFTA doing it through their entire section. So it's not very difficult to build. We'll already have a contractor out there for the other pieces. So for a little additional expense between us, and also we have equipment and RAFTA has equipment to help build this soft track trail. So I'm not expecting this soft track to be a large expense. The culvert can be put in by our crews. And so I think overall, we're putting the budget, you'll see our budget, the first review of our budget next week. We are putting $125,000 into the building of this parking lot. And to do all the screening, all the grading, we do have to underground one of the ditches that are there. So there's work, there's irrigation to keep all that stuff alive. And so, we're being conservative with it, but through DHM and Schmuser Gordon Meyer on the grading, we've been, we're pretty comfortable with that price and then kind of getting that moving forward.
The ditch was my main concern with how, are you going to do a siphon? So that, because right now the ditch is on the high point, so you're going to put it in a pipe down lower and.
You talking about this one right here?
Yeah.
Through the parking lot?
Yeah.
Talking to SGM, they feel they'll have grade to get here. They don't think that'll be a problem. We'll use smooth wall pipe. They
can lower the whole thing and still have enough grade to make it to.
The great thing, yeah, they'll be able to lower it, but this area might be, the whole thing with this island being here is we might be able to raise this little spot, and you're talking 6 inches, 8 inches, and then have this area on the other side of the island be 8 inches lower. And so when you grade it out, there's a ton of material on this site, and with, smooth wall pipe and stuff like that, most likely this is going to operate better than it has been operating before. So far, we're working with the Caracarts on that. They don't foresee that to be an issue. Obviously, it might be an improvement to their overall ditch.
Okay. Rachel?
Yeah, thanks, Gary. Really good work, and everyone who's been collaborating on this. A couple of thoughts. One simple one, but in the little island area there, I think it might, if it works, to have some sort of bench or picnic table. You get there and you're waiting for 4 other people to arrive, and are you just going to stand in the parking lot, or after a ride you sit down for some water and cool the horses off before you load them up, or whatever it might be. But it might be worth seeing if there could be a spot for a picnic table or for people to wait in there. The second is actually bigger, but this to me really points out how much the access to the Crown is going to be improving and is going to be happening. And we had requested during the resource management plan, as that was adopted by the BLM a while ago, that they actually come up with a management plan from the Crown. And I don't think they've done that. And you remember the hearing we had down at Basalt and things like that. And so I think we need to find a way to try to reintroduce that idea to them, that we really believe there should be a management plan for this area for avoiding conflicts within users and whether the appropriate seasonal closures and everything like that, because that George has mentioned it more than anyone, that it will get overrun steadily over time, and as we're creating more and more better access, that's I'd like to get ahead of that side of things too.
Well, I can give you an update on that one, because
Okay.
The BLM is not going to do a management release. This is what they believe the resource management plan is complete, and so that guides their management for the Crown for the next 20, 30 years. However, we can work with them
To do a
on,
management
by having a seasonal closure on Glacier, we're limiting the use of the Crown.
plan. Seasonally.
Right, because they're not going to change it to a full closure, but we
Okay.
have a full closure. So the great thing is that in partnerships, we'll be able to do habitat improvement. We'll be able to, because they want to do that. They just,
Yeah, they just
they
don't have the
don't,
money.
they don't have money, they don't have staff time, so that's why they're not going to go forward with any more of a true management plan for that area. And it's a big, I mean, you bring up a huge topic that we do need to address between the Open Space Board and the BOCC, is how far does Pickens County go with federal land management? Because the Forest Service is in the same boat. We did this Hunter Creek Cooperative Plan, and now you have the local agencies paying for the management of federal land. This is starting to seem very similar to it, and so it's a great discussion item to have, because it's a slippery slope. How far do you go?
I agree with that very much, and I think it is a great discussion to have sometime in 2016 as we go forward. You know, we've had discussions in this room before about payment in lieu of taxes, and you know, that comes forward, and I think it was Michael who said something, oh, we don't need that, we've already monetized the public lands well enough. And you know, of course, I believe it's critical to our budgets, but at the same time, I'm okay with the concept of reinvesting some of that PILT in the very assets that bring the PILT in. And so I think it's just something to look at it, you know, and have a larger discussion. I'm not talking about big dollars, but, you know, sometimes when things just aren't done, you have to find a way to pick up the slack in a community. And so I think that that's something that we can have a larger board discussion about at some time. And the last point I was going to make is that I'd imagine you're going to be working on some signage on the major roads to say horse crossing ahead and things like that, because I've seen a lot of people really go around that area really quickly. And so I'm looking to the road on the right, you know, no, over to the right, you know, there you go.
Coming off of this road.
Yeah, there should be some signage put up there to say horse crossing ahead, and, you know, pedestrians being careful. And so I'd see some signage on all approaches to that corner.
Yeah. No, it's we've submitted this to Eagle County, so you know, hopefully Eagle County, you know, they've been kind of very easy to deal with.
Yeah.
I've asked them what permitting we need to do and all this other stuff, and you know, they're really looking to Pickens County to come up with a design and just go for it. And
Yeah.
so they've been a really good partner.
Okay.
And I think I think I'll send them an emails talking about what road signage would they like to see, and kind of give those kind of suggestions.
Yeah.
And then maybe they'll say, hey, you know, where we do it. But I totally agree. We definitely need one. We need trail crossing ahead signs at all of these intersections, and so to try to slow people down.
George?
Yeah, in regards to the BLM and the resource management plan, I mean, what we argued unsuccessfully, because we knew that they would not have the staff nor the resources for them to designate the Crown as a special recreational area. We wanted that to be designated as a conservation area. BLM didn't do it, so, and they haven't got the resources to
Manage the
it.
recreation that they approve.
So it's, you know, it's unfortunate, but that's just the way it is. But Gary, as you're looking at developing the trails up on the Crown, you'll be taking into account and consideration in terms of those permittees that have grazing rights up there, to make sure there's not conflicts up there, since the BLM has made this a special recreational area.
Well, we're kind of taking the impetus to go up with Rory, who has the lease in that area, and we're going to really talk to him about, you know, what roads he really needs and what roads doesn't he need. And you know, the great thing is actually, if we have a trail system up there, it actually, if we can stay away from his main areas of watering the cows and stuff like that, the areas where the cows congregate, it will actually help him. Because right now you just have people all over the place, they're doing anything. If you build a really good trail, as we've shown in other areas, people would rather use that than those really steep roads and everything like that. So, you know, Rory is not excited about any of this, but he understands that the BLM made this a special recreation management area, And so, and mountain biking is their focus. And so that's kind of how they're going to manage it for the next 20 years. Let's do it right. And so the permittees don't get impacted, and that, you know, the permittees are being impacted. They're reducing their grazing dates and a lot of other things. It's not necessarily going to be the trails that impact the, you know, the livestock up there. It's more on the grazing times and stuff. But I totally agree that we have to, we're going to have to be the ones to
Yeah, is Roy the only one with a grazing permit, or Miss?
on this side.
Yeah, on the other side you have Miss Lennox, and you've got.
Turnbulls and Islamics.
Yeah, okay.
And so the Turnbulls and Islamics are on the other side. And, you know, so far, you know, is it working great? Yeah, it seems to be okay. I mean, there's a ton of use going on the other side in the Prince Creek area. The road has big issues and the parking's big issues. The great thing is we're not getting into that on this side. We're developing a parking area on this side. So we're taking the big issues that they have on the other side, in the Prince Creek side, and we're taking them out from the get-go. Before we build the trails, you're going to have a parking lot, and the separation between the horses and the mountain bikers, we're dealing with it on this side. And so that'll be a huge bonus going forward as more trails get developed. The thing with the BLM too is they're not going to allow, you know, hundreds of more miles to be developed. You know, we're looking at this connection trail and probably one or two more on this side, and that's really about where the BLM's going to go on it. And so, you know, with RFMBA, Roaring Fork Mountain Bike Association, getting, you know, a bronze level in the Upper Valley, you know, could we have a bronze level through the entire Roaring Fork Valley? And then it puts onus on the users to start helping to maintain it. So it is a difficult balance to play up there. And so, you know, I think it's the impetus is on the county to try to help the BLM manage this area as best as it can.
Well, I'm glad to see that the Horse Council is happy with this new parking arrangement, and because I think having gone on that site visit, looking at the options down to the old Glacier House, just didn't make sense. So I'm glad this is going to work out.
Yeah.
Well, it's because of this. It's because RAFTA stepped up and said, "Hey, let's see if we can build this too." And, you know, we'll have to go to the RAFTA board and get that approval to do it, but it meets their planning objectives. It's all contained within this area. The county's helping significantly with their parking problem over here. You know, they help us with restrooms, facilities, and handicapped access. So in the end, I look at this as a win-win-win. And, you know, Mid-Valley Trails is going to help fund some of these trail construction projects. So it is exciting.
One last little comment. I remember from our site visit that you took me on, Gary, not too long ago, we looked over at the RAFTA parking spot, and the spaces were not marked in any way, and I understand it's because it's dirt, but we talked about maybe if they could put a signpost in front of each one and number it 1, 2, 3, 4, you might actually get 8 cars parking there rather than 5 cars askew and not enough space for more cars. So just keep that in mind as we work with them. I can see all those spaces eventually being utilized because of so many attractions on it, but it just seemed that it wasn't being used as effectively as possible.
Well, we'll try whatever we do to try to help define these spaces here.
Yeah,
We'll bring to the other side, and if we're grading this out, we might as well grade. Because, you know, when we park there, you're parking on an ungraded, you know, drainage problem.
Yeah.
So I think if you can do that and then find a way to demarcate some of the spots, it would be good.
That would be great, because the first person kind of sets the path for how the rest are going to park up.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
And it'd be nice to try to give them some guidance.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thanks, Gary.
Okay, looks good, Gary. I'm pleased with how it's turning out, kind of how we envisioned it when we were walking around there, so.
Yeah, no, it came from that site visit, so I really thank everyone for showing up and kind of, you know, sometimes you get a ton of people out there and you have the right people with RAFTA and everyone else. It's like, oh, maybe this will work. So I'm happy. Thanks.
Okay, great. Thanks. Okay, next up we have Independence Pass Foundation Winter Gate discussion. We have Karen Teague here as our guest.
Hey, everybody.
In your new position, this is your first time before us.
Oh, yeah. And I'm not going to do any kind of presentation. I did include some photos in your packs. If
Yeah, we got
anyone needs
those
hard
in our
copies,
packets,
I
yep.
can pass them around. Just let me know. Anyway, it's just delightful to be here in front of you in this capacity. As those of you who know me can probably guess, this is just an absolute dream job for me. I have spent countless embarrassing numbers of hours up on the pass, hiking, climbing, photographing, studying the wildflowers. So it's a real privilege to be working on behalf of that magical place and to be addressing you in this role. So thanks for having me. And I'm here to talk about the Winter Gate. Let's see, I think it was either March or April of this year when Mark Fuller last talked to you about the Winter Gate and where we were. And my understanding, although I wasn't present, was that some concerns were raised at that meeting about funding for the project, about how exactly it fit within our mission. And that's what I'm here to talk to you about, those two things, and also just to give you an update on where we are. So please feel free to just jump in, ask me questions, interrupt. I know we're running a bit behind, so I'll try to keep it brief. First of all, the mission of the Independence Pass Foundation is to promote and protect the ecological, historical, and aesthetic integrity of the Independence Pass corridor. And when the organization was founded 26 years ago by Bob Lewis, the acute need back then was to stabilize and revegetate what we call the top cut, which is the road cut up near the summit, which was a disaster. There were boulders coming down onto the road and sediment going into the headwaters of the Roaring Fork River. And I'm delighted to say 26 years later and several $1 million later, working in partnership with you and CDOT and others, the bulk of that work has largely been accomplished. And I don't know if any of you got to get up there this summer, but it's just, yeah, good. It's looking green and just really terrific. And, you know, we'll always be fighting gravity to some degree, but the bulk of our work up there is done. So now our focus has shifted to smaller, but I would argue equally important projects like helping the Forest Service maintain trails, dealing with noxious weeds on the pass, of which, like everywhere this summer, we saw an explosion. Planting areas that still are suffering from human impacts or impacts from the road. We do that with kids from 3 of our local middle schools, which is a real treat. And I would say also importantly is dealing with the Winter Gate, which is, frankly, it's pretty terrible looking. It looks like an industrial site, and it's been taken over by invasive weeds, and we think we can do better. And that was always the intent of the Winter Gate project. When I took the position back in April, we received some public comments objecting to kind of the scale and feel of the plans that we had proposed. And personally, I was delighted to get those comments because I agreed. I thought it was a little out of scale with the feel of the place, with who we are as an organization, and with what needed to be done there. So we listened, and we went back to the drawing board with our landscape architects, and we scaled back the project. And I think everyone, including all of you, are going to be really happy with how it's looking and how it's going to come out. What we're doing now, instead of a highly manicured and sort of fancy rock wall, we're going to build a very much akin to the rock retaining walls that you see up near the Upper Lost Man Trail. We're going to do a barrier like that along the side, which will demarcate where people park. We're going to put weed-free soil on top of that rock wall to create a larger berm that we're going to plant with native species. We're going to irrigate those species for a couple of years to make sure they really take hold and take off. And that will create a really nice visual barrier to the CDOT staging site, which is what you see as you're driving up the pass and toward the Winter Gate on the left. It's sort of a dump site. And CDOT is going to continue to use it. They need it. But the problem now is that A, you can see into it, and it's pretty awful. And B, people get back there and they camp and they dump things. And these are some of the problems we'd like to address. So our plan right now at this stage is, and we're still hoping to get this done this fall. We've received the thumbs up from the Forest Service, from the neighbors, the Costner clan. Pitkin County has said, we don't need a permit from you because it's all on Forest Service land. We're just awaiting a special use permit from CDOT to operate in their right-of-way for this pretty minimal construction that we want to do this fall, which consists of scraping the existing weed-infested berm, building that rock retaining wall from rocks that will source just a few hundred yards up the road, getting the soil in, putting the irrigation tank in, and getting it ready for planting in the spring. And that is all we hope to get done this fall. And then fundraising depending, we will go forward and replace the existing sort of unsightly Jersey barriers and the gate across the road, and include a new CDOT gate so that people don't get back there and camp and dump their garbage. One of the great things about this revamping of the project has been that the budget for it has been cut in half, which, as the fundraiser for Independence Pass Foundation, makes me very happy. And it does just feel like sort of the right amount of work that needs to be done there, just to make it nicer, to make it ecologically sound, and kind of restore it to more of its natural beauty. So that's where we are, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Or
I have a real quick one.
Honey?
First of all, this picture that you gave us that has the locks, just a query. It says CDOT, it's got 2 locks. CDOT will have access to both locks. Others will only have access to 1 lock. So what good does it do if it's locked with 2 locks?
Well, you probably, the way you put them together, you only need to be able to have
open one.
Yeah, exactly. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's just kind of weird you'd have 2 locks, 2 keys.
I don't
okay,
even
just
know
as
what
long
that
as
means.
it just didn't make sense. But I'm glad to hear that it's scaled back. I think that's, like you said, the right thing to do. Ruth Harrison will be very happy, and I'm glad for that. So yeah, I would like to see it move along. It is in need of some attention, and for us, it was a matter of how much attention did it need, and I think you've addressed that. I appreciate that.
Rachel?
Yeah, I really appreciate the Independence Pass Foundation looking to this, and I do think it needs some cleanup and everything. The one thing I'm kind of curious about is that there will remain Jersey barriers, at least as I understand these schematics, outlining the entire parking area. You know, it's just what it calls them.
Do you mean right here, Rachel?
Yeah.
Or, that's actually, that won't be Jersey barriers. That'll be the rock retaining wall that I'm talking about.
Okay.
Now, where the gate is, we may use a couple of Jersey barriers as kind of a structural piece, but they will be, we'll put a rock facade in front of them so that they're not actually visible.
Okay,
Does that make
I
sense?
see. The legend is very hard to read.
It
One
is,
is little
yeah.
crosshatch lines, and the other is a solid. So I see exactly the difference you're talking about now. I thought the
yeah, I can see
legend
that
made
too.
them all look like Jersey barriers.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, thank you for clarifying.
My
that.
wife is from Jersey, and that's a dispiriting thing.
So is
to have a
Dorothea.
barrier named after that.
And I lived in New Jersey for 4 years, so.
The other question is, the turnaround looks like for a 55-foot truck. Is that going to be sufficient? I mean, are some of those big four-wheelers who are trying to turn around 65 or 70 feet?
I'm trying to remember back from when we did that legislation. I know there was a range, I think, from that
Yeah.
55 to 75. I think the 55 is kind of standard length, but I need to go
I
back.
think that's the one thing I'd like to double check with Brian Pettit.
To make sure
because
that's a
we
big
made
enough
commitments when we
Oh,
were.
Brian will check, he's right behind the
Okay,
pillar.
great. But when we made commitments, when we talked to the legislators about the increased fines, that there
Sure.
would be sufficient turnaround, and that'd be nice to do,
And Rachel, if I can just interject, just so you know, we've worked really closely with CDOT on all these plans and have gotten their A-OK and thumbs up. And I don't know how you all feel about this, but I wonder if it, because I was up on the pass all summer, I saw how many vehicles over 35 feet
God.
still made their way up there.
Yeah.
And I wonder if there's some way to depict it more clearly as the turnaround place, you
Yes.
know, whether it's with paint or whatever it is, but just to, because somehow those signs aren't, even the warning signs about the huge fines aren't doing the job. So we're really open, and that would be sort of a last phase of this project, would be the resurfacing. And if you all have thoughts on how we might better detour the large trucks, we're all ears.
Well, that was the one thing I was thinking about when I looked at this is, and it needs to be considered as to where will the new signage go, that this is your last turnaround spot.
Well, right now, CDOT doesn't plan to move the existing signage.
Okay, well, as long as we feel that that is the best way to reach people, but I like the idea that you're showing maybe making some turnaround
Right.
yellow lines there for
Right.
folks or something. That came out at our meeting in Leadville with the other commissioners, that there's
With the
actually
Lake
been
County.
more trucks this year than last year.
Have they been getting fined, do we know? And the word of mouth is not,
Well, you know, that's an interesting
know.
question, George. I don't know how long that word of mouth is gonna take. This is really the first season that we've had those
Yeah.
increased fines. Certainly, we're hoping that word of mouth will, because it's a stiff penalty for a trucker or somebody driving a vehicle that size. And so, you know, I think we'll see next year, but if not, clearly the fines and the signage, because there's plenty of both.
I haven't noticed it, but on the signages, do they actually say it's $1,000
Yes.
penalty?
Yep.
Yes.
People just drive right by
They
it.
say they don't see them, didn't
They
see
have
the
orange
sign.
flags on them.
They have flashing lights.
I wonder how they got their driver's license.
Yeah.
They say they follow Google mapping and it sends them over the pass and they go.
You know, I just have to say, I recently did a map quest for mileage, and it mentioned that this route I had picked was subject to seasonal closures, but it didn't mention that it was subject
size
to
limitation.
a size limitation or length limitation. And I think we should try to contact MapQuest and Google Maps directly, and I don't know how.
Add that to it.
And see if they could add that it's an incredibly important thing, and even let them know, we're having drivers tell us they made that mistake and it's costing them $1,500 because of the inaccuracy or inadequacy of their mapping.
We did that, I mean, that's how the seasonal got on there. It didn't used to have the seasonal closures on there.
Yeah.
I
They
think we
send
should
people
just
over all winter.
keep pushing against the
That's a
machine.
great idea, yeah.
I do have one last,
Yeah.
there was to be an emergency phone set up here. It's no longer,
You know, we're sort of, that again would probably be one of the last things that happen there. Where, you know, I struggle with that one a little bit, in part because there is an emergency phone.
just down the
Just a
road.
little over a mile down the road.
But you don't really know it's there. If you have a place that's designated, there's people, there's parking, there's some kind of facility of sorts, rather than just to pull out with a phone, you know?
Yeah, I would like to kind of check in with the stakeholders again on that issue.
Yeah.
I feel like I missed a lot of the conversation that went on around that. And if it feels like there's a need and people support putting one
I
there.
kind of thought that was a great idea to have an emergency phone right there where people
Yeah.
will probably go to look for something like that
Right.
rather than go down the road.
Well, and certainly in the winter, that would be
That'd be great to look
a
into.
good spot. Okay, we'll do that.
So Karen, I like this design a lot better than the previous one we saw. That was like too much, and it was like a magnet thing to try to draw people over there to have the scenic view of the CDOT lot behind. It was like, what's the purpose? We need the parking mostly in the winter time. It's all much more attractive and less, you know, not the big interpretive signs and everything there were taken out. And I just like this
Great.
design a lot better.
Great. thank you very much.
Thank you,
I
guys.
have one last
Yeah.
question. So is it going to be paved with the parking at the initial phase?
No, that's sort of the last thing that happens,
last
is
thing
once
to
all the work and construction is done, then we do the repaving.
Because we were
Yeah.
just talking about this on the last one, the horse trailer, you may have noticed it. But I think it'd be good to be able to even have a marker, whether it's on that wall or whatever, that says 1, 2, 3, for the parking spaces, so that you don't get people coming in and parking horizontally against the wall
Right.
and thinking it's parallel as opposed to head in.
Yeah, that's great. I think we do envision actually painting assigned parking spaces.
At some
So,
point.
yeah.
But until you have asphalt, you
Good-
can't really
yeah,
do
good
that.
point.
So
Okay.
that's what I was
Yeah.
thinking,
Okay.
marking them somehow. Thank you.
Good, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Karen.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, next we have airport potential holding area improvements. Welcome, John. Good to see you again.
Good afternoon.
We were talking about you earlier. Were your ears burning?
I was talking about me earlier, say again?
Were your ears burning? Oh, God.
No.
Ski Company was saying how great it is to have been working with you.
Oh, thank you. That's very,
Yeah.
very nice of you to
Pass
pass
that
along.
on.
Yeah, that's a good group. Over to you.
Okay.
Do you want me to?
I thought he was going to bring us the whole new terminal design plan, already done and ready to go.
Not yet.
No, this is a interim step.
Very interim. So, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is John Kinney with Aspen-Pitkin County Airport. And the project here is a concept that we'd like to present to you as kind of a bridge gap measure of some of the conditions that passengers are experiencing at the airport during our peak seasons and before we can build a new terminal, if in fact that is the direction the board decides to do after the environmental assessment is concluded. So really what is...
That may not be working, John.
Not working, okay. Really, why are we bringing this before you? There's really three categories of challenges with the existing terminal building. There's the airline schedules, there's the regular operations, which are higher than the national average at our particular airport, and there's the terminal facility constraints. And with the airline schedules, it's peaking. They're trying to feed into the larger hubs and then connect to other airports, including international destinations. So over a 12-hour period, there's 3 or 4 rush hours where you'll have multiple 6, 7, 8 flights in a very condensed period of time, which is referred to as peaking. You can work with the carriers, but it's a national impact when they change schedules locally. So that's a challenge. Irregular operations, the on-time performance, winter. Our strength is the winter snow as well as the terrain, but it's also our weakness. But I've been out there personally since my short 10 months being here. 13 flights were in play, meaning immediately within the next hour and a half, over 910 departing passengers were inside that terminal area in addition to the arriving passengers. And it's just simply busting at the seams. The terminal facility constraints, its age, its design, you can see that within 90 minutes, that equates to 4 flights. TSA can overrun the maximum occupancy of the passenger boarding lounge area. And it was done numerous times last year, and we're bumping right up against the fire code. Also, we had 34 flights, and we're really trying to create a passenger experience that is not defy ordinary in a negative way, using the Chamber's brand there. The passenger metering has really been an intensive effort by us, but we're going to be going to 41 flights. It's almost a 20% increase over 3 years ago. So you're getting busier, the constraints are getting more challenging, and it's for those 3 categorical reasons that we're trying to do some changes there. So this is the existing front of the terminal building. Off to your right, you would have the porter station. There's another entrance. So this picture is actually shown right here as you come straight up the throat to the security screening checkpoint. If you were to continue through the checkpoint, you would be in that sterile area, right in this area here, with a maximum capacity between 280 and 316. Fire code's 316, but that's painful to experience. If you were to come in that front door and go to your right for orientation, here's the ticketing counter area. If you were to go up the ramp and to the left, you'd be in the restaurant area, and then go from the ramp where the aircraft are parked. You come in this way, you arrive, and you immediately turn to the right, and then go into the passenger baggage claim area. And along here are all the rental cars. So I show you that for the orientation of what we're proposing to do. But quick 3 slides here for you, and it's a little bright, but this area is the security screening checkpoint. This is a typical peak day. The queues are completely filled. They're spilling into the ticketing area, and the flows of people going all the way out to the porter station, along with those people arriving, trying to check in, those people then trying to get in the security line, can be really a challenging situation for the customers. Excuse me, went the wrong way. Here's the passenger boarding lounge area. This is probably pushing 300 to 315 people. These are the particular check-in counters before you board the flights off to your left, and it's just to see a saturation of passengers. And you experience that many times, 30 to 40 times a year you'll see this out here. And this is an equal saturation of folks inside the passenger baggage claim area. So what specifically are we proposing to do? This is currently, when you come walking in the door, up here would be the security screening checkpoint area. So it's this area here. No change to this area. Again, here's the restaurant, and here's the existing sterile passenger boarding lounge area. Now what we're proposing, and one other orientation point here, there's currently, when you come inside the checkpoint, there's currently a gift shop there, no change, and there's currently a coffee food cart area that does a pretty large amount of business. We're proposing to have the operator move that over here into the passenger baggage claim area, and this is the existing gift shop in the restaurant area. But this, in the proposal, would move over to this area here, and I'll explain that in just a moment.
So the gift shop, you would take this gift shop out and move it over there?
No, I'm sorry, Steve, the existing gift shop in this location, and you have a second gift shop in this location here.
Adding a second one.
They will stay, both in place.
Okay.
It's only this food cart, if you will relocate over to here.
Okay.
So John, that food cart is actually in the secured area now?
Correct, it's in the secured area
So
now.
we would be taking out the food cart from the secured area.
Correct.
Just wait, you're going to have
Just wait,
better
okay.
amenities in the secured area if
open
we
up the
make these
restaurant.
changes.
Okay, yeah.
So the next slide, this is the existing sterile area, food cart here, gift shop here, and then seating for everyone, and they board the aircraft out in this area. What we're proposing to do is take this wall out right here and make this a continuous sterile secured area. The dwell time would increase exponentially in the restaurant area, the bar area. You'd have 2 choices of gift shops and a much larger food selection. Here it's really no hot food. It's cold sandwiches and sodas and waters, what they primarily sell in that area. You'd be increasing it by 2,100 square feet is basically what you'd be increasing it to. And for those folks who would be meeting and greeting, they would have food amenity in this area. So how would we achieve that? We would achieve that by these particular areas of installing gates. And if you've been at the existing terminal building during closures of the existing gift shop, it's an accordion door that pulls out, and it has holes in it so you can see through it, but they're not big enough where you can pass things through. So what we would do is install these retractable gates in this area here when the security screening checkpoint is closed. But in the same vein, we would install them right here with a pass-through door that would create these bathrooms accessible to people inside the ticketing area. So if you're in the ticketing area and you're not going to go through security screening checkpoint and you need to use facilities, you come up just like you do today, come up the ramp, take a left, and you'll go into a hallway and access either the family restroom, the men's restroom, or the existing women's restroom. That would now be landside, non-sterile. The new area, when you open this area up, this would be all sterile, this would be all sterile. The existing pass-through, these are where the aircraft park, and where passengers come into the terminal building, that would still stay there, and I'll tell you why in just a moment. And we'd have a secondary one, the pass-through, so that people could not go from the sterile to the non-sterile area without proper credentials or setting off an alarm. This would be a new backflow installation. So the scope of the project would be installation of a new backflow, removal of a wall, installing an accordion-style security screen. There'll be another one here for after hours with the TSA.
So, again, I'm just trying to visualize this, John. So you would be taking away where the current cafe and the bar is?
You would not be removing that. You'd be
it would become a sterile area.
It would become a secured area.
Correct.
So someone just waiting to get in line for the TSA or waiting for pick up a passenger, that area would no longer be available.
That's right. And really, when you think about it, we've already determined that our terminal isn't adequate, right? Our terminal is functionally obsolete for these periods of time, and so what we're talking about now as a kind of temporary fix is there a way to pick a lesser of two evils, basically, for the traveling public? And once you have irregular operations, let's say, and you're in that sterile, so your flight's been canceled and folks are stacking up in that sterile area and you're waiting, our thinking was it might be better, since we have more pressure there, that's where we stack up 300-400 people at a time, to open that up. But it would then limit the restaurant facilities. If you're going to pick somebody up or you have gone out to get your bags, you're not going to have access to those except for the food cart. You would have access to the food cart that moves. But it is, you know, we're trying to pick where is our biggest pressure point right now, and can we relieve that in the interim so that our passenger experience is better, because we are still several years, you know, probably 5-7 years away from a new terminal, and in that time we'll have, you know, 500,000 trips going back and forth in that terminal each year.
So then, do you think you'll need, maybe you'll come to this, some additional seating in the ticketing area? Because that's probably going to be where a lot of the people who would have gone into the current area to sit and wait either to get into the TSA line or to drop someone off, now they'll probably be in the ticketing area?
Well, actually, probably, George, they kind of congregate right here presently.
Right.
As passengers come into the terminal building. So they would actually move up into the baggage claim area. So a food cart would be available for them.
That's for the arrivals. I meant for people who, for the departures.
Oh, for the departures, yes. People would say their goodbyes in this area. People would then enter into the TSA screening area. So we can add seating in this area as well as add seating in the baggage claim area because that's where the meet and greets are going to be moved to.
So would it make sense to have a food cart there as well, or no?
If the demand is there, we sure could have it installed. We've been working with the restaurant folks, and they're more than happy to put this in this area here. We can explore with the airlines if there's a need and put something there.
Because you're taking away the food cart area in the security area, and so if someone wants to get a bite to eat and waiting for the plane, they either have to go to the baggage area.
No, they go to the full restaurant. The restaurant will still exist.
Restaurants right still exist.
So now, once you're in the secured area, you have
You
restaurants.
security area, but if you don't want to go through the security area, if you're just waiting to say goodbye to someone or waiting for the TSA line to clear.
Yeah, if you wanted to grab a muffin or a cup of coffee and wait with someone until they went through security, under this plan you'd have to go to the baggage area. There isn't an option.
Right.
And we could certainly look at that. The only concern I'd have again is flow and square footage, because we are, I mean, the problem is the terminal's too small.
Right.
And so no matter what we do, we're pushing people.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we figure once they've gone through security, because that can take 45 minutes to an hour on those days, they're not going to want to leave that secured area.
To go get something to eat.
And so our thought was, if we're going to have amenities, let's have the amenities in the secured area for now. Yeah, but we could look at a food cart in the baggage area too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My concerns were accessibility for people waiting on the departure side to be able to have access to restrooms. You've taken care of that. When you're waiting on the arrival side, there's restrooms available on that side. So that's taken care of. So the only thing would be a cup of coffee and a cold sandwich, and you might have to walk around right now to the baggage area for that. Most people will get there. I know you want to kind of hang out with family if there's a delay and you're not flying, you want to hang out with the family. They could always come back out. That's why I think seating on either side, more seating is probably appropriate. But a lot of people just want to get through TSA, stay in that secured area, and get on their plane. And I think we need, because of fire code issues, we definitely need to do this increased space.
But as you know, I'm sorry, but as you noted, when you said that people who will be waiting because of delays, and of course we know there's lots of delays, then they may want a place to sit without going through security and perhaps get a bite to eat. So that's why we want to look at that.
John, could you go back one slide?
Sure.
Possible idea? Instead of these people coming to the restroom there, how about have this restroom part of the blue area and make these restrooms accessible from the ticketing area?
We actually looked at that scenario, and the grade between the yellow ramp that's coming up and the ticketing area here just made it cost prohibitive and really challenging to
You'd have to have
get
another
access.
ramp.
Mm-hmm.
You'd be taking away the very limited space TSA has right now to do their screening operation. That was our first choice.
Okay.
We just couldn't make it work.
It's not just a matter of knocking a hole in the wall.
No, that's what we should
No,
run into a lot.
unfortunately not. At first we thought yes.
Rachel.
Yeah, thanks. You know, I have to say, I think this is a really pretty big decision to have 15 minutes on the agenda.
Well, and if I could just say, we're not looking for a fine. This was going to come back. We wanted to let you know this was happening.
Okay.
You know, get a sense for, you know, whether we could proceed to get some real costs on it and such, and then bring it back to the board. But we know that because staff has been talking about it at the airport, there's been some dialogue happening out there in the community, so we wanted to just let you know this is what we're looking at.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, I guess what I see off the bat is, you know, and fully acknowledging the issues and the problems. But I'd have to question why two gift shops at that point. They're both so small, and they're both going to have a lot of the same magazines and this sort of thing. So I really have to question why two gift shops if we go forward with this. And the second, as I know John has known, and you know, I brought forward that when we rebid the gift shop contracts, I want to make sure that we're really carrying more locally and less made in China type of products. I've heard ever since that conversation, several different state legislators very concerned that their national park gift shops sell everything made in China and not made in the USA. And so I think we really be on very solid grounds to try to make sure it's a better thing. What I'm concerned about here a little is that making sure that you would have to make sure that the intercom system really works well so that you could hear your flight is boarding when you're that far away. Right now you can kind of really, actually you can't hear it when it's full of people, but you can go and ask, or you can see something happening. And if people are sitting in that far corner of the restaurant, I think that would, you know, notification, your flight's really here now, it's really taking off, is going to be critically important. I would love to be able to see someone kind of work with this a little bit more to see if there's any part of that new secure area that doesn't need to be in the new secure area, because it seems so large. And I don't know what issues that new secure area would come up with in terms of food deliveries for the restaurant workers connecting in, things like that. The baggage area becoming more of a waiting area, you know, it's miserably full most of the time. And so I don't know that you're really going to get more furniture out there or more ability for people to sit unless something else gave and something else came out of that area. and some of these issues are physical structure issues with the airport, and others, I think, could be at some level mitigated by how the carriers operate. But right now, you'll get people standing there waiting for their luggage, and they're like, well, they can't unload your luggage until they finish loading the new plane and all this stuff, and they just literally don't have enough ground personnel to do the turnaround that they are expecting from the number of flights that they're booking in, one after another. I mean, I think we need to make that request of the carriers to start having sufficient ground personnel. The people whose luggage doesn't come in will then form a 20, 30 people long line waiting at the lost baggage, and the no one's there at the lost baggage because they go load the next plane, and they're just really understaffing for the experience, and for literally their customer needs. And so I see both physical changes we probably need to make and have to make, but at the same time, I mean, if you make one of those two gift shops larger and get rid of the second gift shop, I just, can't see having two gift shops literally within 50 feet of each other, once this area is all connected.
In meeting with the regional folks just a few days ago, but they operate the LS Travel, they're actually putting more emphasis on magazines and apparel, and then the other shop would go more towards the retail component. And they brought it up to us that they want to start also carrying more local goods. They're going to go out to more of the artist community and solicit their input. And this was a national vice president from LS Travel who came in. They support it. They do quite a bit of money off those two leaseholds.
I think it needs to be part of their contract so that those commitments are stuck to as management may change over time and not just they're telling us this. The other thing that actually brings up is that you have to go through the ticketed area into the secure, sterile area to go to either gift shop. So you couldn't buy a magazine to read while you're waiting for the flight to arrive or for gifts or anything like that. That's a little bit of a challenge to not have any sort of amenities that aren't in the secure area. I think it'd be neat to work with the restaurateur to see if there's any sort of delivery system that could be made out of the secure area so that people could order a hot lunch or get something hot and it'd be taken out to the food cart. But as it sits now, I mean, it shouldn't be that difficult to have a pass-through window or something that's secure, some sort of way to work with the restaurateur.
Can't have pass-through because people can pass things through.
Well, I just don't know enough about it, but you can't go in that, and not only is it just that you have to go through TSA, you can't go through TSA without a ticket. You have to have a ticket for a flight.
Right.
And so I wonder how this would affect our leasehold with the restaurants in terms of the revenues they thought they'd make. Because I'll just say, I've dropped people off many times. I make sure we get there early, they get their ticket, and then we go sit and have lunch together. And then they go through the secure area, and that's going to change. It's going to be a lot of non-use by folks in the past. Maybe it'll be more because the ticketed people can finally get there for a scrambled egg sandwich, but
you really are pushing on a waterbed with this design. You're solving some issues, but you're creating some others. What a problem definition is the masses in terms of people trying to get out of the airport or arriving to the airport. We've met with the restaurants, we've met with the chamber, we've met with each and every one of the airlines. We flew in a national vice president from the food and beverage, spoke with them, asked them the pros and cons. It's as John summarized, it is a really challenging airport, and when you have up to 13 aircraft in play and you only have the capacity to put 4 flights in that passenger boarding lounge area, and it's a great comment about it looks like it's gotten so much larger, but a lot of that new area is actually consumed by restrooms and mechanical areas, as well as the kitchen prep area and the kitchen delivery and the seating area. So you're really creating a capacity increase for an additional 141, basically 2 flights, 2 additional flights. But that will make a big difference.
Yeah, no, and I'm not saying that we shouldn't move forward with this. I was just saying I'd love to have a little more of a, quote, interior designer or something like that, trying to say how's it going to flow, what's it going to look like if you were taking a elevation look at the space as opposed to a look down square.
Yeah, and one of the challenges we've had is we don't want to put too much money in.
That's what I was gonna say.
Into the facility right now, which we could. I mean, if that's what the board, but one of the things I kept pushing back on, you know, John, early on when their staff was looking at the concepts was, look, we're now talking to the community about replacing this. Yes, we want to improve the customer experience and the passenger experience in our existing terminal, but we need to do it as economically as possible, and that took away a lot of wall, because I think there's a lot of things we could do to realign in there, and so it may be that we need to come back and just have a broader discussion. I think our hope was to go out with this kind of just general concept and maybe get some bids back on how much it would be and come back and talk to the board some more about how that looks and what the cost would be to get this level of improvement, and see if we could reach more of a decision point then. But we didn't want to go out with anything without you guys at least knowing that we've been poking around, trying to figure out some better solutions.
I'm willing to see it go forward, and then supportive of the general concepts.
Yeah, Steve, I was just going to say on that same vein that we don't want to be dumping a lot of money into this when we're looking at removing this terminal and building a new one. And it really comes down to a public safety issue. If we violate the fire code, the fire department can shut us down. We have a number that we have to adhere to, and we can't breach it. The reason you have a fire code, you know, number of people that can be in that building is for public safety. And if you breach it once, twice, 3, 4 times a year, you're breaching it once, and that's all that it takes. So I think we need to act on this. I think it would be better to bring it back now that you've had some input, and we can have more time to go through it.
George?
You're probably constrained with some timing because we're almost into November.
Yeah.
Ski season starts Thanksgiving, so you'd want to get all this accomplished obviously before ski season starts.
And there's a question whether we're too tight to even get it done this year, but we would like to put an RFP out and just see, you know, what it would come back as and whether it's possible.
One more question, John, then I think we need to end this discussion for today. By doing this, would we be able to speed up the departures when we have the 7 planes all wanting to leave in the tight time frame? Because you have people through the security in the holding area, then when their plane's ready, they can get on the plane and you don't have people still trying to get through security and you're holding up a plane to get the people in there to get on the plane.
They don't hold up a plane.
So
If you're not through
is that
security,
going
they
to be
take
what
off.
happens? We speed up the departure of the planes.
You would enhance the efficiency of the departures out of the airport. Yes, you would for a couple reasons. We started line management and prioritizing, so you could have, and we've seen it, where you've had 800 people waiting to get through the passenger screening area. And we have to choose which ones and call them out and prioritize them. So 6 or 7 flights, we can only take 2 at a time. We have to physically get the people through, stop the lines, meter them, and bring them to the front of the line and making announcements continuously. So that wouldn't be as frequent as it is today. That would expedite it, but you would also have people in position to just jump on the planes and go. The restaurant feels they're going to increase revenues considerably because the dwell time, because you're exactly right, the PA system, which we just upgraded about 6 weeks ago, people did not want to go into that restaurant area because it was too disconnected from the passenger boarding lounge area. So now it'll be kind of a continuous with better communication, and you'll have people positioned ready to get on the flights and go when they're ready. So I think it will expedite the departure rate that you're going to have.
Yeah, I've been there though, checking in and thinking I had plenty of time, and there was a line ahead of me, and they said, sorry, you're not done, you're not through, you're out of here. We're not putting you on the plane's gone. So you've also got that. If you're not through and waiting, that's why people want to go there early, so they make sure they get on that plane when that plane's there.
So we need to make sure that the right people are in there.
Yeah.
That is a real sortation challenge.
Right now, it's like who's waiting 4 hours and who's waiting 45 minutes.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank
Right,
you.
thanks,
All right.
John.
Thanks very much, John.
Are we going to skip our next
We're
discussion?
going to skip to the
idea.
fleet and land management updates. We do have to go back and still do our prep for the basalt, but we don't have to have all people waiting for us on that.
Great, okay.
So we'll have fleet come first is what it has on the agenda. And good to see you, Jonah.
Thanks. How you guys doing?
Thanks, man.
Sorry we made you wait.
Yeah. Bottom right.
Perfect. I think this will work. Maybe not. That's a bummer.
I don't think that clicker works, Brian. That's what
Okay,
John
fine. You can do
said.
arrows. Just down or whatever. Anyways.
Well, I'll start this. I'm Brian Pettit, I'm your Public Works Director, and you're going to hear an overview about fleet and land management today. First, we'll talk about fleet, and these are operations that go on every day of every year. And before we get started, the fleet crew has heard me say this before, but I haven't said it to this board or to a viewing audience. This is, I've been working for the county for about 24 years now, and this is by far the best fleet crew I have seen from a competency standpoint. And they are efficient, they do quality work, and Joan is one of the best fleet managers we have, and I'm really proud of them, and I want to let you guys know that. So
Does that mean he's going to stay around for a while?
I hope so. I really hope so. With that,
I'm Jonah Frank, your Pickens County Fleet Manager. I'm going to be doing a presentation today on our functions, operations, and 2015 in review. Starting with the team behind me that makes this all happen and all the hard work that they deserve lots of credit for. And they're going to go around and introduce themselves and how long they've been with the county.
Matt Bergstresser, I've been with the county about 2 years now.
Justin Ducher, fleet shop foreman, been with the county for 2.5, almost 3 years.
Randy Otto, fleet mechanic, been with them 7.5 years.
James Gilliam, parks and fuel sites, and I've been there almost 15 years. And George, I wave to you on the bike all the time, so it's me.
Fred Kuhn, I've been with the county for 18 years now at Fleet. And it's a beautiful shop, nice place to work, so still here.
Gus Martin, been there about 9 months, and kind of a new guy.
Yeah, welcome, new guy.
Going forward, Fleet has a lot of shoes to fill throughout the year. Our main functions or jobs on a daily basis are maintenance and repair of about anything that you can think of that the county owns. And anything that comes with that, from purchasing parts, supplies, making sure the fuel tanks don't run dry. I mean, anything that's needed to make our operations happen, to keeping Public Works yard and wash bay clean and running smoothly. You know, it's all a part of the support we provide out at Fleet. If we see any problems as we perform these daily tasks, you know, we work with the departments or operations for their needs and their life cycle management and plans and into the future, you know, so we have something to go off of and something to work with.
one thing Jonah does that other previous fleet managers haven't or didn't do a very good job of it, he not only buys equipment for other operations within the county and provides that customer service, but he also analyzes what their operations are to determine what kind of equipment may work that they don't know about. And so that kind of problem solving has really made this department shine.
Our department takes a lot of pride in the work we perform, and we try to maintain a less than 5% of fleet out of service criteria. This is becoming harder as the county bounces back from the recession. You know, we take on new operations, landfill, Aspen Fire. You know, other departments are slowly expanding, you know, airport, open space and trails, you know, it just adds to that whole deal. We are an ASE Blue Seal shop, which means that, well, actually, I think every single one of us has an ASE certification, but lots of us are actually master certified as well.
What does ASE stand for?
It's Automotive Service Excellence. It's a big program out there that most mechanics
Isn't that thing
take.
for our airport, ASC?
We are also working towards becoming a
Sure.
future emergency vehicle technician certified for all of our emergency vehicles that we work on.
So that would be on a mechanic to go out on the road and fix something, or what does that mean?
It's more of the certification. It's very specialized around
around like
fire trucks,
ambulances?
ambulances,
Oh,
police.
I got it.
It's emergency, very
So it's not an emergency
vehicle.
out on the road, but taking care of emergency vehicles?
Correct.
Okay, got it.
They'll still come when you call them, though.
The following is kind of a breakdown of the numbers, you know, of the fleet. We maintain 250 vehicles and pieces of equipment. 24 of those are Aspen Fire Departments, 18 mountain rescue vehicles, and then we also do work on snowmass water and sanitation equipment from time to time. Last year, the county's vehicles traveled well over 1 million miles, and half of that was pretty much from the sheriff's office. Our large trucks and equipment went well over 20,000 hours. That's fleet-wide, and 3/4 of that is in a very short period of time during the winter for snow removal operations. You know, staff purchases over 15,000 individual parts costing close to $500,000 a year. You know, there's a lot that goes into that. We track it, we disperse it, we procure it depending on what is needed, how much it costs. I mean, there's a lot in the process. We also keep, you know, the fuel tanks full with more than 100,000 gallons of fuel annually with gasoline and diesel, you know, and that cost varies drastically on the market, as everybody knows. So,
Is the fuel tank up and running again? The fuel dispenser?
yes, but we haven't started
I just
fleets
read my
yet.
emails.
Fleets tomorrow.
Please, tomorrow.
Jonah, where are the other two besides that Public Works?
The landfill has
fleet,
it.
the fuel depots.
Yeah, the landfill has a fuel site, and then the airport also has one.
Airport, okay.
I forgot about the airport.
Staff performs over 2,700 different repairs and services every year. 450 of these are planned events, you know, just preventative maintenance and service, routine stuff. 208 are unplanned field repairs that we take our service truck out, go to the airport, go to the landfill, off-site, out of county, depending on what it is and what's needed. The other 2,000 plus repairs that we perform in the shop, such as brake jobs, tire changes, you know, plow repairs, lights, you know, there's so many different things we do. It's hard to list them all. I mean, we do a lot of stuff. We see lots of vehicles through the shop every day. It's a busy place. I mean, each guy can work on 3 different things to, that could be 7, 8 different things, because some of the tasks that these guys are doing would take weeks to perform, if not a couple guys. So that's per day, per person, but that adds up. It's busy. Our department has experienced a lot of change in the past 5 years, from the Aspen Fire contract, mountain rescue work, you know, open space and trails slowly expanding, airport growing, you know, all attributing to the additional mechanic we received this year. And, you know, we've also undergone a remodel in 2013, you know, giving us additional workspace and the needed oversized door that we have. That's helped for working on our large equipment we have.
So Jonah, with the additional full-time mechanic, I remember that when we first approved that, it was because it was going to not also be able to accommodate the outside agencies, but also take up some of the slack that you needed. So is that still the case, or because we've now contracted with 3 different outside agencies, that full time for Canic is just fully utilized on the outside contracts?
Well, the team, I mean, we all work on everything, so I mean, it's a big balance. You know, it's taken a lot more time. The next slide shows the numbers of Aspen Fire in our contract and what we've done so far to year. You know.
So I guess my question is it a net gain or a net loss for us?
I think it's a gain for sure.
Okay. I'd be concerned if it becomes a net loss by taking outside contracts.
Yeah, and we'll keep talking about that. I know as I get around and do chats and stuff, and I hear from the fleet guys they're busy, but that it's working out.
So in the cost to the fire department, that's including parts as well as
This
pure
is
labor?
including parts and labor, yes.
Okay.
Yes, yeah. So, the new Aspen Fire Department contract we have, on the repair and maintenance of equipment has added, to our plate. But staff has worked hard with the firemen to meet their needs and the expectations. It brings value to both agencies and our community, I believe. I mean, it's really a big thing for the community. Invoicing $75,000 to date, I mean, that's pretty much at our projections that we were planning on. So.
Do you know what percentage of that is geared toward parts versus labor?
I believe it's 25,000 in parts and 50 in labor.
Got it.
This is us helping the fire department with their water pump certification. We did this at the North 40. Just one of those things that, we got to be a part of and help them with. There's a lot of new systems that we have had to learn, and it can be a challenge. I do feel that we are accomplishing that through the hard work our department has, and taking the complexity of this equipment. We use computers for everything these days, with vehicles having 5+ computers, easy, monitoring every aspect of the vehicle's operations, performance, emissions, safety, and way too many other features to mention. Here's, our troubleshooting cart. We're troubleshooting a transmission noise on the motor grader that we had the other day. Checking tire pressure with a computer.
Wow.
Using the computerized alignment machine to make sure that we keep the tires wearing as long as they can possibly go. They're all around us and they got to be embraced, computers. The capital plan, a large part of our year also includes the yearly capital replacement plan. We implement the plan once budget has been adopted, trying to get contracts lined out before March. That way the vehicles and equipment are rolling in through July to November, pending their complexity. It's a long process. There's a lot that goes into it, and some of the following slides are some of the highlights and things we've seen this year. New landfill loader, installing and building a plow to put on an airport pickup. This is one of the bigger projects that we have going right now, going down to Colorado Springs to inspect a large road and bridge plow truck at the installer. This helps ensure that we get what we specified, that there's nothing that needs to be addressed, before it gets delivered. I mean, things that take a lot of time if things are wrong, it saves a lot of time and we get a better final product out of it, so. Our online auction, once we have in-serviced all the new equipment, it's time to dispose of the old stuff. Staff works on this time-consuming task by removing all the decals, special equipment, and preparing it to be auctioned off. When the vehicle or item is ready, we put it on our public surplus auction site that we utilize, and we get pretty good market value for them. It's been a good plus.
Yeah.
And I'll say this new system has brought in more money to the county through resale than it did previously. It's been the public surplus system works very well.
It's saved on staff time as well. There's good reporting out of it. We You know, we had to manage it manually ourselves before, and it was very time consuming, along with, we had lots of complaints.
So even though public surplus charges a percentage increase on what's sold, what is the percentage you charge?
It's 7% currently.
It's well worth that charge based on the money that.
And it's an additional charge on top of what they're bidding on, so it's all there on the site, if you've ever been on it.
I know people wait for it. People in the community wait till we auction off our vehicles because they know what great care they've been taking.
That's great. Thank you.
These are some of the vehicles out there ready for the auction block. You know, we do also auction off other things in the county for other departments if they ask us to. Some of the following is just slides and information and just kind of a rundown of the shop. Here is some summer maintenance on snow removal equipment, some broom preventative maintenance, and a bunch of other things that are crammed in there. This was a tractor that we had to split in 3 to install a special low-range gear to be utilized at the landfill on a new piece of equipment that they purchased this year for their compost operations. This year's new electric vehicles and the charging stations out of the Public Works. This was a loader we had to pull the engine out of to repair the damaged flywheel. The starter went bad and damaged the flywheel in the process, and it was a big pain. This is one of the airport loaders. Where'd the cab go? So we had to remove the cab to repair some hydraulic and transmission leaks on this unit. And this is one of the airport's transfer cases out of their snowblower. The spider inside blew up, and so we had to rebuild it and put it back in.
Can I bring my equipment?
When can I bring the car by?
Here's a special high torque hydraulic torque wrench. It puts out about 3,000 foot-pounds of torque. So we use that when we have hard to get loose bolts and other things that we need the special tools that we have for. All-night service on airport ARF truck. We have to come in late at night to work on the ARF truck since we only have one. So we're not allowed to work on this unit until 11 o'clock, and we're only allowed to work on it until 7 a.m.
What's an ARF truck? What does that stand for?
It's the Airport Fire and Rescue Truck.
Okay.
It's really cool. But they wouldn't let me drive it because they said my feet wouldn't reach the pedals. I remember that.
So on this, you know, it's a big deal. It takes a lot of time. We have to come in after hours, rearrange our schedules to make this work. And sometimes it's a couple days of work, you know, so we got to rearrange it and make it happen so that it's not out of service when they have to have it, because it's not allowed to be out of service.
So this is the vehicle that when the plane crashed, it
Put
was
it
there
out
to
right
put
away.
out the fire
That's
immediately.
really
With one guy operating the whole deal.
Has the
Under 1
infrared in
minute.
it. I bet it's pretty fun to drive it back and forth to the airport.
This is some welding repair on the side of the road for Road and Bridge on one of their motor graders this spring. More emergency response vehicles in the shop getting maintenance done. Repairing some aluminum ramps in our fabrication room. And now we're getting to the time of year where tires start to stockpile, and we're starting to get ready for winter and seasonal changeover. And preparing operations for snow, as you see on the hillside today. I mean, putting wings on, you know, we work year-round to ensure we have a safe and efficient fleet. That's what we do. If you guys
You
haven't...
guys do a great job doing it.
You guys do. So
Rachel.
I just had a couple of small questions. One is, I know that especially now that we're working with so many other vehicles, I'd like to at least look into what is the cost of like water recycling for the wash bays. It just, you know, it may be not cost effective and it may be a minor amount. I know we pull some of the silt from it, but
We did work on some numbers. I talked with Jody. It's over $1 million project.
It's over $1 million.
Yeah.
So that would
We
be.
would need to build an additional bay. Currently, we're washing outside. To capture that water, you'd have to have another bay. The equipment, the tanks, you know, and the filtration and the pumps and everything. I mean, it's something that I think we really should look at, but it's hopefully part of the master plan out of Public Works and the long-term vision.
Yeah, that'd be great. I don't know if we can meter the water that we use for that activity, so we have some sort of idea what the magnitude is.
I researched those numbers as well. We're currently at the 400,000 to 500,000 gallons a year out of Public Works and Fleet. Out of that, it's probably only 80-ish% at the wash bay, so it's like 300,000 gallons a year currently.
Okay, so it sounds like we haven't reached that sort of threshold that would make it worth pursuing now, but if in the future. But I appreciate having answers to that. The other question is kind of simple too, but who reads the log books that we fill in the vehicles? Because it seems funny, you know, you have to put down, you know, who's noticing when you've gone past the oil change in the car? I mean, every now and then I'll be driving a car in the middle somewhere and it'll say, you know,
Change oil at
61,000. I'll look at the odometer where it's at 62.5. I'm like, okay, who's reading these books? Or when are we supposed to, who am I supposed to call that I know that? I usually call Charlotte, of course, but
we have an automated reporting system for any defects or issues with vehicles that we utilize.
You know when it comes up.
And then we also, our systems monitor the mileage, so we know, you know, within a certain range of when that vehicle's due.
Okay.
We're working on better systems as far as those logbooks in the future to get away from those and
Those are such a
better accounting, better tracking.
I mean, everybody forgets to fill in every now and then, but sometimes I'll pick it up and there'll be like a 600-mile gap, and I'm like, okay, where do I start? What do I say?
They always charge that to me.
Yeah, and it seems like that might become something that's, you know, a computerized data collection
That's what we're
analytic
looking
at
into.
some point, you know, of who's driving and
I'm
when.
going to start writing little notes in there and see if
anybody ever reads it.
Like went to Hawaii, drove the car to Hawaii. See if you guys catch it.
Okay, thanks, that's all I had to ask.
Do you have enough shop space for everything you do, or are you wishing you had another work bay?
You know, as part of the master plan, it would be nice to expand or think of other options, but
Oh God, can we just get one facility?
At some point.
Come on, guys.
I would hope that would be, you know, part of the Public Works master plan, you know, and that all can be addressed at that time.
So I'm impressed. You do great work. When I drive the vehicles, which is once in a while, the fleet vehicles, it's always been, you know, a pleasant experience. Nothing ever wrong with the vehicles, and you're doing a great job.
Thanks, Steve.
And this just shows the full spectrum of everything you do.
Thank you.
Cool.
Thanks, Jonah, good job.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have, well, it's not just weed control, but that's part of the discussion. Land management. Where's my page?
It's sweet Melissa. Hi.
Hi, Melissa.
Thanks, Jonah, thanks everybody.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for
Really
coming
appreciate
in,
you
guys.
coming
We really like it when you come in.
Take care.
That's great when they come in and introduce themselves. I really think that's great.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great job.
Well, hi, I'm Melissa Sever. I'm the Public Works Office and Weed Program Coordinator for the county. With me today is Jim Lewis. He is our current contracted weed sprayer. And today we're going to talk about noxious weed control, some of what our objectives are, our partnerships and our programs that we've had this year, and then kind of dive into full-scale land management and highlight one of the events that we had earlier this summer. So first, talking about noxious weed control, our weed program has three main objectives. First, we want to comply with the Noxious Weed Act, and we want to promote, you know, education and awareness and training relating to the weed management issues that we have in the county. And then in addition to that, we want to work with our surrounding government agencies, our interdepartments, to help institute these practices. So briefly, just what is the Colorado Noxious Weed Act? The Noxious Weed Act, it establishes a Colorado Noxious Weed List. It's been implemented since 1991. Colorado has 78 plants that are considered noxious weeds, 34 of which are in Pickens County. This act requires that all landowners manage their properties, the weeds on their properties, and then it also gives the county the power to enforce on landowners who don't comply with that. So what are noxious weeds and how do we go about this? Basically we control noxious weeds, and they're plants that are non-native to North America, or they have aggressive invasive tendencies in our area. They're categorized into 3 lists, and I feel like the lists are really important to know as a landowner and also when it comes to enforcement. And these lists are not categorized on how noxious the plant is, but rather they set reachable objectives of control. So list A is for eradication. They're found in really small areas and they're rare, so they're easier to control. So you can save time and money and a lot of effort in the long run by taking care of them quickly because their infestations are very small. List B is a containment or a stop list, and these species are pretty prevalent to Pickens County. I like to call it my thistle list because this is where they all live. They're found in substantial numbers in some parts of the county, but then not in others. And it's actually feasible to think that you can eradicate small populations of list bees either in your county or on your own parcel yourself. If you have a small patch of Canada thistle growing, you're able to possibly eradicate that from your property. However, some properties have large infestations of that thistle, and they more want to contain it to their property and work towards that eradication each year. Noxious weeds don't seem to be going away, so it's a battle every year, but you approach it increment by increment, and you can get there. Our list C species are suppression, and it's primarily education. Some of these weeds, they're found in such large numbers that it's just not feasible to think that we're going to be able to get rid of them. So education and awareness is what we strive for with the list C species.
What's an example of one of those?
I was going to ask her that.
Cheatgrass, mullins.
Patty's favorite, field bindweed.
Where do oxeye daisies sit? Are they a bee?
List B.
They're a bee.
Yeah.
My bindweed still has come back a little bit, but I'm out there ripping it out.
So how do we comply with the
Look at that. Look
Noxious
at how
Weed
big
Act?
those are.
No, this picture is not in Pickens County, and I don't know if it was taken this year, but I think it paints a really good picture of the battle that we were up against. The late long spring rains, they just brought about healthy, robust weeds. I just joke because I think it would rain twice, once for 35 days and next for 30.
Yeah.
So it just
Only rained
didn't
twice.
stop, and it just seems like it was on their side. Also, in previous years, you would see perennial weeds go through one life cycle where they would germinate and form a rosette. And this year, it just felt like you just watched them go through multiple, over and over. They would germinate, and they'd go to rosette, they'd go to flower and seed, and then you'd see rosettes all around it again, and it just kept going. And also, the thistle stalks are just so thick. I've never seen them so thick.
It's pretty incredible this year.
So this year, and every year too, we control 266 miles of county roads rights away. We spray on 150 plus acres of county properties, like the landfill and our general fund. In addition to that, Open Space and Trails has their weed program as well, so they spray on open space properties. We'll get into this a little bit more, but we also control 72 miles of State Highway 82 and 133. And then in addition to all of the weed spraying that we do, we are available to any and every citizen in Pickens County that needs advice or assistance on their weed control. I'm here throughout the whole summer for them. If they call up, need me to come visit them, I'm there. With that, I kind of wanted to just give it to Jim, too, to talk about maybe some of his experiences you've seen as a contractor out there on the roadsides.
Well, as you know, this year's been very it was a very wet year, and I've seen more weeds than I've ever seen in Picken County and surrounding areas. And they just, like Melissa was saying, they were cheating. You know, a biennial was germinating and going to seed in 1 year. And we were, you know, the grasses were also so thick that the vegetation, the weeds were hard to see as they were small. So you spray an area and, you know, 2 weeks later you see a 3-foot high thistle and you're just like, how did I miss that, you know? And so it's just a challenge of keeping up. And then with the rains also, you know, there's, you know, trying to just monitor. We had to be a weatherman to see, you know, if it was feasible to spray on a certain day, and the storms were all over, so we'd pick up and move to another area and you know, spray where we didn't think it was going to rain. And I think there was just one road, I think it was Lower River Road, it rained immediately. I mean, we got done and an hour later it rained, so we had to go back and redo that road. But you know, if the herbicide sits on the plant for, you know, about 2 hours, it's going to kill the plant. So we'd monitor after we sprayed to make sure it didn't rain within that time period, and it was just a challenge to be moving around. And usually we're systematically going through the roads, and this year we were kind of jumping around a little bit more because of weather patterns. You know, we couldn't work, you know, where we'd be down valley working our way up. It was pouring rain where we'd move up valley and spray an area up valley. But as far as new species go, we, you know, didn't really see any new species that we haven't seen in the past. It just, everything seemed more abundant. We went through more herbicide than previous years. Analysis of last year's roads and how much time and herbicide was used on each road. We did a comparison this year, and was it like 300 more gallons, like, you know, total of 300 more gallons. So every road took a little bit more herbicide than it has in the previous 3 years. And that's keeping up on them. And it was just every seed that was sitting in the ground germinated this year. And in the ideal world, if you kept up on it, if all the landowners kept up on everything this year, it would have been great, because the seed stock would be exhausted and there would be nothing left. But unfortunately, that's not the case, and there's a lot of properties out there, private properties, that just got behind and didn't realize the problem they had until it was too late. And I'm sure Melissa got bombarded towards the end of the year with phone calls from neighbors, and thistles are blown into my yard and stuff like that. And it's a problem, and you know, we try to educate people early on with the weed board and stuff, but it's just hard. People always wait till the last minute. And you know, as a contractor, I tell people it'd be a lot more cost effective to come in and spray these weeds when they're this big instead of, you know, this big. And it's less herbicide, you know, that we're putting out that way. And so it's just, I guess we need, you know, as the weed board thing, we need more awareness of people getting their weeds earlier. And we've been doing that forever, and it's a hard task.
You know, one of the things I've heard from a growing contingency of young new farmers, CSA type organizations, is their concern for us spraying at all. They really believe that either you should just let the weeds run their course, of it's just part of life, or you should be able to manually go out there and I've tried to explain to them when I was on the weed board and still that it's a state law. It's not like it's our choice necessarily. We are mandated by the state to do this. So I'm trying to direct all this young energy. Go to the state, talk to them about what you think is a better way to manage these weeds, because it's a tough one, especially with a lot of them that are doing greenhouses along not too far from our roadways, and they think the overspray or the wind or whatever is impacting their crops, and it's a tough one, you know. So I know where we all face that. We had a lot of complaints that came off of Hunter Creek late this summer, because I guess the thistle up there were like 6 feet, 7 feet tall. They were, yeah.
Well, and Jim doesn't broadcast, everything is spot sprayed, so while we are using chemical, we're using the least amount that we can. So.
But they still, see when they have an issue with their crops, it's because the county sprayed, you know, down the county right away, or down the highway or something, and it's a tough one. And so you try and get a lot of those to get out there and help you pick them by hand, and you go there with your, you know, you organize an event and nobody shows up. Been there, done that.
Yeah.
That's where integrated management is key too. I mean, there's
Yeah.
biological controls and mechanical controls, and depending on the time of year, there's a lot of different ways if you're opposed to herbicide, that there's ways to treat those. And it's a lot of times species specific. So you've got to know which species you're trying to combat and what
And
the
when.
best approach and when to do that.
And Melissa's revamped the weed letter that we send out every year. And for years, it was kind of the same thing. And I think a lot of people just went, oh, it's the Picken County newsletter for weeds again, and they just kind of throw it. And she revamped it where it was more like a guide you could put in your pocket and walk your property and, you know, ID the weeds
great.
you have. And I've heard tons of compliments. And we carry them around in the truck, and when people come up and ask what we're doing, we'll hand them some information. And everyone's really happy with that new letter.
Great idea, Melissa.
Rachel?
Yeah, you know, and this may be out of bounds as well as a comment, I don't know. But in terms of integrated, I wonder whether there would be some value to, say, working with or educating the assessor's office as to what the noxious weeds are that we're looking at, because they're regularly running all around the county looking at properties and evaluating, and, you know, not for the small ones, but when they notice, oh my God, we got this huge patch here, and create a little more synergy between departments to be more of the eyes on the county for you guys. So I don't know if that would be possible, or other departments that also are very mobile.
Definitely, we've talked about that with our road and bridge department too. They're out in the
trails.
I think they used to
Yeah,
carry
that's
around their backpack sprayer in the graders years ago, up like Lincoln Creek Road and stuff, where it wasn't feasible to send someone up, but the grader would go up.
In the remote areas.
Yeah, okay.
I've been out elk hunting for the last 3 days, and so I really got a good view of the extent of the plumeless thistle infestation on every property on Capitol Creek. Without fail has big patches of plumeless thistle. And this year they just, I mean, I had places last year there were 2 or 3 plants, and there were 100 plants this year. It's like, you know, it was an unbelievable year because of the rain and the temperatures and everything. But is there any beetle or weevil or anything that we know that attacks plumeless thistle? Because that would really help if there was something, and I know there's something that will attack musk thistle.
The weevil, they've done that in the past. They were going after the musk thistles very well, but not really the plumeless. And you know, where you could find a couple of them on the plumeless, they would just take off way too fast for the bugs to really do any good control. You know, you'd see a couple bugs on the plant eating them, but they didn't do enough to control it. They'd still go to seed with the bugs on them. Poison hemlock worms we view as moths up on T-Lazy 7, and they didn't winter. You know, and it was like at our elevation, it was kind of tricky, and they didn't guarantee them, and they all died over the winter. So that was another one that was out. But you know, as bugs do come available, they do try different.
Yeah, that would be something. I mean, if there was anything for plumeless, because I was finding them out in the middle of nowhere where, you know, you're going along and all of a sudden there's some plumeless thistle where I didn't even know there were any. You know, they spread so easily by the wind. And
the most promising insect out there is the yellow toadflax weevil that works kind of well for remote areas to go out. But you need large patches, infestations, and I haven't really seen any of the larger infestations of toadflax in Picken County. Gunnison County has some that are, you know, acres, you know, 5-6 acres of toadflax, and we've done some releases for them. But in Picken County, there's not really. I mean, we've tried, but it's just nothing's working so far.
okay. And I guess a question more for you. I've been seeing a lot more sulfur cinquefoil around on our place. Have you been seeing that around a lot in the county?
Yes, yeah.
I think it's like exploding.
One of the, it's kind of the unnoticed noxious weed, kind of like absinthe wormwood was 5-6 years ago. No one really knew too much about it. Now it's more on people's radar. And sulfur cinquefoil is one that's been around forever and stuff, but it hasn't really been that noticeable. But you're right, it is beginning to be more and more prevalent. And another one that you might have seen is a purple, like a mint. It's kind of, you see it on, it's not in Picken County, but Cerise Ranch. some of their areas there have gone from just a small patch of this small room to 10 acres over this summer, and it's just taken everything out, and it's not noxious or anything right now, and, you know, I'm talking with the Department of Ag right now, trying to see if they can come out. But yeah, it's just something that has completely taken over. So that's another thing that's happened with this wet season we've had, is some weeds that aren't even on the radar have taken off, where we're out there trying to identify them to find out what they
The
are.
one I have that I would call that would be small seed pulse flax.
Yeah.
It's just like the population just exploded, and I've tried different sprays, and I haven't found what I need yet to control that, so.
But yeah, it's a battle
Yeah.
this year, and next year's not going to be any easier, because for all the biannuals, they've already started, and a lot of them you can barely see them, but they're going to be there as soon as the snow melts. So it's even if it's a dry year next year, it's not like we're out of this weed season yet, because next year is going to be just as bad, even if it's drier.
It'll take a couple of years to come back from that.
You can always see where I've walked. And there's no weeds along the trails that I've done. They're in my fanny pack, they're in my pockets. And I get home and have to de-weed my clothing, you know, from doing that. But we can only get more of the public to be out there on the trails doing that. Get them more educated would be great.
Rachel?
Yeah, you know, just thinking about what you've described, and certainly have read about it across the state, because everybody had a lot of moisture. It's just been an explosion. It makes me wonder whether there would be any, or who we would talk to at the state legislature to potentially increase the reimbursement budget that comes to counties for these problems. And, you know, maybe we could, you know, draft a letter and put it together and send it to some of our other county, you know, compadres, and see if we could get a little bit of pressure to say, you know, this part of the budget needs to be brought up.
The Department of Ag has increased their budget exponentially. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but it was like 35 times what they had, and they were kind of comparing what they were budgeting with what Nebraska and other surrounding states had, and it wasn't even a comparison. So they got a huge boost last year, and it was going to be like slowly coming in through this year. They're going to start making changes. But they are working on increasing the amount to different municipalities.
I just got an email the other day about a lot more grant opportunities there are going to be this coming spring for control.
Great. That's really good
So
news.
that's really exciting.
Thank you.
Did that gentleman call you that we introduced you to at the meeting?
He
the
did.
other day? Oh, yay!
No, he did not.
Oh, he didn't call you?
No.
We need to call him.
Howard,
Well,
George, you have-
He was so excited.
do you have any, how many vacancies do you have on the weed advisory board right now?
All of 3. We have 3. I think we have 3.
'Cause I mean, I've
regular
been
members.
trying to get, you know, send people your way, and
Yes, so please, if you're
have
interested in
some, like,
noxious weeds.
they would be really good members, but they're
That's a fun board to be
They
on.
haven't moved, I mean, since
called
everyone.
yet to inquire that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll talk about the weed advisory board too, because we've kind of came up with some different approaches to it since we're not getting so many volunteers, and we've done some things differently this year. But I want to talk about, like we've been talking about, just awareness and education and training relating to weed management issues. And 2 of the big things that we do this year is our site visits and our cost share program. The picture here is poison hemlock. And I enforced a subdivision up in the Snowmass Creek area this summer, and they had a lot of thistles and oxide, and they had everything that I had seen. And so I met with a resident up there, and we started walking the roadsides and some properties, and just talking about the weeds that he had. And I noticed a huge patch of poison hemlock, and he had no idea that it was there, that it was a noxious weed. And so we talked about what poison hemlock was and why it's on the list, and you can see how it just kind of takes over pretty much your whole hillside. And with site visits, I've done double the amount of site visits this year that I have in past. I take almost 2 whole days every week to go out and to get into the county, to meet with people, and it is so important because a lot of people know what the obnoxious weeds are. Nobody likes the thistles, but there's so many other weeds out there that people don't know about, and good to have someone out there that I have all of this educational material that I hand out. Garden Smart, the Colorado Weed Management Association came up with a Garden Smart Colorado book, and there's a new one this year, which is great for ornamentals because there's a lot of pretty weeds that are ornamentals, and it tells you what you can plant instead. So it just makes them, I think, site visits just that much more important, getting out there in the community. The other way we promote awareness is through our cost share program. We partner with the Mount Sopris Soil Conservation District through the cost share program. And we do a Wanted Dead Not Alive campaign. We basically help mitigate the cost of noxious weed control because, as we all know, it's expensive to be able to go out there and manage your weeds on your properties, and we want to help the best that we can. And so a site visit is required, either by myself, a member of the Weed Advisory Board, or our contractor. We'll go out and assess the property, look at their infestations, and kind of just talk to them about their control methods. We give funds on a first-come, first-served basis, and it's just so important it's first-come, first-served because you want to hit the weeds before they propagate more for the next year, and it just helps incentivize and helps our lands and throughout Pickens County, so we're not having those populations grow even bigger next year. Basic rundown is we reimburse 50% if you hire a licensed weed sprayer. There's several licensed weed sprayers in the valley, and they are certified through the state, so they go through a program where they know the proper equipment and proper herbicides. And so we'll give them 50% of that bill, or 75% for the people that want to go, the do-it-yourselfers out there, and they go buy the chemicals themselves, and they can control out their own property. There is a $500 cap per landowner. Couple landowners use the whole $500 because they have, hundreds of acres, but then there's a lot of landowners that, get reimbursed $35 or $50 here or there, which can be really helpful. So it's been a really great campaign that we've had.
Steve, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. First, I really want to compliment you on how you've taken over this program, Melissa, and educated yourself and really have created a lot out of it. I mean, that's very apparent. And two kind of small things that strike me. One is I can't remember if we've already done a grassroots TV show about noxious weeds with Pat Bingham or not. But if we put that in the can to have come out next spring, and she'd have time to start to script it and feed some of these great pictures into it and talk about how to get available, we can replay it again and again. And so that would be a great information tool to use with Pat Bingham, I think, for the spring of 2016. And the other is that perhaps kind of concurrently with that, I could see developing a poster of sorts to really distribute with the local nurseries and say, this is the weed advisory number and how to get a hold of us, and what type of information, or go online to be able to tell if your plants are noxious or not. And naturally, I think you are working with them to limit those noxious ornamentals that they kind of sell. As I've said before, boy, I've never seen anybody sell honeysuckle deliberately. If you come from the East Coast, your neighbors would kill you for planting that. But here, it doesn't take off that same way because we just don't have water. But
different kinds of honeysuckle.
Different kinds may or may not. But it just would be something that I think, how many of our citizens, newcomers particularly, not longer-term families and stuff, understand the weed issue, or that we have a weed board, or how to connect with us. So I think those two might be ways to connect more next year.
I really like that idea. Definitely.
Many people cultivate weeds. Yeah, I've kind of been guilty of that at one point. I had to go pull them all up. But the other thing is I take the weed calendars with me to Mountain Greenery and to Eagle Crest and to Planet Earth. And so people can get them there, and people like the weed calendar, and we get them early. So this year we got them early, and they went like that. It was great.
I have all of our pocket guides at the nurseries, as well as the weed calendars. I hand out noxious weed books of Colorado with every site visit, and leave those as well. But that's a good idea with a flyer. But I love the grassroots thing.
Okay,
you'll be on TV now, Melissa. We know how much you like that.
Different places, plant in the right place maybe is fine. My wife Molly saw a hound's tongue in a botanical garden in Sweden with a little, the little nameplate and everything right there.
That's the one I get off the city trails a lot. Houndstone is a very prevalent in my neighborhood.
Yeah.
I've come home with armfuls before.
I have a list of some of the species that apply for the cost share program. The pictures on the right I put up there just as ornamentals because a lot of people don't know that those are indeed noxious. Myrtle spurge is up on the right, is the top picture, and it's a list day, so it's under for eradication. And you'll see that on a lot of rock beds. That's where it kind of likes to grow. In the bottom, the purple flowers, Dame's Rocket. I've seen that in a lot of gardens this year.
Mm-hmm. I've seen that in a lot of greenhouses.
Yeah.
Being sold.
And then the white flower, Oxeye Daisy. Right here is a map. I'm trying to make it as big as I could, but we work with the Conservation District on the cost share program, and so this is an overview of the applications that were submitted and refunded this year. And then we have spent all the money for 2015. We have $7,000 allocated to that for the year, and it's all been gone. And it actually doesn't end till November, so we had a really good turnout. Last year we didn't quite, we almost got there, but we didn't quite. So it's exciting to see that a lot of people are using this. And our third objective is to work with other government agencies and departments. As you all know, weeds don't know the county lawn. And so it's really important to team up with agencies on a goal of containment. This year, we really strived. I worked with the city of Aspen, the town of Basalt, Snowmass Village, just kind of sharing knowledge. They've had some new people come into these roles, and I think for me, when I came into this role, that was the key. And so we share and see where new species are coming. We also do this through our Weed Advisory Board. This volunteer board is amazing this year. They have brought new creative ideas, their passion and their commitment. They couldn't make it. Shayna Miller and Ann Mullins and Jim is on the board. They're just so great, and their support is amazing and so appreciated. We've actually kind of revamped as a trial this year for the Weed Advisory Board, and we've invited a representative from all of our surrounding agencies to every board meeting that we have. And we're not doing them every month right now. We're kind of just on a trial to see how it works, and just to share our knowledge, to talk about different weeds that we have. And it's worked out really well. I've talked more on the phone with our local governments around the county this summer than I have in the previous 2 years, so it's been great on both sides. Again, we partner with the Conservation District. We also partner with CDOT and BLM this year. Both of these programs are fully funded through the agencies. I work with them on prioritizing different areas to treat within Pickens County, and then our contractor goes out and sprays the areas. Administrative costs are also calculated and covered in this. It's truly a win-win. BLM is down in Silt, and she's got a really small crew. CDOT's down valley as well, and they have a small crew. And we're up here every day. We see the problems and where they're lying, and it's just a better way to help serve our community by partnering together to combat these. The BLM was the first time that I've worked with them this year, and it was been great. I highlighted, we prioritized and kind of picked 3 areas within the county that we wanted to control. A small parcel at the Basalt Boat Ramp at the end of Capitol Creek up at Hay Park, and Upper Snowmass Creek as well. Cumulative, this is about 20 acres, and I highlighted as Snowmass Creek on the right. This was fun to see because it not only borders the county right-of-way, but also a lot of private landowners around. And so when the BLM, we had come out and we had sprayed, the landowners also had done that. And so it was a big area that we served and got rid of a lot of thistles. I'm excited to see what the impacts it has next year. On to kind of the fun stuff.
That was fun.
Field day. We had like over 200 people attend the second annual field day at Cozy Point. Nice. And I really want to give Jack Johnson at the landfill this credit. It was an amazing event. So many people, great vendors, great partners. We partnered with the City of Aspen, Cozy Point, Aspen Tree, Extension, And it was just, it was really well run and great, so thank you.
Thank you.
We expanded it this year to include, workshops on traditional composting methods, small acre management. Shayna Miller and I from the board did a pest and weed control talk. There's a picture there down at the right. Jeff Piper from Extension is doing an erosion control demonstration, which is cool. It's like a kitty little litter gravel erosion control trailer, and the kids got to build roads and put houses in a town, and then we turned on the water and you could see how the water would move down the river and then all of a sudden start to build up, and then the town at the bottom would like wash away. So
kids had a great time doing that.
It was fun. We got to walk through Aspen Tree Sustainable Farmyard. The kids got to pet alpacas. We walked through their chicken
and the greenhouse
and saw their permaculture. It was funny. They did have in their farmyard, they had common burdock, and they had a sign for common burdock.
What is this doing?
So Shane and I were all around just going, wait a minute. But it was really fun for all ages there. It was a good day. So just wrapping it up and going forward, we want to continue, we want to expand our cooperative agreements this coming year. I've worked with the Forest Service in the past, and we're going to work with them again next year on some partnerships on different Forest Service areas that we can treat up here in Picken County. We want to continue the current partnerships that we have with the Conservation District, CDOT, the BLM, and do a third field day. Also, what else we got going on is coming up, I'm working on a general fund property inventory, kind of getting a hold of all the general fund properties that we own, making sure we're doing weed control and managing all of those properties efficiently. And then also we're working on securing the final funding for Coke Ovens Phase 2, doing a landscaping and walking trail and a new wharf wall, and kind of doing another fun activity in Redstone. So with
I compliment one other thing. The enforcement, we map where we're spraying, so every single weed that we spray is mapped. I mean, everything. And it's like we have six weeds we can map at a time. So we'll put like a majority of them as just noxious weed. But then we'll make a list of ones that, Melissa wants to keep track of, such as snapweeds or toadflax or some of the more invasive and rare weeds in the county, and we can map them as we go. But we also have a red button for enforcement. So if we're driving by a property and we just see a ton of weeds, we hit the red button. And I just got to say, that's program. Melissa's been staying on top of communicating with these people, giving them letters, and it's actually working because I've been going by the same properties, and the first year we'll enforce them, and it's kind of too late to do anything. So then the next year we'll go by and kind of enforce them again and see they haven't done anything. But it hasn't really been more than 3 years where you see the properties all starting to get on board and doing it. So that the enforcement program that she's running is really working.
Because she does it nicely.
Yeah.
And
please.
Rachel stole my thunder a little bit because I was waiting to the end to really congratulate Melissa on her ability to get educated and trained in this field of weed control. Because when she started, she didn't know it. And she knows it so well now.
She
and
does.
She's
It's
running
amazing.
such a good program. And when you're a one-person department and you're trying to run the Public Works main office, do weed control, and get an inventory of all the properties that the county owns, that's a big job. You can't pass off the responsibility to anybody that works for you. Melissa's it. So I wanted to thank her for the effort and really congratulate her on becoming educated in this really specialized field.
I just want to know if she's gotten better with the gun at spraying those weeds when she drowns.
I am great with that gun.
All right. I just want to make sure you improve that skill. Whoops, did I? Whoops.
Okay.
Thank you, Melissa. You
Thank
do
you
a great
very
job.
much. Really nice.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Jack, field day was great.
So, doing one more thing on our agenda that we need to do because we are meeting with SALT next Tuesday, and we need to prep for the joint meeting.
Yeah, and really, and Brian, you may want to hear this, there are two items, I think, potentially. One item for sure, which is the discussion of the kayak park. I think that's pretty well established. We may want to revisit what the scope of that discussion might be. And then, depending on how the meeting goes tomorrow, we have a joint meeting next Tuesday with Basalt. I wonder if we want to maybe talk about the Willis Recycling Center.
Probably should, and I'll bring an update to you and the information.
We won't have the data from the survey, though. That was what was important. You
We
have
have that.
Yeah, we just haven't seen it.
You guys haven't seen it, and so you'd be seeing it for the first time in the joint meeting. We can have that
Yeah.
discussion another way if you want.
There are no surprises in the data. It's really Basalt-centric, and Eagle County are the primary users of that facility.
Except for Steve Childs over here. We blew that one right out of the water.
I mean, I think, like today, it's a long day. And, you know, we'll start that day at 9:30 in the morning for budget, and then we go down to Basalt at 6. And I thought that the main purpose was to start a discussion about the kayak park, and I think we should just focus on that, and maybe get the consultant in to do an overview like we talked about this morning. But I don't want to see an extended agenda. It's
Okay.
Well, I agree with that, George, in general. The things I had thought about, and this is just from reading the papers of what's going on in Basalt, is this request to start lowering their affordable housing requirements by the development community. And you know, we just heard today from the ski company the shortages they're starting to see, and I think others are seeing workforce shortages now that the economy is picking up. So I don't know if, you know, as we've said before, we really can't discuss the Ace Lane project with Eagle because it's in their review process. I think we might have an opportunity to talk about our common concerns with that project and the lack of affordable housing and the general desire to maintain an affordable housing profile in the valley going forward. So that's the other one I would think about putting on the list.
yeah, I mean, the problem is you've got council that's not in agreement on that at all.
I don't want to jump into a hornet's nest with that.
I'm not sure what we would accomplish in terms of, these are our goals, why aren't you considering, I mean, they've got a whole different mentality than some of their council people.
Just a reminder too, we also will probably have a follow-up with the Basalt Council and Eagle board. I wonder.
In the future.
Yeah,
Okay.
I wonder if that might be a good, I don't know, but it seems like the Eagle board is almost the one you need to have that discussion with.
And I think it came up in our discussions, and I think it was probably George who said, you know, we need, well, all of us agreed, we need to be looking with Eagle and Basalt at the impacts of their Eagle's desire to grow, and what those impacts are to the neighboring jurisdictions, even all the way up valley to Aspen or down valley to Carbondale, and the demands on you know, social services, emergency services, schools, and see if we can't open up that discussion as it's not just, you know, putting the growth on this side of the mountain, it affects this side of the mountain all the way up and down the Roaring Fork River. So I think that's a broader discussion. But I'd kind of like to just try to start working on a plan like George said with the water park and where our next steps are going to be, because that's something we've got directly in front of us, and we've kind of got them on board with it. We need to keep them that way.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, obviously, we need to ask them if they have anything they'd like to put on the agenda for the discussion as well to go forward. So, okay.
The only other thing, it says we have a car available, but if any of us don't want to take the car over there, we need to make sure the car's over at the Gant that day so we don't have to walk back over here to get the car to go. Because I'm just planning to walk over to the Gant. I'm not planning to come over here and drive a car a couple blocks to the Gant. I just want to make sure it's there so when we're done, we can get in the car and head to Basalt.
Yeah, especially if it's raining that day.
Yeah, who knows what the,
Okay.
All right.
Very
That's
good.
easy.
Is that it? Are we done?
Thank you. I know that's a long day, guys. We covered a lot of ground though. So.
I'm looking at next Tuesday though, and this one looks short.
Yeah, we're going to have some big meetings at the end of the year. We gave you some easy ones towards the beginning of the
Do
year.
we need a motion to adjourn or anything?
No,
Because
we
they
don't
were
need a
adjourned.
motion to adjourn.